Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, Queen of Soap Opera Romance and author of Marrying Off My Husband. This is an original audiobook written by me, narrated by a human, and produced by Novel Idea Publishing. Enjoy the story, right, buddy?
Marrying Off My Husband, a sweet romantic comedy, written by Nellie Steele, read for you by Allie Gordon. Chapter 1. Louise. I stirred my fruity concoction, taking another sip as I eyed the woman in the low-cut dress sauntering past my bar stool. Oh, not for me. No, I was scouting them out for my husband. Not like that. Get your mind out of the gutter. I want him to date. We're only a fake marriage after all, and it wasn't meant to last. We were doomed from the moment we said I do. It's important to me that he has someone when I leave. Spencer Whitaker is a lovely gem of a man who helped me out when I needed it the most. He deserved happiness, and he wasn't going to find it with me. I had no romantic interest in him. 6 months into our little arrangement, and I was eager to break free. Despite my resolve, soul-crushing guilt gnawed at me night after night, turning what were once restful slumbers into restless hours staring at the ceiling. The weight of our impending separation and what it meant for Spencer burdened my conscience. The door opened, a rush of warm, salty air sweeping past me as the next potential girlfriend walked through the door. My shoulders slumped. She was all wrong. The attitude, the makeup, the fake tan, Spencer would never take to her. After sucking up the last of my drink, I waved the empty glass in the air, a silent demand for another. As I waited, I went over the details of my peculiar arrangement with Spencer. We'd married not out of love, but convenience, each with our own motives. Mine was to secure an inheritance contingent on my marital status. His reasons were more obscure. With my financial future secured, the reality of our arrangement loomed over us. If we couldn't dissolve this marriage gracefully, we might both face consequences neither of us had anticipated. I blew out a blubbering breath, flapping my lips as I twisted back to face the bar.
"Why the long face?"
the bartender asked as he set down another fruity little number with a pink umbrella. I tugged the little paper accessory from the drink and whirled it around. "Husband troubles." He clicked his tongue, his features pinching with fake concern. Typical bartender.
"I can't imagine a man not adoring the ground you walk on."
"Your imagination must be lacking then." He rubbed at the marble counter with his towel. What was it with bartenders and their constant cleaning?
"I just can't imagine a man stepping out on a woman like you. You're a knockout, and that accent is too cute."
I offered him a satisfied smile. "I'm glad you appreciate my southern sass, but the problem isn't him stepping out on me."
"Oh? Working too long hours?"
"No, he's not stepping out on me. That's the issue." The bartender's cute features twisted with confusion.
"I'm not sure I understand. You want your husband to cheat on you?"
I lifted a shoulder as I dragged the skinny straw through the icy liquid. "Well, yes. I want him to be happy."
"Maybe you should try counseling."
I pressed my full lips together as I waved a dismissive hand at him. "Oh, never mind. You don't understand." The man shifted away from me, shooting me a sidelong glance filled with suspicion. It wasn't difficult to understand. Not if you knew my story, anyway. With a sigh, I dug my phone from my purse and speed-dialed my therapist.
"Hello, Louise."
His tired voice answered after the second ring. "Hi, Dr. Ellis," I said, the pout in my voice as obvious as the one tugging at my lips. "I feel a depression coming on." The sound of the phone moving around on his end crackled in my ears as I waited for his response.
"And what's come up that's made you feel this way?"
I sighed, fluttering my lips as I stared down at my drink. I've started looking for someone for Spencer. Someone who can make him happy once, I told you about us.
Yes, I remember. And what did we talk about when you said this?
That it was controlling.
That's not all I said.
You said it was thoughtful, but I didn't need to feel responsible for his happiness. But it's not so much responsible as he's such a great guy, and he deserves someone to make him happy. I propped my forehead up with my hand as I waited for his response.
And it's perfectly fine for you to want him to be happy, very touching, but not your responsibility.
I rolled my eyes at the words. Okay, well, responsibility or not, I'm looking for someone, and I'm not finding anyone. It's depressing. Dr. Ellis heaved a sigh.
Well, I don't think you should be so hard on yourself. Remember, Louise, things may not work out, even if you want them to. A lot of this is going to be up to Spencer.
But Spencer is so backward. He's gonna need a push.
And as his friend, it's okay for you to encourage him, but you can't force him to fall in love, Louise.
I inhaled deeply, pressing my lips together.
Say it, Louise. I want to hear you say the words.
I glanced up at the ceiling, biting my lower lip before I forced them from my mouth. I can't force him to fall in love.
Good. Now, try to enjoy your evening. Don't force things. There is no reason to get depressed over this.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Ellis. I pulled the phone from my ear and frowned at it as I ended the call. I can't force him to fall in love, I repeated, my tone mocking. Okay, watch me. I propped my elbow on the bar, eyeing myself in the mirror behind the bottles stacked to the ceiling. I am going to find the perfect woman for you, Spencer Whitaker, and you are going to fall head over heels in love with her and live happily ever after, even if it kills me.
Hey, Lulu. What are you doing until it kills you?
Spencer's voice startled me, and I sat straighter, my eyes going wide as they slid sideways to find him leaning against the bar. I plastered a smile across my features. Well, hi there, husband. He grinned at me. Oh, how I needed to find someone who would appreciate that sweet, preppy smile.
You didn't answer my question.
She'd need to be sharp, too, because nothing got past Spencer. Why don't we discuss it over a bottle of Merlot and some dinner? He offered me his arm, his eyes narrowing. He was on to me, and he wasn't going to forget his question. With other men, I could use my feminine wiles to make them forget which way was up. But not with Spencer. That man was shrewd as could be. We approached the maitre d' and were seated in an instant at one of the best tables in the club. Having money makes life easy, and we both had lots of it. I only had mine thanks to Spencer, though. I wouldn't have gotten my inheritance had we not gotten married. I owed him for that alone. I pretended to study the menu as the waiter brought a bottle for Spencer to approve. Once he did, the man uncorked it and poured us each a glass, leaving the bottle behind for later. "What are you going to have, sugar?" I asked, my voice sickly sweet. I glanced up to find Spencer staring at me.
Don't sugar me. You're avoiding my question.
My lips involuntarily tugged into a slight wince. I'm just trying to find something to eat.
I heard you, Lou. You're going to do something even if it kills you, and knowing you, it will. I just like to be prepared.
I arched an eyebrow. Actually, it involves you, so I suppose I should tell you.
I can't wait.
The slight wrinkle of his nose told me he was uncomfortable. My strong personality had a way of making people do things they didn't want to do sometimes. I returned my gaze to the menu as the waiter returned for our orders. With those placed, I grabbed my glass of red wine and sipped it before broaching the subject. As I set the glass down on the crisp white linen tablecloth, I settled my gaze on Spencer. My eyebrow arched again, letting him know I meant business. I want you to start dating. Spencer choked on his wine.
Okay.
I understood his questioning tone. We weren't even divorced yet, but it was inevitable. I'm serious, Spence. It's time. We've been married for 6 months. Everything is taken care of with my inheritance. We need to both move on. His fleeting smile meant he didn't agree.
I can call my attorney anytime you're ready. Are you ready?
More than, I said with a roll of my eyes, before I slid my lips into another wince and stretched a hand across the table, my fake engagement ring sparkling under the lights. Oh, sugar, it's not you. It's me.
Lou, I get it. We were never supposed to stay married. I just think we don't need to.
Spencer's voice trailed off as he glanced at me. The firmness in my jaw made him shake his head.
Whatever you say, Lou.
I sat straighter, bouncing in my seat. Oh, Spence, really?
Sure, if I stumble across someone, I'll totally ask her out. I don't know how I'll explain my wedding ring, but...
Take it off, I said. Stop wearing it. He stared down at the gold band on his finger.
I could.
Spence, I said, my voice filled with disappointment as my shoulders slumped. Please tell me you aren't going to use that ring to hide away.
I'm not hiding,
he said.
I'm just not interested.
I clicked my tongue. You can't spend the rest of your life hiding alone in that big old house, Spence. You need to find your happiness. Spencer lifted his shoulders, his eyes fallen to his plate as the waiter delivered it.
I'm happy, Lou.
I eyed him, resisting the urge to roll my eyes. Spencer Whitaker wouldn't know happiness if it kissed him right on the smacker. He spent all his time clacking on his keys and avoiding the real world. He made a fortune creating a video game that allowed people to slip away into a fantasy world and avoid the real one entirely. You can't hide in that fictional world all the time, Spence.
I got married to you, didn't I?
I shot him an unimpressed stare as I picked at my salad. And now it's time to find you someone new.
Sure,
he said, without looking up from his plate. I had my work cut out for me. He was going to resist this every step of the way. I pushed a piece of lettuce around the plate as I narrowed my eyes at my soon-to-be ex-husband. I had to find the perfect woman for him, then trick him into falling in love. But how could I do that when he didn't even bother to look at most of them? With a sigh, I returned to eating and making small talk during our meal. I spent the night tossing and turning, going over every social media profile I'd seen, every woman who'd walked into the bar at the club, every woman I'd ever met, and still couldn't find anyone suitable for Spencer. I smashed a pillow over my face to muffle the scream that escaped me. I had to find a woman for Spencer, but the task seemed impossible. Could I succeed? Or would my playing Cupid end up with a shot in my own rear?
Chapter 2. Spencer. With a frown, I stared down at the gold band stark against the marble countertop. My finger reached for it, but before I touched it, I turned my attention to the fogged mirror. With each swipe of my hand, my reflection became clearer, but I saw a man I didn't want to see. I saw a man clinging to the sham of a marriage because it made things easier. I flicked my gaze away from my own face. I'd known the score when I'd married Louise. She needed a husband on paper to claim her inheritance, but she hadn't wanted any entanglements. And I'd been more than happy to provide it in exchange for being left out of any necessary social functions. People were not my jam. That's why I'd created a fantasy world where I could disappear for hours. My marriage to Louise had put an end to those pesky questions, blind date setups, and of course the incessant flirting from women looking to land an easy life with a self-made billionaire. With the gold band on my finger, I didn't get that anymore. Maybe I could hang on to the ring after our divorce. With a sigh, I shoved it onto my finger and finished my morning routine. As I pulled on my favorite blue blazer and adjusted my sleeves, an idea popped into my mind. It curled the corners of my lips. Louise wanted her freedom, but she wanted to saddle me with someone new. I knew her well enough to realize that this was just guilt. She was hoping to find love, and so she planned to project her desires onto me. Well, I was going to return the favor. If she was determined to find love, I was going to make sure she did. I left my bedroom behind, heading downstairs towards the kitchen. Louise sat at the breakfast bar, her high heels hooked over the rung as she stared into her coffee cup, as though it held all the answers to her problems. "Good morning, Lou," I whispered before I skirted the counter and poured myself a mugful of coffee.
"Morning, sugar."
She eyed me, one of her eyebrows arching, before she tossed a fiery lock of hair over her shoulder.
"Well, you look like the cat who caught the canary this morning. What are you hiding, Spence?"
I took a sip of my coffee, enjoying her anticipation. Louise hated waiting. I had a brilliant idea. Her full lips tugged into a frown.
"Oh no, don't tell me you're going to make another one of those hide under a rock and spend your life in your room video games."
Louise didn't approve of my vocation. I spent a lifetime at my computer creating something that others could spend a lifetime playing to avoid society. "No," I answered. "Though I do have several ideas for that after you leave me."
"Oh, sugar, you're going to have a new friend to spend your time with, remember? You promised me you'd start dating."
I tugged my lips back in a wince. "Yeah."
"Oh, no,"
she said, her eyes going wide as she poked a manicured nail at me.
"Spencer Whitaker, you are not about to renege on a promise."
I didn't go back on it. I wagged a finger at her. Lou, I'm not going to date whatever bimbo signs up on your online dating site."
"I'm not using an online site. I'm using my God-given brains to sort this out for you. Don't you trust me, sugar?"
I grinned at her. I did not trust her with this, not at all. She'd pull out all the stops, but I'd end up on a long string of awful social outings that made me want to disappear into my own gaming world for the rest of my life. "Of course I do," I said with that fake smile still on my face. "But the real question is, do you trust me?" She stared at me, her eyes searching my face.
"Do I trust you for what?"
I straightened, lifting my chin. "I'm going to do the same thing for you." She wrinkled her nose, her top lip rippling upward.
"You want to find me a new husband?"
"Yes," I said with a nod. "We'll each find the other a new spouse. What do you say?"
I say, no. "Spence, I have no problem searching for love myself. You, on the other hand, will shut yourself up in this big old place and never be seen or heard from again."
"Not true. I'm planning on attending your next wedding."
"Oh, yes, you will, with a date on your arm."
She rose from her seat, signaling the end of the conversation.
"Don't you go creating a dating profile for me, Spence. You are not cleared to do this."
"Louise Montgomery," I called after her as she sauntered from the kitchen. "Sassy Southerner who enjoys long walks on the beach, fruity concoctions, and shopping. Must love life as much as she does."
"Don't do it, Spence,"
she answered before the door banged shut. I chuckled. I had my leverage. If she wasn't going to let me help her, I wasn't going to let her help me. We were stalemated, and that was just fine by me. I sipped at my coffee again, my mind wandering to our unique situation. Our marriage of convenience had served its purpose for Louise. A frown settled on my lips as I stared out over the rolling landscape that led to the sea. With me, she was trapped, doomed to a life without romantic love, and that had never been our plan. A pang of guilt sliced through me as I shifted my weight from foot to foot. Clinging to Louise because of the shield she provided was wrong. I knew that. I just had to figure out how to convince her to leave me to my own devices. My life wouldn't be so bad, I thought, as I shuffled to my in-home office overlooking the crashing waves. I'd just stay in a lot. I hated parties anyway. And after the divorce, I'd have to deal with the pitying looks, the attempts to set me up with the future Mrs. Whittaker. Pass, I said, as I settled into my desk chair and tugged open the lid of my laptop. I stared at the code I'd been writing, another installment of my wildly popular video game. I clacked at the keys, but soon found my mind wandering. After a few more minutes, my gaze didn't even stare at the screen, but instead through the window behind it. Louise had been a nice distraction, but we didn't belong together. Sometimes she drove me insane with her overwhelming vivaciousness. She always wanted to gab about something or go out somewhere. She'd dragged me to more than enough parties in her 6 short months of marriage. She really did deserve someone suited to her personality, and I sure wasn't it. I pulled my phone from my pocket and studied my distorted reflection in the dark screen. With a nervous glance over my shoulder, I toggled on my display and downloaded one of those dating apps. My nose wrinkled as I filled out the profile, foregoing the picture and as many details as I could. I was just curious. And maybe if I made Louise think I was trying, she'd let me slide on this whole dating thing and just move on. My thumb hovered over the submit button, a sense of dread mixed with curiosity settling over me. What if Louise was right? I chewed my lower lip and tapped the big red button shaped like a heart, rolling my eyes at how on the nose it all was. The first profile that popped up made me grimace. Holly enjoyed extreme tarantula breeding. Not exactly my cup of tea. I swiped left. I perused the next profile, my lips falling open as I tried to make sense of the self-described psychedelic artist who appeared to live on a different planet. With another swipe left, I sent her spiraling away to meet Tammy, who appeared to have no interests at all outside of plastic surgery. Each swipe left was a reminder of how out of place I felt in the dating world. Holly's profile with her tarantulas made me shudder, not just from disgust, but from a deeper loneliness. Was there no one out there who shared my disdain for surface-level existence? With every swipe, my hope of finding someone even remotely compatible dwindled. After a few more profiles, I gave up entirely, slamming the phone face down on my desk. A small part of me lamented that I'd just blown through 30 profiles without finding a single interesting person. But I was socially awkward, I reminded myself. The most attractive thing about me was my bank account. I snatched the phone and deleted the app before I tossed it down again, a disgusted sigh escaping my lips. A hollow ache filled me inside as I nervously drummed my fingers on the desk, chewing my thumbnail. With a shake of my head, I dismissed my own emotions. I had been single for a reason before I'd married Louise, and I'd be better off single after our divorce. I just had to convince her of that. I returned to my work, laser focusing on getting something done as I shoved my disappointment down inside. But I still found myself distracted. I toggled over to my email, a brief respite from the code lines that had blurred before my eyes, finding an email from E. Dawson, a name I didn't recognize, but the subject line caught my attention. Translation inquiry, cultural nuances. A click sent me into a meticulously crafted email highlighting several pieces of dialogue from my game that may not translate well, along with an inquiry about what options I preferred. The suggestions were varied and coupled with pros and cons. I stared at the words for a moment, a stark contrast to the superficial dating app interactions I'd just endured. The translator not only managed to showcase her understanding of language, but had also captured the game's essence as well. I wondered if they were a consumer of the product I'd created, You sure know your stuff, I murmured as I hit the reply button and crafted a careful response that I hoped would match the candor of her email. As I sent the reply, I leaned back in my chair, staring out at the sea. I could connect with a stranger over the intricacies of game translation more easily than I could connect with anyone on a personal level. With a small sigh, I returned to staring at the lines of code. After a few seconds, I toggled into my own creation. The proximity of social interaction with the dating app had me craving some time in my private, fictional world. The game loaded and my avatar dropped into the world I'd created. I stood in the middle of it, staring at the surroundings. I'd built my character a nice little house in the middle of a forest. Even in the virtual world, I avoided most interaction. I took a few steps away from my fictional cabin in search of a new quest to distract me. But before I reached the tree line, I paused, my fingers hovering over the arrow keys. With a shake of my head, I swapped to another application. I couldn't lose myself in a virtual world when there was work to be done. I needed to craft a plan. After seeing the offerings on the dating app, I now understood why Louise hated them. But still, the statistics spoke for themselves. Meeting someone organically didn't happen anymore. But the offerings on the app were abysmal. If Louise was determined to find love, she'd need some sort of help, and I'd provide it. I began clacking away at the keys, typing a list of qualities Louise deserved in a partner. I'd find someone who could match her vibrancy and passion, someone who could appreciate her as much as she deserved. I'd play her little game so long as she ended up happy. Then, at least one of us would find love.
Chapter 3. Louise. With a deep frown that I was certain would give me wrinkles, I stared at the dress in the dressing room mirror. "Oh, it's just perfect. What do you think, Mrs. Whitaker?" "That's Montgomery Whitaker," I snapped at the saleswoman, who lost her grin lickety-split. Immediately regretting it, my shoulders slumped and my lower lip jutted out in a pout. "I'm sorry, I'm having a bad day." She brightened a little. "Well, it sounds like a new dress is just what you need." I stared at the gold shimmery fabric wrapped tightly around my body. "Maybe. What I really need is..." I pulled one side of my lips back. The woman arched an eyebrow, leaning forward as she waited for me to continue. "Never mind, I'll take this one, and the red one, and the green one." She smiled as she gathered the haul into her arms, while I stepped back into the dressing room to change. What I really needed was a new woman for Spencer. Last night, I'd demanded he start dating. This morning, he'd suggested we help each other find new partners. "Oh, Spence," I murmured as I shimmied into my own dress. I didn't want help finding love. I was already weaving my own complicated web of affection. Stop thinking bad things about me. I did not cheat on Spencer. But I had someone special, someone who knew my situation and was happily willing to wait until I was divorced before we moved forward with anything. I hadn't told Spencer about him. I didn't want to hurt his delicate feelings. And no, I'm not saying Spencer's feelings are too delicate. They're perfect. He was a sweet man who deserved more happiness than life had handed him so far. He deserved a woman as exceptional as he was. But finding her was another matter entirely. I'd struck out on every front so far. I slid into my heels and emerged from the dressing room, tossing the gold dress at the sales associate as I rounded the counter and pulled out my black card. I expected the spending of money to lift my mood, but as I stepped out of the store, sliding on my oversized sunglasses and letting the bag dangle from my fingertips, I felt no better. Maybe a purse would do the trick. The sidewalk buzzed with the midday rush as I made my way past chic storefronts and street-side cafes, their patrons basking under the warm sun. My phone jangled, a sharp note against the hum of life pulling me back from my thoughts. I stopped, digging in my purse for it. Was it Spencer calling to tell me he'd found the love of my life? I hoped not. I glanced at the display, my stomach twisting into a tight knot as I read the caller ID. Oh, Lord. With a click of my tongue, I paused. My thumb hovered over the end call button. I rolled my eyes. It would be worse if I didn't take the call. Reluctantly, with my nose crinkled, I swiped to accept the call. Hello, Mama. Lulu, finally picked up the phone, have we? I was beginning to wonder if you were dead in a ditch. I slid my eyes closed at the veiled insult, a forced politeness into my voice. I've been busy, Mama. What did you need? Busy? With what? Shopping? Partying? Are you dragging that husband of yours around to all the social outings? It's embarrassing, Louise, really. I swallowed hard, pressing my lips together as I composed myself, though my insides churned. Spencer and I are a fraud, my mother interrupted. A ruse used to steal that money. Money that I could have used to live on, Lulu. Money that wasn't yours, Mama. Daddy left it to me. In care of your loving Mama. And I did everything I could, Louise, to take care of you. But you're just so difficult. Well, I'm sure your husband is discovering that now. My teeth hurt as I gritted them at the words. My mama had always described me as difficult, and worse. I didn't deserve what you did, Mama. You are not well, Louise. You make poor decisions. In so many ways, you're still that little girl you were when your daddy died. You need supervision. And you need money, I shot back, heat in my voice. You aren't getting mine. Not anymore, Mama. Now, Louise, let's not end on a sour note. I need your presence here. I chewed my lower lip, frustrated with myself as much as her. Why was I continuing to listen to her? For what? We need to discuss the future, mine and yours. Shall we say over the next weekend? I'll talk to Spencer, see if we can make it. Her mother cackled on the other end. Oh, that man wouldn't have plans if they bid him. Next weekend, Lulu, the lawyers will be here. I expect you to make yourself presentable. And please don't wear your hair up. You know how I hate that. The line clicked on the other end, leaving me hanging there as disgust and shame roiled through me. No matter how much distance I put between myself and my mama, her words could still gut me like a fish. I stood in the middle of the sidewalk, tears filling my eyes as I stared down at my dark display. Someone knocked into me, sending me stumbling forward. Hey, watch where you're going.
Get out of the way, lady,
he shouted back before he continued on his way. My lips formed a deep frown as I pressed a hand against my forehead. Tears stung my eyes, blurring the shops around me as I fought the urge to sob right there in the middle of the sidewalk. My interest in a purse waned. I needed something else right now, along with the chance to calm down. With a sniffle and a nibble on my lower lip, I glanced up and down the street before I darted into it. A car screeched to a halt as I hurried across it. I gave them an angry wave as I stepped onto the sidewalk on the opposite side. With a shaky sigh, I swung the door open to my favorite bakery and stepped inside, the sweet scent of coffee and cinnamon filling the air. I stepped to the bakery case, still sniffling and wiping away a few tears. I need a chocolate eclair and a latte. The woman's face behind the counter twisted into a wince. Oh, I'm sorry, we just sold our last chocolate eclair. Did you want something else or just the latte? The words crushed me more than they should have. After dealing with my mama, the slightest thing could send me spiraling, and this was it. What? I repeated, trying to keep my tone measured. Did you want to pick something else? I stared at her like she had 3 heads. How can you not have a chocolate eclair? What kind of bakery is this? You can't just not have things. You can't run out. You can't steal things that belong to other people. You can't. The woman behind the counter murmured, her eyes going wide. But it was too late now. I was in full meltdown mode. My features twisted as I prepared to launch into a tirade against the incompetent baker, when a gentle touch on my shoulder stopped me. I twisted, my features incredulous as I searched for the source. A woman, shorter than me in my towering heels, tucked a lock of light brown hair that had escaped her braid behind her ear, offering me a slight, almost hesitant smile. Her simple pink blouse, paired with plain trousers and a pair of flats, screamed wholesome and reflected the inherent softness that surrounded her. "What?" I snapped. She thrust a bag forward. "I just bought the last chocolate eclair, but it sounds like you could really use it. Here." My gaze fell to the bag she held in her hand, my eyebrows knitting. She offered another slight smile and a tiny bob of her head, encouraging me to take it. My lips parted, still not understanding the kind gesture. I hadn't been on the receiving end of much kindness in my life. Only Spencer had ever really treated me nicely, which was why I needed to find him a new wife. And I just may have stumbled upon the perfect one. I just needed to do a little more vetting. I slowly tugged the brown bag from between her fingers. "Enjoy, and I hope you feel better." She spun on her heel and stepped toward the door. I quickly wiped away some of the tears clinging to my chin as I called after her. "Wait!" She glanced over her shoulder, those pretty blue eyes questioning me silently. I plastered a grin onto my face. "I can't take this." "Of course you can," she said with a grin. I flicked my gaze to the bag before I returned my focus to her. "Well, let me buy you something else, and let's sit down together, share a coffee." Her forehead creased, and she started to shake her head. She was just a doll. My grin broadened. "Now I am not taking no for an answer, darling." She swallowed hard, taking a tentative step closer. "Sure. I'll just have a mini donut." The woman behind the counter smiled and bobbed her head, probably pleased that I hadn't gone full-on berserk. "And did you say a latte?" "Just a small hot chocolate for me, thanks," the woman said. The baker bagged the donut and prepared our drinks. I paid for them and with a wide smile thrust her to-go cup toward her. "Shall we sit outside? It's a beautiful day." "Okay," she said. I think she would have agreed to sit anywhere. We left the sweet-smelling bakery behind in favor of one of the metal tables outside under a fluttering umbrella. I pulled the eclair from the bag and bit into it with a murmur of satisfaction. The woman smiled again as she toyed with the sleeve around her coffee, fidgeting in her seat. As I pressed a napkin against my lips, I reached for her hand. "Oh, sugar, you are a lifesaver. I needed this eclair." "Seemed important to you." "It was, but I am sorry to rob you of it. And I don't even know your name." "Eve," she answered, slicking that stray lock of hair behind her ear again. "Eve, how fitting." "Oh, that's lovely. I'm Louise Montgomery Whitaker, but my friends call me Lou." "Eve Dawson," she answered. I patted her arm. "Well, it's lovely to meet you, Eve Dawson. You saved me." She chuckled, the sound genuine, not the calculated laughs of society girls. "I don't think I'd go that far." "I would. Darling, you have no idea what a call from my mama can do. Oof." I let out a muffled groan as the conversation floated through my mind again. I shoved it aside, not wanting my angelic new friend to think I was a total whack job. "Do you have a good relationship with your mama?" A melancholy passed through her eyes, and I wondered if I had found a kindred spirit. "My mom died when I was a baby." My features fell, my face crinkling. Oh, sugar, I'm sorry. It's okay. You couldn't have known, and I've never known any different. I'm sorry you don't have a better relationship with your mother, though. So am I. Let's not talk about it. I took another bite of my eclair. Let's talk about you. She flicked her gaze to the table, color rising in her porcelain cheeks. Oh, there's not much to talk about. Come on now, don't be bashful. Tell me all about Eve Dawson. I set my chin in my palm and arched an eyebrow at her. Well, I'm a translator. I have a sister. I waved a hand at her. Oh, you lucky duck. I've always wanted a sister. I don't have any siblings. I'm sorry, she said again. There you go, apologizing again for something that's not your fault. Are you close with your sister? A little. I stared at her, confusion etched into my features. We talk a lot. Audrey is opinionated. Ugh, I know what you mean. Sounds like my mama. Now, what about love? Husband? Boyfriend? I was prying, but I had to know. She almost laughed at my question as she shook her head, her lips pressing together tightly. Oh, no, neither. Pretty girl like you? Coming off a bad relationship? She slouched in her seat a little. I'm just not very lucky in love. Oh, well, maybe you just haven't met the right man yet. I patted her hand again. She forced a smile that said to me she wasn't buying my line, but she had no idea what I had in store for her. So, it sounds like you have. Her gaze shifted from my sparkling ring, her features brightening as she shifted the topic off of herself. How long have you been married? Oh, I couldn't tell her the whole story yet. I didn't want to frighten her off. 6 months. Oh, you're newlyweds, she grinned at me. That's great. Yeah, I said through a fake grin. Well, that's enough about me. What are your hobbies? We spent a few more minutes chatting, and with each one that passed, I grew more and more certain that I'd struck gold. Just as there was a lull in the conversation, Eve offered me a sweet smile before taking a sip of her hot chocolate and polishing off her donut. Well, I really should be going. She rose, her chair scraping back against the concrete. Oh, I said, my features twisting into a frown. Well, I have really been enjoying myself chatting with you, Eve. Would it be too much to ask to exchange numbers? I'd love to do it again. The expression on her features made it seem like she'd never been asked that before in her life. I grinned at her, hoping she didn't think I was a stalker. My mama said I came across too strong for people, and that's why no one liked me. She eased back into her seat, setting down the cup and crumpled bag she'd grabbed a moment ago. Sure. I beamed, typing her name into my contact list. Eve Dawson. Go ahead, sugar. She passed along her number and I input it, then held up a finger. Just a second, I'm sending a text. Now make sure you get it. She dug into her functional little purse and pulled out a phone. Got it. After a smile at me, she added me to her contact list. I leapt from my seat as she rose and pulled her into a hug. Don't be a stranger, 'cause I sure won't be. Okay, she said with a chuckle, her cheeks turning rosy red again. Bye, Lou. I hope your day gets better. She twisted and headed away from me, dumping her trash in the can near the door before she continued around the corner. I watched her go, the grin never leaving my face. She was perfect, sweet, genuine, and single. I had just found Spencer's new wife. Now, all I had to do was make them fall in love.
Chapter 4. Spencer. With a frown, I stared at the screen again before I deleted my profile on the dating app. A momentary pang of disappointment filled me again as I recalled my inability to make a connection in a sea of people. Good luck, Lou. I murmured as I clicked the confirm button, wiping away any digital trace of my lousy attempt at dating. Louise hated dating apps, and I could see why. But I had to start somewhere. I didn't know enough people to find potential candidates for Louise. Instead, I planned to use the dating app to locate a few. In fact, I'd considered writing a program to crawl around all of the stupid sites and find potential candidates. Before I started to fill out the profile, I scrolled through my photo roll in search of the perfect picture of Louise. It wasn't too difficult. Louise always looked striking in photos. She had an effortless elegance that commanded notice. It wasn't just her pretty face or her figure, which certainly didn't hurt, but it was the way she seemed to stand out, her lively eyes and genuine smile drawing you in. I selected a photo where she looked professional yet friendly, cropped myself out, and added it to her profile, hoping it would show off both her looks and her vivacious personality. As I began to fill out the rest of the profile, the slamming of the front door startled me. I quickly powered off my display and jiggled my mouse, murmuring a command under my breath to encourage my monitor to wake up faster. I cleared my throat and set my fingers on the keyboard, typing a few lines of code that added no value to my program, but Louise's lack of coding knowledge would play to my advantage. A few seconds later, a whiff of her perfume floated past me. I pretended not to notice, working away on my fake bit of code that would do nothing more than count to 100 behind the scenes. Behind me, she cleared her throat. I pretended to be surprised, ceasing my typing and swiveling in my chair. "Lou, you're home early." The fake surprise in my voice was hardly convincing to me, but I hoped it fooled Louise. The cat who caught the canary grin on her face slipped a little, and I wondered if something had happened.
"The shopping wasn't all I hoped for."
"Already bought out all the stores?" I grinned at her, poking a little fun at her shopping habit.
"No,"
she answered as she sashayed across the room and hopped onto my desk, her legs dangling over the side.
"Mama called."
My nose wrinkled instinctively. "How is the monster-in-law?"
"Her usual self,"
Louise said, her full lips tugging into a frown.
"You know she accused me of dragging you around to social outings, as if that's a crime."
Louise shot me an incredulous glance. If it hadn't been her mother who'd said it, I would have agreed. Social outings were not fun, at least not for me. But since Constance Montgomery was the bane of Lulu's existence, I held back. I murmured. Lou's eyes went wide, and she gave me a playful slap against the arm.
"Do not tell me you agree with her, Spencer Whitaker."
"I don't. Ish." I lifted a shoulder, a dubious expression on my face.
"Spencer!"
She leapt off my desk, fists pressed against her hips. "Well, I mean, I hate social outings, you know that. But I hate your mother even more, so it's a wash." Louise crossed her arms, frowning down at me.
"I don't know what to do with you sometimes, Spence."
I offered her a tentative grin. What else did Mommy Dearest want? Louise rolled her eyes as she leaned against the desk again.
"She says she needs to see me about my future."
A muffled groan escaped her as she pushed off the edge and began pacing.
"I just know she's going to try to pull something."
I leaned back in my chair, twisting it back and forth to follow her ambling. But she can't, right? Louise bit her lower lip.
"I don't know."
The concern etched in her features answered my question more than her words could. That was exactly what she was worried about. I rose and crossed to her, rubbing her shoulders. "Lou, we did everything the right way. She can't touch your money." She refused to face me, indicating that my answer hadn't satisfied her. Was she hoping I would tell her I didn't want to get divorced? It didn't matter to me, but I didn't want to doom her to a loveless marriage, and we were too far apart in personality to fit. "Lou, hey,
I said, twisting her around to face me. Whatever you need, we'll deal with it, okay? She sniffled, bobbing her head and offering me a sad smile. Thanks, Spence. Of course. I smiled down at her, wiping away a tear that had fallen onto her cheek with my thumb. So I take it that's what ruined your shopping excursion? She sniffled again, pulling away from me as she crossed to my computer chair and dropped into it. Yes, but I had already been in a mood, so it only soured me more. Already in a mood? Premonition of the call, or something else? She rose, her mood seeming to lift a little for some unknown reason. Why don't I tell you over a Bloody Mary poolside? I winced a little, staring longingly at my now dark computer monitor. Oh, but Spencer, please tell me you aren't going to sit here from now until dinner time working. I shoved my hands into my pockets with a shrug. Well, I wanted to get some coding done. You had all morning, Spence. I know, but I got distracted. She arched an eyebrow. By what? I wasn't about to admit I'd been on a dating app. I licked my lips before I lifted my chin. I was working on that little project I told you about this morning. Her eyebrows arched as she stared at me. Oh, were you now? Well, this sounds like I definitely need a drink and to hear more. I swallowed hard as she looped her arm through mine and dragged me out of the room. As we wandered through the house down toward the kitchen, I convinced myself to stand firm. I wasn't going to let her talk me out of this. If she wanted to force me into a string of bad dates with tarantula wranglers and psychotic artists, then I'd threaten the same. One way or another, I'd put a stop to the forced socialization. I settled on the bar stool as Louise flitted around the kitchen making the Bloody Marys. As she poured them into glasses, she shot me a coy glance over her shoulder. I grimaced, a shiver snaking down my spine. In light of the phone call and summons from her mother, she was still in a decent mood. Why? For a second, I wondered if my plan may backfire. What if she actually enjoyed going on these dates I planned on setting up? I shrugged it off as Louise stuck a stalk of celery into each drink. If she did like it, maybe I'd succeed in helping her find a real marriage. I could live with that. She thrust the drink toward me. I accepted it, following her to the infinity pool outside and easing myself into a lounge chair. Louise slid on her massive sunglasses as she crossed her ankles and sipped her drink. All right, sugar, tell me all about your little plan. I slid my eyes sideways to her, squinting against the bright sun as I shielded my eyes. Well, I started to make a list of traits for your new mate, along with some of your own traits that I think are important. Her eyebrows raised above her sunglasses as she twisted to face me. Oh, and what have you come up with? I shifted my weight, trying to decide what she was after. Did she want to tear apart my efforts? Well? Well? Come on, Spence, I'm waiting with bated breath here. I think you need someone who will love every bit of your vivacious personality, I started. Louise bit into her celery stalk with a chuckle. Are you saying you don't? No, but I could stay home more often. Spence, you stay home enough. You can't sit in your house alone all the time. Well, I can, I answered. And I know I don't go out enough for your taste. That's why your new partner should love outings. She poked the leafy end of the celery at me. Astute observation, Spence. What else? He should enjoy trying new things. You always like trying new things. And you always hate it, she answered playfully. Well, I don't hate it, but I don't want to bungee jump or run with the bulls. Hey, I don't want to run with the bulls, but I do like a man who loves a grand adventure. I mean, isn't that the point of this? I shrugged, taking another sip of my drink. The point is to live through all of it, though. She clicked her tongue at me. Oh, Spencer. Okay, well, it seems like you're doing well so far. Did you come up with anything else?
I stirred my drink with my celery. Maybe I should keep some things secret. She grinned at me, her nose wrinkling.
Planning on surprising me, are you?
I refused to look at her, afraid she'd see the uncertainty in my eyes. Maybe.
Well, I certainly look forward to all those surprises.
I scrunched my brow, snapping my gaze to her. Wait a minute. I thought you told me not to do this. This morning you raced out of here yelling at me with all that southern sass that I was not authorized to do this.
I know what I said, but you know I'm a grump in the morning, darling. You shouldn't think anything of it.
Oh, right, I said playfully, letting my head fall back against the chair's mesh. Another thing to add to my list about you.
Not a morning person, Louise said with a giggle. That's an important one.
Indeed. I sipped my drink again as a light breeze swept past us, ruffling Louise's fiery hair and rippling the water in the pool.
Well, sounds like you've got your end all figured out.
I reminded myself that I wasn't going to back down. I lifted my chin and nodded. Pretty much.
Well, that's excellent.
I started to worry I'd lost my mind. Why was Louise suddenly agreeing with me? I slid my eyes sideways, trying to figure out if she was mocking me or not. She twisted toward me, a coy expression on her face.
So, when can I expect to start dating?
Oh, I stared down into the red concoction in my glass. Shouldn't be long. I've pretty much got things figured out.
Well, you just let me know, sugar.
My insides twisted into a knot. Was she trying to use reverse psychology on me? Was she agreeing just so I'd back off? So you're okay with this dating?
Well, one good turn deserves another, right?
I swallowed hard. Right. Well, expect it soon then. Too bad your mother messed up next weekend. Those are prime dating days.
Oh, I know it.
Silence stretched between us for a few moments before she polished off her drink and set the glass on the table between us.
Are you ready to hear what else happened to me today?
I twisted toward her. What do you mean? I thought you called it quits when your mother called.
Well, on the shopping, yes. I felt like I needed some pampering. So I went to the bakery, you know the one I love, for a chocolate eclair. But they'd run out. Can you imagine?
I could, and it wasn't good. When she was in a funk, things not going right could send her into a downward spiral.
Well, you can imagine that threw me into a tizzy.
Uh-huh, I answered.
And just as I was pitching a fit, this little doll pops up behind me and offers me her chocolate eclair.
Oh, I said, raising my eyebrows. That was nice. She patted my arm, a grin on her features.
Wasn't it? Just so sweet and kind and nice?
Sounds like it, I said with a nod. A really good Samaritan.
Uh-huh. So, I bought this Good Samaritan, a hot chocolate and a mini donut, and we sat down to have a good old-fashioned chat.
It seemed Louise had found a new friend. I wasn't surprised, since she'd talked to practically anyone, but I was pleased. For being so outgoing, she didn't have many friends at all. Most of them abandoned her when she got to be too much. I wondered how long the new one would last.
And you know, she is just the loveliest little person I have ever met.
I'm glad you found a new friend.
So am I,
she said, with another amused smile that faded to a more pensive expression. She paused, studying me for a moment.
And I'm not just glad for me.
Oh? I furrowed my brows. For who?
You, silly!
She said it with a chuckle and a surprising amount of casualness, as though it was the most natural conclusion in the world. I choked on my drink, coughing a little as I lowered the cup hastily. Me?
With an amused raise of her eyebrows, she puckered her lips. Why, of course. Now, you know I've been encouraging you to date, and I know you're reluctant, but this one, she's different. Louise, she waved off my protests with a dismissive flick of her wrist. Come on, Spencer, I'm playing your game, now you have to play mine. But, okay, I won't find you any dates. Oh, Spencer, she said, disappointment in her voice. Just meet her. See for yourself. What's the worst that could happen? A myriad of awful things danced through my mind, from the woman being a gold digger who had cased the high-end shopping district for an easy mark, to a deranged serial killer. Surprise and apprehension swirled inside me. I hadn't expected her to come up with someone this soon. The thought of dating, especially someone Louise deemed perfect, was daunting. It felt too soon, too real. Louise, I'm not ready. Just one date, Spence. One teensy tiny little date. She let her fingers run up my forearm before she grabbed my hand and squeezed. Her optimism could be infectious, but it did little to alleviate the knot of fear in my stomach. The possibility of facing another rejection was terrifying, but I couldn't say no to the genuine hope and excitement in Louise's eyes. All right, I muttered, my head already starting to ache at the thoughts of the uncomfortable forced conversations and awkward moments. Louise's face lit up like the 4th of July. You won't regret it, Spence. Wait until you meet her. She's really something special. She chattered on about her and potential first dates, and I nodded along, my mind racing. What had I just agreed to? I stood on the brink of something terrifyingly wonderful to hear Louise tell it, but maybe it would turn out just plain terrifying. Chapter 5. Louise. With my eye mask shoved up, I rolled over in bed as the sun rays danced through my lace curtains, ruffled by the air conditioner running on full blast already. With a stretch, I smiled. I'd finally slept like the dead, and I knew why. Eve Dawson had me sleeping like a champ. I'd already told Spencer about her, and he'd agreed to a date. Of course, I'd set him up on that pretty easily. He thought he was being so smart with his long list of attributes for my future partner, but he'd walked right into my sweetly spun web. He couldn't refuse after I agreed, and agree I did. I didn't care what ridiculous dates I'd be going on. I'd play along until Spencer fell madly in love with Eve, and then I'd tell them the truth. I'd had my someone special already, but we'd announce that when the time was right. With a satisfied grin, I reached for my phone and toggled into my messaging app, finding Eve's message thread. There was something exhilarating about orchestrating happiness, like a conductor leading an orchestra to a crescendo. Good morning, sugar. You wouldn't happen to have some time to spare for little old me, would you? I pressed the phone to my chest as I waited for a response. It didn't take long. Hi, Lou. What did you have in mind? With a squeal, I sent a text detailing a shopping trip before I tossed my silk duvet back and swung my legs over the edge of the bed, sliding into my high-heeled slippers before I tugged on my silk robe. Before I could leave my bed behind, Eve answered. Oh, it sounds like a lot of fun, but I'm not much of a shopper. I arched an eyebrow at the message. Well, you are now, darling. I tapped the call button next to her name and pressed the phone to my ear as the line trilled. She picked up after a few rings. Hi, Louise. Now, sugar, it's not a problem if you're not a shopper, because I'm a good teacher. Oh, she said with a chuckle. I just meant I'm really not a going-out person. She couldn't be more perfect for Spencer. Maybe not, but you can't sit in the house all day. The sun is shining. We'll hit a few shops, have lunch, and you can go home and draw your blinds, I promise. You're a very persuasive person, Lou, she answered. Of course I am. I answered. Now, please say yes, or you'll give me a complex. All right, she answered. I'll meet you at the cafe? Of course, I gotta have my latte. See you in an hour? Perfect. I'll just finish up some work and meet you there. My nose crinkled as we ended the call. Work? At this hour? Yes, she definitely was perfect for Spencer. I rose and headed for my ensuite. Before long, I was zipping up my sundress, tossing my sunglasses in my purse, and slicking on my lip gloss. I pranced my way downstairs, finding Spencer staring out over the view of the water with a coffee cup in hand. Work break, darling? I asked.
Yes, I managed to slam through a good amount already and was rewarding myself with another cup of coffee.
That's hardly a reward. How about a real reward? He glanced down at my ensemble.
If you mean a shopping trip, pass. Going to try again and see if today's better?
I am, and I know it will be. Hey, put on something sharp this afternoon, okay? Spencer's lips curled as his nose wrinkled.
Why?
Just may have a friend dropping by. I offered him a fleeting smile before I crossed the living room heading for the front door.
A friend?
Uh-huh, I called nonchalantly as I stopped to do one final check in the mirror before I gave a final approval and grabbed my keys.
Wait, what friend?
Spencer hurried toward me as I pulled the door open.
Not the friend. Not the girl for you know, me.
Uh-huh, I answered with a grin and a nod. His eyes went wide, and he swallowed hard, fear flashing across those icy baby blues.
Lou.
The shaking of his head told me exactly what he thought of the idea. I gave him a dismissive wave. Oh, Spence, it's just a little meet and greet. Nothing crazy. Just an icebreaker so that first date isn't so awkward. By the way, I said as I poked the corner of my purse at him, we've got to talk about that and make a plan.
Louise.
Gotta run, darling. I darted out the door, calling, Remember, something nice. I didn't bother to look back, knowing he probably stood with a shocked and worried expression on his features. Poor Spencer, but it was for his own good. Behind the wheel of my sleek sports car, I let the top down and aimed for the shopping district, enjoying the wind in my hair and the sun on my skin. I slid into a parking space near the bakery and left my car behind as I sauntered down the sidewalk, following the delicious scent of cinnamon. Eve waited, shifting her weight from foot to foot, outside the door, scanning the sidewalk. The little darling was early. Of course. I grinned at her as I approached. Hi, sugar. Hi, she said, her smile seeming genuine. I was a little early. I see that. We ducked into the bakery to place our orders for a morning iced coffee for the road. Now, I said as we hit the sidewalk again, did I hear you right? You were working at the ungodly hour when I called you? She chuckled. Louise, it was after 8. I know, that's why I'm asking. I laughed as I shot her a glance that demanded an explanation. I usually start working around 7, she answered. Oh, honey, you have got to learn the art of sleeping in. I promise you, it's to die for. As is that handbag. Come on. I dragged her into the purse shop to eye the red bag calling my name. 5 minutes later, we left the store behind, me with a new purse in hand. So, what is it that you do that requires you to be working so early? It's not that it's required. I just like to get work done early. And I'm a translator. I see, I answered with a nod. So you work early so you can play all afternoon? She said with a chuckle. I usually do a bit more work. I furrowed my brow as I sipped my coffee. Play all evening? Sure, she said with a coy grin. What do you do all evening? I may or may not sneak a few more translations in while I watch television. Eve! I shouted. You must be joking. You don't have any fun? That's not true, she shot back. I watch TV, I told you. Oh my, all work and no play makes Eve a dull girl. Yes, this dull girl was just the woman for Spencer. I'm not dull. I'm just not very interesting. That's not true, I said as we ducked into the dress shop. I browsed a few of the new arrivals as the assistant greeted me. My eyes slid sideways, noticing that Eve only half-heartedly eyed a few things here and there. I, on the other hand, wasn't just browsing for myself. I'd already mentally cataloged a half-dozen things that would look great on Eve at all the various dates I already imagined Spencer taking her on. "See anything you like?" I asked. She glanced at me, her cheeks a little pink as she smiled. "Oh, I don't really need anything." "Darling, if you saw my closet, you'd know I am not in need of anything. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try this lovely little white sundress. What do you think?" "That would look great on you." "Well, come on, pick yours to try on. I'm not going alone." "Oh, I'll just wait for you here." She offered me a dismissive wave of her hand. I cocked a hip, arching an eyebrow. "Now, I am not going to do this alone. We're supposed to be shopping together. So either I'm going to leave behind this lovely little dress that I just adore, or you're going to try on this cute pink sundress with me." The sweet little sleeveless number would be perfect for that beach picnic I had in mind for Eve and Spencer's second date. She stared at the dress, her forehead creasing. Don't you like it? I'll bet it'll look just darling on you, and I'm pretty certain I guessed your size right." She plastered a grin across her face that suggested she was humoring me, but I didn't mind because she reached for the dress. "Okay, it won't hurt to try it." "That's the spirit, sugar." In a cloud of giggles, we disappeared into the dressing rooms. I shimmied out of my clothes and tugged up the silky white fabric around me, zipping it up. I didn't care what it looked like. I'd buy it if I had to, just to ensure she got the dress I'd picked out for her. "How's it going, Eve?" "Oh, well, come out," I insisted, pulling open the curtain on my dressing room and stepping out. "Oh, no, that's okay. How does yours look?" "If you don't come out, I'll come in," I threatened. Her curtain pulled back slightly and she stuck her head out before she slipped out of the small space, her hands clutched behind her. "It's beautiful. Look at how nicely it fits your figure. And that color on you." I twisted her back toward the mirror. "It's perfect." She chuckled at my enthusiasm. "It's cute. And yours looks great too. It's very Marilyn Monroe." "Well, I'll keep mine if you keep yours." With another giggle, she shook her head. "I really have very little need for a pink sundress, Lou." "Now, you never know. What about if your dream man asks you to go to a seaside picnic?" She laughed even harder, her shoulders shaking. "Now I really know I have no need for it if that's the occasion." I giggled along with her. She had no idea that I was about to set her up with a wonderful man. She'd need this dress. "You need to think positive. Now come on, what do you say? Are we in this together?" "I really don't think I should." She tugged at the tag, her eyes going wide. "Now I know I shouldn't." I twisted the price toward me, flicking my eyebrows up. "Why, that's a steal for this. I wonder if they have another color." "Louise," she exclaimed as she twisted to face me, her voice a hushed whisper. "This is $550. "I know. I can't believe it's that low." "Well, you're right. You don't need to. You need a few other pieces for all those dates." "I don't go on dates. I don't need a $500 dress." She shook her head as she stepped back into the dressing room and pulled the curtain closed. With the money Spencer and I both had, that was a drop in the bucket. Once she was married to him, she wouldn't think twice about a dress like that. But they weren't married yet, and they wouldn't be if she kept foiling my plans. The floral blouse she wore, paired with those leggings, was cute enough, but I needed perfection. I pressed my lips together, my nostrils flaring as I tried to think of a plan. The curtain whipped open a moment later, and I twisted my concentration face into a smile. "Just let me change." I ducked into my dressing room and swapped the white stunner for my day dress. She was already handing that sweet little sundress off to the assistant as I stepped out. I snatched it back and stuck it with mine before I thrust them both out toward the sales clerk. "We'll take both." Any trace of pleasantness slid off her face in exchange for shock. "Louise, no," she said in a low voice as the woman delivered the dresses to the counter. "Now I am not taking no for an answer," I said with a shake of my head. "I can't accept this." "Of course you can, and you'll accept a pair of shoes to go with it, too," I answered as I grabbed her hand with both of mine. "My treat. You simply don't know what it means to me that you came shopping with me today." "Louise, I don't need a dress as payback for spending time with you. Friends are supposed to do that for free." Her words melted my features, and tears stung my eyes. "Oh, darling, now I'm going to get you 2 dresses. I'm just pleased as punch that you consider me your friend." She tilted her head, her features showing disappointment in my words. She'd get over it. "Come on, darling, we've got shopping to do." I asked the attendant to give us 2 separate bags, and we left the store behind, each with a purchase dangling from our fingertips. "Now, Louise, I'm drawing the line at this. I shouldn't have even let you buy this one, but I didn't want to have an argument in the store." "Good," I said as I pranced down the sidewalk. "You're learning. If you want to avoid another argument, you'll let me buy you shoes and another dress. And don't worry, I'll make sure we pick shoes you can wear at least twice." She was growing frustrated with me. I would be interested to see how she dealt with it, since Spencer could sometimes be frustrating too. She huffed out a sigh as her shorter legs worked hard to keep up with my long strides. I stopped walking, spinning to face her. "Sugar, I have more money than I will ever need, and I like spoiling my friends. Now that's just part of being friends with Louise Montgomery Whitaker. It comes with the package, and it's all or nothing." I set my hands on my hip and lifted my chin. She gave me what looked like a pout, but it was so innocent I could have pinched her cheeks. "Oh, Louise." I grinned at her and looped my arm through hers, tugging her along to the next shop. We spent the rest of the morning and part of the afternoon picking out a cute little dress and a pair of shoes. Eve tried to be choosy, but she ended up picking exactly what I wanted for her. I insisted she wear the second dress out of the store to our first lunch together. She objected when I ordered cocktails, but I insisted. Day drinking was another thing rich folks love to do, and I wanted her prepared for it. We had a ball over our lunch, talking about our rather difficult families, though mine took the cake over hers, future hopes, dream dates, and more. I gathered some intel on what I'd suggest to Spencer based off of what she shared. As the bill arrived, the little sneak tried to toss her credit card on it, but I was too fast for her. I snatched the bill away and handed it off to the cute waiter with my own card. "Now that was a very naughty thing to do, Eve." I wagged my finger at her. "Let me at least pay my share," she said with slumped shoulders. This was my treat. And don't you even think about telling me you'll stop lunching with me because of this," I warned. After the waiter returned with my card, I repacked my purse. "Did you drive?" "No," she said with a shake of her head. "I walked. I don't live too far." "Well, let me drive you." "You don't have to do that." "Actually, I have an ulterior motive. I've got the most darling pair of earrings that I never wear, and they would go perfectly with your new dress. We'll swing by my place and take a look at them." "I assume this is another non-negotiable part of the friendship?" Eve asked as we stood. "You catch on quick, darling," I said with a grin. We made the short walk to my car, slid in, and soon were pulling up to Spencer's beachside home. "What do you think?" I asked as I dragged her to the door. "Right on the beach. That's nice." I grinned. If everything went right, she'd be living here. We pushed inside and I took her to the living room. "Wow, what a view." "Uh-huh." "Make yourself comfortable. I'll grab the earrings." I disappeared from the room in search of Spencer. I found him hovering in the hall, peering into the living room. Good, he was interested. "There you are. Go say hello." He wrinkled his nose, shaking his head. No. Spencer, be nice. She's a sweet girl. Go. Go. I gave him a swat to encourage him as I hurried down the hall. A glance over my shoulder showed Spencer peering into the living room again. I raced up the stairs and hurried to the railing overlooking the downstairs. Voices floated up to me, and I clapped a hand over my mouth to cover a giggle at Spencer's fake surprise.
Oh, hi. I didn't realize anyone was in here.
Hi, sorry. I'm Eve, a friend of Louise's.
Spencer,
he answered. Oh, I've got the earrings right here, I shouted over the railing, not wanting him to ruin this by saying anything more. I overheard Eve explaining the earring situation as I raced from my bedroom, grabbed a pair of pink gems, and made my way downstairs. Oh, I said, feigning surprise as I stepped into the living room. You two have met. That's perfect. And they did look perfect together, a handsome couple if I did say so myself. Spencer offered me a nervous grin as I sauntered closer, handing over the pink gem earrings to Eve. Here you go, darling. These should complete your ensemble. Eve accepted them with a shy smile, her eyes flicking between the earrings and Spencer. Thank you, Lou. They're beautiful. I grinned. Like you two, you look so adorable together. Eve's delicate features crinkled, her confusion obvious. Just as I suspected, I said, leaning back to eye them up. I'm not sure I follow, Eve said, her smile faltering. I gave her a teasing laugh. Oh, Eve, don't be so modest. Seeing you two together just confirms what I knew in my heart. You're just perfect for each other. Eve glanced at Spencer, who eyed me with a silent plea to stop. I ignored him, of course. Her expression mixed surprise with discomfort as she shifted her gaze back to me. And since you're both here and getting along so famously, may I suggest something a little bold? What? Eve asked. I leaned closer, my voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. I want you to be with my husband.
Chapter 6. Spencer. I hurried downstairs to peer into the living room as Louise's vivacious voice carried through the house. She was here, and it sounded like she'd brought the woman she wanted me to date. I couldn't wait to see how awful of a choice she'd made. What socialite had she found that she deemed a good match for me? My mind vetted the options as I bounced down the stairs as quietly as I could. Thoughts of the disastrous dates Louise might have concocted played like a horror movie in my mind. I imagined a leggy blonde with a penchant for sunbathing and money. Or maybe a sultry brunette who enjoyed loud dance clubs and high-profile social events. Exactly the kind of scene that drained me just by thinking about it. Oh yeah, and she'd also like money. Either option made my skin crawl. I'd seen plenty of these types sauntering around the clubs in too tight dresses and pounds of makeup in search of their next catch. I was determined not to be one of them. The memory of my last horrible date, an experience filled with awkward silences and forced conversations, reminded me why I was so resistant to stepping back into the dating scene. If Louise had picked a dame like that, I'd flat out refuse to date her. I'd have to give in at some point if I wanted her to succumb to my plan, but I wouldn't do it for anyone who didn't look at least remotely like a non-gold digger. I crept down the hall and peered around the corner, spotting a slight brunette peering out my living room window at the ocean. My forehead creased as I realized she wasn't at all what I'd expected. Wow, what a view, she said, grinning at Louise over her shoulder. Her smile seemed genuine, and she had a natural beauty that didn't need much enhancement. Her dress didn't look pretentious, but simple and sweet.
Uh-huh,
Louise said with a bob of her head.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll grab the earrings.
She headed right for me. I glanced around, trying to find a place to hide, but came up empty. Instead, I was caught in an instant. Louise offered me an amused grin, lowering her voice to a whisper.
There you are. Go say hello.
I wrinkled my nose, shaking my head.
Somehow this would have been easier if the woman had been completely uninteresting to me. No. Spencer, be nice. She's a sweet girl. Go, go. After a swat on my rear, she hurried down the hall. I swallowed hard, peering around the corner again. My stomach twisted into a knot. I wasn't great in social situations, and I had fully expected some glamorous woman to try to worm her way into my life. I could have easily rejected her, but this woman seemed like exactly what Louise had described. My knees wobbled a little as I forced myself into the living room, trying my best to feign surprise as she set her brown eyes on me. "Oh, hi. I didn't realize anyone was in here." She smiled at me, a demure, genuine smile that was so difficult to find in my circle. "Hi, sorry. I'm Eve, a friend of Louise's." "Spencer," I answered. Before I could go any further, Louise's voice shouted from somewhere above us.
"Oh, I've got the earrings right here."
Eve glanced up to the railing that overlooked our living room before she glanced back to me.
"Louise has a pair of earrings she thinks will be a perfect match for a dress I bought. Well, she bought. I didn't buy it. Sorry. Sometimes I babble."
I chuckled at her, not because I found it silly, but because I found it comforting. I didn't find very many people not adept at schmoozing each other. It's okay, I do the same thing when I'm not clamming up. A flush rose into her cheeks as she giggled. Louise's heels pounded back into the living room.
"Oh, you two have met. That's perfect."
I wondered for a moment if Louise had already told Eve the plan. Maybe that's why she was nice to me. Maybe my wife had even told her how to play up to me. I gave Louise a nervous grin, my mind racing with conspiracy theories. She sauntered closer and passed Eve a set of pink gemstones.
"Here you go, darling. These should complete your ensemble."
Eve offered her a shy smile, her eyes going from me to the earrings.
"Thank you, Lou. They're beautiful."
She seemed to tolerate Louise very well. Many women found her to be too much or a threat. Eve didn't seem to feel either of those. Louise grinned, her eyes sliding between the two of us.
"Like you two. You look so adorable together."
Eve's smile faltered, her forehead creasing.
"Just as I suspected,"
Louise said as she leaned back, eyeing us.
"I'm not sure I follow,"
Eve answered. Had Louise not told her the plan? I shifted my weight, suddenly feeling like I was standing on the train tracks with a freight train barreling toward me. Louise threw her head back with a teasing laugh.
"Oh, Eve, don't be so modest. Seeing you two together just confirms what I knew in my heart. You're just perfect for each other."
Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Eve glance at me, but I was busy silently pleading with Louise to stop. Of course she ignored me.
"Since you're both here and getting along so famously, may I suggest something a little bold?"
I waited for her to suggest we go to dinner right now. I wasn't ready for that, for any of this, especially with someone who I wasn't quite able to reject immediately.
"What?"
Eve asked. With a sly grin, Louise leaned closer, lowering her voice to a whisper.
"I want you to be with my husband."
I snapped my gaze to the woman at my side. Her eyes went wide, her jaw falling open as color rose in her cheeks. She shot me another glance, and I spotted the panic rising in her eyes. After a second, she pressed her lips together and swallowed hard.
Now don't be shy, sugar."
Louise waved a hand at her, but Eve stumbled back a step.
I'm so sorry. I think maybe I misunderstood what was happening here. I'm going to go."
I realized exactly what Eve assumed was happening. The way Louise had said it sounded much more provocative than she'd meant it. Louise crinkled her brow as Eve tried to scramble around our side table.
"Now wait just a minute, darling. There's no need to rush off."
"I think there is," she answered, her knuckles white around her purse.
"Well, in heaven's name, why?"
Louise asked. Eve licked her lips, leaning closer to her.
"I'm really not into this sort of thing. I'm sorry if I gave you another impression." Whatever are you talking about?
Louise, I murmured as I approached them, startling poor Eve again as I hovered near her. She thinks you're propositioning her. Louise's eyes went wide before she doubled over with laughter, slapping her thigh. She reached for Eve, sliding an arm around her shoulders as she guided her to the couch.
Now, darling, there's nothing weird going on here.
I eased into an armchair as Louise and Eve settled on the couch, Eve still looking uncomfortable.
But you said...
Eve raised a finger in the air, her features still etched with confusion.
I know what I said. I didn't mean... Well, let me try again. This is my husband, Spencer.
Louise patted my knee.
We're married in name only, legal purposes. We'll be getting a divorce soon, and I just want Spencer to be happy. So, I want you two to date.
Eve stared at Louise like she had completely lost her mind.
Oh.
She glanced down at her lap, looking lost, and I clearly wasn't helping matters. I hadn't said 2 words about the situation. I imagined she didn't want to upset Louise, but she had no idea if I was on board with this plan. I really hadn't wanted to date, but in that moment, I didn't want the poor woman to feel so awkward. I'd been in that position way too many times. Louise offered me a wide-eyed glance, offering the last bit of encouragement I needed to clear my throat and speak up. I know this is sort of weird, but I'd love to have dinner with you, if you're interested. No pressure. Louise offered me an approving smile and a slight nod. Eve still didn't look so sure.
Oh, now come on, darling. I promise you he's a catch.
She grinned and nodded before her features went blank.
Oh, you're probably wondering why we're divorcing, but I promise you it has nothing to do with him. We're just 2 different people, that's all. I love going out, he loves staying in.
She says tomato, I say tomato, I said with a nervous chuckle, wondering if the poor woman would run screaming from the house and tell anyone she found that we were stranger than anyone could imagine. A jittery chuckle escaped her as she shifted on the cushion.
I don't know what to say. I've never been on a date with a married man.
The laugh she offered after was infectious, and we all joined in.
Well, just try to think of it like any date,
Louise said.
He's not really married, only on paper, sugar.
Right, she said with a nod, her eyes falling to the ring on my finger. I quickly shifted my right hand to cover it. If I had to date, this woman seemed like a good choice. At least I wouldn't absolutely detest spending time with her. How was Friday? She shifted her gaze from me to Louise, who offered her a nod, then back to me.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
Louise clapped her hands together before she pulled Eve into a hug.
You're just going to have the best time, I know it. And now we're going to have to go shopping again. You need a new dress.
I'm sure I can find something.
Then I'll come over tomorrow and help you pick.
I cringed a little as Louise pushed herself into the woman's life. I wouldn't have to worry about this relationship for long. Louise had a way of pushing friends away with her overbearing tendencies.
I'd like that,
Eve said with a soft smile.
Thank you.
Louise grabbed her hands and squeezed, grinning from ear to ear. Eve's behavior surprised me. She seemed very caring toward Louise.
Perfect. Well, I'll drive you home and we'll set it all up.
Okay, Eve said as we all stood. She glanced at me, offering a shy wave.
Nice meeting you.
Her eyelashes fluttered as she said it, her features crinkling. I imagined she may be thinking it sounded strange after the experience we'd just had. See you Friday, I said, trying to make it sound less awkward and not succeeding. Louise guided her from the room, chattering along the way as they left through the front door. It slammed shut, leaving me alone in the quiet house, still reeling from the experience. I eased back into my seat, blowing out a shaky breath. My mind swirled with a mix of anxiety and intrigue. Louise had selected well. I couldn't dismiss this woman immediately as someone I wouldn't get along with. Yet past experience had taught me that I couldn't trust this. We wouldn't connect. I'd end up hurt and reeling. I couldn't let her get too close. I slouched in my seat, trying to figure out the best way to handle this. Before I could come up with a suitable solution, the front door banged shut. Louise sauntered into the room, an amused grin on her features.
"Well, darlin'?"
I avoided eye contact. Well, what?
"What do you think?"
she asked as she plopped onto the couch, kicking off her heels and pulling her legs up under her. I think you nearly gave that poor woman a heart attack. She rolled her eyes, clicking her tongue.
"Oh, please, that was fixed easily with some explaining."
Maybe next time you should try explaining first instead of after you ask someone to be with your husband. Louise puckered her lips and shrugged.
"So my delivery could have used adjustment, but there won't be a next time because this woman is your soulmate. I can feel it."
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, I answered.
"You're right. We need to plan that first date. Now, I had several things in mind."
Louise, maybe we ought to see if she's even going to go. Louise offered me a shocked glance.
"What do you mean? She said yes."
Yeah, to escape an awkward situation. I would be surprised if she didn't cancel tomorrow. Part of me hoped she would, yet another part of me, well, my feelings were conflicted.
"That's not going to happen. Now, where are you taking her?"
We spent over an hour talking about venues, finally settling on the club. I got an earful on taking her flowers, showing interest during our dinner conversation, and more dating tips I was certain I'd forget when my mind went completely blank during the social encounter. As the evening wound on, I found my mind distracted by the upcoming outing. On one hand, I'd found Louise's choice surprising, and maybe even pleasing, but my fear of rejection gnawed at me. It would be awful if this woman rejected me, and it would send me into a downward spiral of staying in my house forever. I couldn't help but feel that my date on Friday would be life-changing, but would it be positive or negative?
Chapter 7. Eve. The screen glowing in front of me failed to hold my interest. I'd made decent progress with my translation tasks this morning before the odd situation from yesterday crept back into my mind. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, recalling the bizarre moment. In fact, my life had been strange since I'd met Louise Montgomery Whitaker. An image of the feisty redhead floated through my mind. I'd never met anyone so forward or confident. She moved through the world like a force, a complete contrast to me, who slinked through it with an apology constantly ready. I wasn't certain why, but the world seemed to trample on me most times. I didn't mind, it just made me keep to myself. Louise hadn't taken advantage of me, though. She'd been far too kind, actually. I twisted to glance at the bags still on my dining room table. I hadn't unpacked them yet, still wondering if I should return them. Louise would never let me do that, but I felt odd accepting such lavish gifts from a new friend. It wasn't the strangest bit of the day, though. That had been when she'd asked me to go on a date with her husband. I sensed reluctance on his part, but he'd played along. I wondered if it had only been for Louise's sake. To be honest, I was surprised they were divorcing. She'd said they'd married for legal purposes. My mind whirled at what that meant. I'd been too flabbergasted to ask what those reasons were, though I supposed they were none of my business. Wait, I thought, my eyebrows furrowing. I was about to go on a date with this man. Maybe it was my business to know. What if they'd married because he'd committed a crime? A million nightmare scenarios shot through my mind as I started to talk myself out of this dinner. I could be going out with a serial killer, or something equally as bad. Why was Louise so insistent on marrying him off to someone before the ink was even, well, printed on her divorce papers? My mind wandered to how close to divorcing they were. Was it already in the works or months away? "Does it matter, Eve?" I asked aloud with a sigh as I typed a few more French words into the document. I decided it didn't. It felt odd to even hope for a good outcome in this situation. I couldn't honestly believe I'd find love and eternal happiness dating another woman's husband, no matter how okay she said she was with it. This was trouble waiting to happen. I pushed back from my desk and rose from my seat. I wandered into my tiny kitchen and filled my tea kettle, setting it on the stove and turning on the heat. As I waited for it to boil, I snatched my phone from the charger and opened my text message string with Louise. My shaky fingers hovered over the virtual keyboard as I tried to figure out a way to tell her I wanted to cancel my date with her husband. As I stared blankly at it, the scream of the kettle drew me away. I poured the steaming liquid into my mug and dunked a tea bag into it. My phone chimed, and I scooped it from the marred dining table tucked against the wall on my way back to my desk. I spotted Louise's name on my lock screen, sending my heart into a frantic rhythm. I swallowed hard as I swiped into it. "Morning, sugar. I'm on my way to your place with 2 iced coffees. Prepare your closet." My pulse quickened as I remembered she was heading over to pick out an outfit for the date. Looks like I'm not off the hook. As I waited for her to arrive, I tried to come up with a good way to tell her I preferred to cancel. "Louise," I practiced, "I'm not certain this is a great idea." I rose and paced the floor, the warm mug clutched in my hands. No, that's not going to work. "Louise, this is not a good idea." I tried to sound firm, but it didn't work. Instead, I sounded uncertain and pleading. With a sigh, I tried again. "This is a terrible idea." The knock at my door sent my heart into my throat, and with a startled deer cotton headlights glance over my shoulder, I wondered if I could hide. With a shake of my head, I set my mug down and squashed my fight-or-flight instincts as I crossed to the door and pulled it open. "Hi," Louise said with a giant grin. "Hi, Lou," I answered, motioning for her to come inside. She sashayed through my door, lowering her chin to peer over her sunglasses. "Well, isn't this cute?" She twisted and thrust an iced coffee my way. "Thanks," I said as I accepted it and took a sip. Its sweetness a sharp contrast to the bitter tea I'd been drinking. She pushed her sunglasses on top of her head. "Which way to your closet?" "Lou," I said, my voice more hesitant than I hoped. "Can we talk?" Her eyes lit up as she plopped onto my couch and patted the cushion next to her. "Of course, darling. What do you want to talk about? Spencer? Oh, do you think he's cute? I think he's a doll. And those blue eyes?" She grinned at me as I eased onto the seat next to her, setting my coffee down on the coffee table so the ice didn't rattle around when my hands shook. "Lou, I really think this date might be a bad idea." The smile slid from her features, replaced with concern. "Why, sugar?" "Well, Spencer is married." She giggled. "Of course he is, to me, and you have my blessing. I told you we're getting divorced. Don't worry, we're not involved or anything. There's nothing untoward between us." I shifted in my seat, desperately trying to win this argument. "Darling, something wrong?" You said you married for legal reasons?" "Uh-huh," she said before a sip of her coffee. "Was there a crime involved?" Louise threw herself back against my throw pillows, slapping her thigh. After a moment, she wiped a tear from her eye. "I do like you. No, there was a snafu with my inheritance. My mama had control of everything, and she was just spending it all after she blew through what my daddy left her. I needed a closer next of kin. Spence and I are old friends. He agreed to help me out." I scrunched my eyebrows as I processed the information. At least neither of them had killed anyone or done something else horrible. "Oh." She leaned closer, rubbing my arm. "See, it's just a simple matter. And after he did me that solid, I want to make sure he's happy. It's my gift to him." I tried to force a smile. my gut reaction screaming to tell her I was the wrong person for the job. "Now, where is your closet?" "Oh, I licked my lips, still seeking a path away from this ridiculous gambit. Louise clicked her tongue at me. "Please don't tell me you're still concerned. Now, I just know you and Spencer are going to have a great time. There's nothing to worry about. I could tell just by looking at you two yesterday. Now, come on, we need to find the perfect outfit." I bobbed my head as I collected my coffee and rose. "Okay." Louise grinned at me, sliding her arm through mine. "Just trust your big sister Lulu. She's got everything under control." The tension in my shoulders eased a little, though I didn't know why. I still didn't trust this plan, but Louise had this way of setting people around her at ease. I led her into my tiny bedroom and tugged open the closet door before I tugged the chain to toggle on the bare light bulb that lit the tiny space. Louise edged me out, hovering in the door as she quickly sorted through the few clothing items I had. She twisted to face me. "Where's the rest?" I began. Her expression went blank. "That's it? Well, this just won't do." "I'm sure I have something that'll work." I skirted around her, sipping the iced coffee nervously. I tugged a white blouse with a few frills from inside and wiggled it. "This is nice, with some black pants and a pair of flats." She ripped it from my hands, her features unimpressed, before stuffing it back into the closet. "Oh, I could wear the dress you bought me for lunch yesterday." I poked my finger at the dress I'd hung on the back of my door so it wouldn't get wrinkled in my tiny closet. "Eve, be serious. He's seen you in that." "Okay, the pink one. Although I was seriously considering returning that. It's too extravagant of a gift," I answered. Louise huffed out a breath. "Darling, that dress is for the beach date, not this one. Spencer is taking you to the club. Now you've just got to have a nice cocktail dress for that." "Oh, I have just the thing," I said with a smile. I dug into my closet and pulled out a simple black dress. I'd worn it to a funeral once, and since black was now acceptable at weddings, I could wear it there too. With a grin, I held the dress up to my body and looked expectantly at Louise. She arched an eyebrow. "No." I winced. "Well, this may have to do. I'm not sure I have anything else fancier. Don't worry," Louise said, grabbing me by the arm and tugging me toward my living room. "I have it under control." "What do you mean?" Louise let go of me just outside of the bedroom door before she pranced to the front door and yanked it open. She motioned to someone outside to enter. My forehead creased as a woman paraded in with a rack filled with dresses, shoe boxes on the rack under them, and other accessories on the top. "What is this?" I asked. "The selection of dresses for your dinner date, silly." Louise offered me a teasing grin as she swung the door shut. "I figured you'd want to stay in and shop since you're not a shopper." "Louise, I can't accept this." "Of course you can," she said with a dismissive wave. "And you need it. Now, I'm also thinking that we should plan ahead. Lynette, did you bring any evening gowns? There's an event coming up midsummer that we'll need—" I said, interrupting her and pulling her away from the attendant. "Louise, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here." "I don't think so. I just know you two are going to hit it off. Now, let's get trying. We'll start with the cocktail dresses first. Lynette, what do you have for us?" "Well, Mrs. Montgomery Whittaker, I pulled several in the styles and colors you mentioned." The woman squeezed together a set of a dozen hangers. "We'll start here." I tried to protest again, but it seemed futile to do so. Instead, I marched into the bedroom with the haul of dresses and Lynette to assist me. After a few minutes, I had the first one on, a rose pink number with lace overlays and velvet insets. The price tag made my head spin, and I knew I had to find a way out of this, even though a glance in the mirror had me swooning. Lynette sent me out the door to Louise, who tapped her lips with a finger. "Well, that's pretty. And it complements your skin, too. Okay, next one." This one is pretty I began. Oh, hush, darling, the cost isn't an issue. Now, get in there and try the next one. We spent the next 45 minutes gushing over dress details and comparing and contrasting each one. For me, nothing held a candle to the rose pink, outside of a gold one that came in at a close second. Well, I think the pink is just the best one, but that gold is really pretty, Louise said. We'll take both. No, I shouted helplessly as Lynette bobbed her head and returned to my bedroom. No, Lou, we won't take both. I don't even think it's appropriate for me to take the one, but not two. You need a backup. What if there's a second date at the club or a similar venue? I clicked my tongue. We're getting pretty far ahead of ourselves here. We're not, she warned with a wag of her finger. Now, let's work on evening gowns. Lynette, evening gowns next, then we'll pick shoes and handbags. My mind spun as overwhelm crushed down around me. Louise, I cannot keep accepting these gifts from you. You won't. After you marry Spencer, you can buy your dresses. She offered me a teasing grin. My shoulders slumped. Now you're really getting ahead of yourself. I'm really not the type of woman men fall madly in love with. Darling, I am not going to listen to any more of this negative talk. Now, get in there and get those evening gowns on. She swatted me on the rear with a wink. Louise's strong personality, coupled with my backward one, was a recipe for me to do whatever she said. It took another hour to go through all the options Lynette brought from the dress shop. As I waddled out in the last tight number, I ran my hands over my hips. This one is a little eye-popping. My goodness, Spencer's tongue is gonna roll out of his mouth. Louise, no, it's too much. I feel exposed. I pressed a hand over my cleavage. She laughed as she pulled my hand away. That's the idea, sugar. Lynette, this is a keeper. No, what about that plain black one? This one, Louise said, pointing to it. Now, we'll move on to shoes and... My door popped open before it slammed shut, drawing both of our attention to it. Heat washed over me as I spotted my sister, Audrey. Her eyes traveled up and down my form before her lips curled with disdain. What in the world are you doing? Outgoing Louise didn't miss a beat. With a broad grin, she stuck her hand out toward my sister. Hi, I'm Louise. I'm Eve's new bestie. We're just trying on a few dresses to round out her wardrobe. The pinch of Audrey's features as she ran a hand through her dark hair had me bracing myself for what she'd say. I skirted around Louise, an apologetic smile on my face. We're just playing around. Yeah, because the last I checked, you couldn't afford something like that. Of course she can. She's dating. I whipped around, pressing a hand over Louise's lips. Audrey scoffed as she tossed her purse on the table next to my boutique bag. Eve's dating someone? Louise's features turned stony as she set a hand on her hip. Yes, she is. And she needs to dress like a tramp to do it? Heat rose in my cheeks as I wrapped my hands around my waist, suddenly wanting to be out of the dress. Why, you little... It's okay. It's fine. She has a point, I interrupted before things could erupt into a full-blown fight. I crossed back to Louise, who grabbed my hands and leaned closer to whisper, Keep this one, darling. You look like a class act. I forced a smile on my face before hurrying into my bedroom. A glance in the mirror sent mixed feelings through me. The dress wasn't unbecoming. It showed off the figure I'd never realized I'd had. With a shake of my head, I let Lynette unzip it and slipped it off, returning to my leggings and t-shirt. I hurried out to make sure World War III hadn't started in my living room. I found both women in a tense silence, with Louise drumming her fingers against her forearm as she stared at my sister. Lynette, leave the evening gown and a few pairs of shoes and purses. We'll return the ones we don't want, Louise said before she grabbed her purse and crossed to me, pulling me in a tight embrace. I'll let you visit with your sister. We'll talk soon.
I said goodbye to her as Lynette dragged the items she wasn't leaving with me from my apartment. Louise waved and winked at me before she pulled the door closed behind her.
"What was that about?" Audrey asked.
Sorry, Louise is a little overwhelming.
"I'll say. When did you two become best friends?"
Want some tea? I asked as I filled the kettle, needing something to distract me. My sister settled at my tiny table, her fingers drumming against it.
"I want some answers."
Two?
Who this Louise is? When she became your self-proclaimed bestie? And who in the world you are dating that you need an evening gown that looks like it'll take you a year to pay off?
Louise is a little overzealous at times, but she means well, I explained. And I'm not dating anyone. I waved a dismissive hand in the air as I set the kettle on to boil and busied myself with readying the mugs. She said you were dating someone. Last I checked, you weren't seeing anyone. Aren't you unlucky in love? I slid my eyes sideways, reminded of how true that statement was as I changed the subject. Exactly. So, how are things with Steve, speaking of love?
Don't ask. We broke up.
Oh, I said as the tea kettle screamed and I grabbed it to pour our tea. The memory of my own disastrous date with Steve, which ended with an awkward goodbye and an unreturned call, still felt too fresh. I wasn't just unlucky in love. I was practically jinxed. The last man I dated had dumped me for my sister. I'm sorry, sis. She lifted a shoulder, a smirk on her face.
He'll be back.
I settled at the table across from her. You sound pretty certain.
I am,
she said, her sultry dark eyes settling on me. We couldn't be more different, despite being sisters. Outside of our dark hair and eyes, we were nothing alike. I'd never been able to pull off the sexy look my sister achieved with ease. And she reminded me at every turn that men preferred her to me. I'd always just been the little sister tagging along. Well, that's good then.
I still want to know who you're dating.
No one, I assured her as I stared into my tea. It's nothing. Louise wanted to set me up on a date. But like you said, I'm unlucky in love. It'll never work.
Probably for the best. You've never been good with men.
The conversation turned to Audrey's latest argument with Steve and their anticipated reunion, but my mind was stuck on my upcoming date. My sister was right. I was almost certainly walking into heartache. Chapter 8. Louise.
I walked out of Eve's apartment with my nostrils flared and my fingers curled into fists. That little snot she called a sister was a walking nightmare.
I stared at Eve's door, ready to burst back inside and give the woman a piece of my mind. Dress like a tramp? I scoffed at the words, coming from a woman with a V-neck t-shirt low enough for me not to imagine much. She'd find out when my sweet Spencer was sliding that sparkly 5-carat diamond onto Eve's finger. Maybe 6, I muttered to myself, tightening my fingers around the handles of my handbag. I forced myself to walk away, though every fiber of my being screamed at me to storm my way back in there and protect my newfound best friend. Eve was a sweet girl who allowed the world to walk all over her. As I marched away, a familiar ache clenched my chest, the same one that tightened every time I remembered my own struggles with my controlling mother. I saw too much of my past reflected in Eve's timid acceptance of her sister's harsh words. No, I wouldn't let Eve face what I did, not if I could help it. I took a deep breath, my resolve hardening. If I could give Eve the kind of support I never had, maybe she could avoid some of the pain I went through. Yes, Spencer was a part of that plan, but it was more than matchmaking. It was about empowerment. When Eve was rubbing elbows at every upscale party in Newport this season, her sister would see who'd won. I slid behind the wheel of my car and fired the engine, planning a few girls' outings in my head as I drove back to Spencer's.
I figured we could do a spa day sometime next week and gab about her first date with Spencer while I prepared her for the second. I still hadn't decided if that should be the beach picnic or something more formal by the time I'd pulled up to the house. Maybe Spencer had a preference. Leaving my car behind, I pushed into the quiet house. My eyes flicked to the second level, certain I could detect the clicking of keys from Spencer's office. After dumping my purse next to the weird abstract sculpture Spencer had been gifted, I climbed the stairs and navigated to Spencer's office. With a slight smile, I leaned against the door jamb, watching him work. His typing never ceased for 20 straight minutes before he finally leaned back, his eyes narrowing at the text-filled screen. "Break time?" I asked. He startled, his chair nearly toppling as he flailed his arms.
Lou.
He pressed a hand to his chest as he swiveled toward me.
Please stop sneaking up on me like that.
I arched an eyebrow as I sauntered into the room and perched on his desk. "Sorry, I've been standing there for a while and you never noticed."
I heard you come in. I figured you were busy.
"I am, but there are a few things we need to discuss." He tapped a few buttons on his keyboard before he minimized the window and returned his attention to me.
Divorce stuff?
"Yep," I said as I leapt off the desk. "Meet me at the pool for a pina colada?"
All right,
he agreed as he rose from his chair, carefully pushing it into the desk. We made our way downstairs and I whipped up a batch of the sweet concoctions before joining him poolside.
So, what do you need? Our prenup should be more than capable of giving any attorney what they need to draw up our separation,
he said. I sipped some of my drink before I set it on the table. "We need to talk about your date tomorrow." His features crinkled.
You said this was about divorce stuff.
"It is," I insisted. "It's about your life after the divorce, your life with Eve." Spencer flicked his gaze to his lap, coloring rising in his features.
I think you may be getting ahead of yourself.
I clicked my tongue. What was it with these two being so sure they'd hate each other? "Well, I am determined to make certain you two have a nice time, especially after what just happened." Spencer snapped his gaze to me.
What happened?
"Eve has a horrible family member, just like me. I felt for her. I know how it is to live with someone like that." I twisted to face him again, grabbing my icy drink. "Spencer, I just want her to have a nice time." He lifted a shoulder at me.
Well, I'll be nice to her.
I pressed my lips together and shook my head. "I want you to be more than nice. Spencer, you should woo her."
I don't woo,
he answered me. "Well, will you at least take some advice?"
Louise,
he said, his voice a little whiny. I'd come to recognize that tone to mean he didn't want to do something. After what I'd seen from Eve's sister, though, this was more important to me than ever. I shot him an icy glare.
Now don't give me that look,
he said with a wrinkle of his nose. "I'm giving it to you, sugar. Eve deserves your best."
I think you're putting a lot of pressure on both of us. What if we don't like each other?
The question shredded my heart. How could they not see what I saw? They were perfect for one another. I just knew it. I soothed my frayed nerves with another sip of my drink. "I don't see why you wouldn't like each other."
Lou, it happens all the time. Actually,
he said as he held a finger in the air,
it happens most of the time when I am involved.
"And what if you like her?" "You know I'm just going to keep trying until I find one you like. So if Eve's not your gal, I'll get another and another and another." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him wince as he slouched down on the chaise.
I get it. I'm just throwing it out there.
"And now you know the solution. If Eve is that awful, I'll find you a new gal." That ought to fix him. He was getting into his head over this date. But if he had another woman looming over him, well, he'd likely want to stick with Sweet Eve. "But," I continued, "that has nothing to do with being polite. Now you're picking her up, right?"
Huh?
he asked before he sipped his drink. "Spencer," I said, my tone warning. Have you given this no thought at all?
Well, I figured you'd have it all planned.
I swatted at him with a shake of my head. You need to text her and tell her you'll pick her up. He rubbed his lips together, staring into what remained of his frothy drink. Is your phone broken?
I don't have her number.
You're in luck, I said before I scurried into the house to grab my phone from my bag. As I plopped back down onto the chaise next to him, I pulled up her information and passed it along.
Okay,
he said.
I'll just text, pick you up at 5:45.
Are you being deliberately obtuse? Spencer, tell her who you are and how you got her number, and then tell her when you'll pick her up. Honestly, Spence, I'm starting to wonder if we'll need those little earpieces so I can make sure you're treating her right.
I can treat her right. I'm going to be myself, that's all. The point is that she likes me for me, right?
Are you going to take your laptop and pound on the keys all night then? He shot me an unimpressed glance.
Very funny.
All right, answer me this if you are so certain you don't need help. What are you taking her? He stared at me.
Is that a trick question?
Now that is the wrong answer, Spence. Flowers, a beautiful bouquet of roses. Oh, or even better, I can ask her what her favorite flower is and you can get that.
That would be an obvious setup.
But it shows your interest. It shows you did a bit of work to impress her. He shifted in his seat.
Roses, right? All women like roses.
I leaned back against the cushion and tapped away on my virtual keyboard.
Are you asking her? Don't ask her, Spencer exclaimed.
I swore I saw color rise in his cheeks. It took all in me not to grin. He liked her so much. I'm asking her if she was a flower, what type would she be? I hadn't asked that at all. I told her Spencer wanted to know if I knew her favorite flower because he wanted to get the detail right. It didn't matter that it was a stretch of the truth.
What did she answer?
He asked, trying to sound casual. Carnation because they are resilient and long-lasting. I twisted to him. There you have it. A lovely bunch of pink carnations would be perfect for her.
Right,
he answered.
Okay, I can manage that.
Good. So, you take her flowers. You offer her your arm as you take her to your car. You put her in the passenger seat before you get in yourself.
I drive to the restaurant,
he said. Funny, Spence. Let's assume you can make it there, secure your table, and order the wine at least.
Wait. He waved a hand in the air. Should I order wine? Is that presumptuous?
It's not, but if you'd like, you could ask her. Is it okay if I order us wine?
Right, ask her, he murmured.
I glanced at him, noting the deep concentration on his features. With a grin, I swatted at his arm. This is supposed to be fun, Spence, not an Olympic event.
You're making it an Olympic event. Flowers, put her in the car, ask her about the wine, all these rules and regulations.
They're not rules and regulations, Spence. I'm just trying to help you make a good impression.
Who says I want to make a good impression?
He shot back, crossing his arms as he stared at the wind-whipped pool water. I shifted in my chaise to study him. Do you really, really dislike her? He did a double take when he noticed my gaze on him, pressing his lips together before he stared out at the Royal Sea in the distance.
I don't know her enough to like or dislike her.
I clicked my tongue. Come on now. First impression still means something. Are you really that insistent that you'll never hit it off? He opened his mouth, his head shaken, but no words came out.
She seems nice.
Well, there you go, I said with a grin. And it's not rules, Spence. But by your own admission, you're not good in social situations. I'm just trying to set you at ease.
Right, ease. A word that goes perfectly with me and being social.
You'll be fine. But just in case, do you want one of those little earpieces that connects us so I can tell you what to say to her?
No,
he shot back, his lips tugging into a frown again. Just be yourself, I told him, earning another grimace.
Because that's worked out well so far with dating?
Spencer, sometimes you have to take a chance on things working out, you know? I added one final statement, leaning closer. You always say you trust my judgment. Well, trust me on this. Eve might just be the one to prove us both wrong about your doomed romantic endeavors. He didn't answer, signaling the end of the conversation. He was exhausted already just thinking about the socialization he'd do, but I was certain it wouldn't be as bad as he imagined. He and Eve would hit it off so well he'd find it effortless. I left him to his own thoughts, for better or worse, for the rest of the evening and the better part of the next day. As the time approached, I wrapped myself in my fluffy robe and slid on my cuddly slippers and parked myself on the couch. Spencer appeared moments later, his posture stiff as he stood in front of me.
Well, am I approved to go?
I gave him the once-over, followed by a nod. You look great. She's just gonna fall right in love with you. He shifted his weight, sliding a hand into his pocket before he pulled it out and hopped to the other foot.
Well, I guess I better go.
Then he shot me a glance that seemed to beg that I'd tell him it was all a big joke and he could happily change clothes and play his game all night. Yep, I answered. Don't want to be late.
What are you going to do?
He asked. Oh, just put on a rom-com and relax. Maybe drink some wine, pop some popcorn, wait for you to get back and tell me all about your date. He swallowed hard, the tension rising in him at the mention of the date. Go on, darling. Have fun. He swallowed hard, lingering for another moment in front of me before he murmured a goodbye and shuffled from the room. A moment later, the door banged shut. His car's engine roared to life, and the sound gradually faded away. The moment I no longer heard it, I leapt from my seat and tore off my robe, revealing my cocktail dress underneath. I kicked the slippers aside and grabbed the shoes I'd hidden under the couch earlier. Hopping on one foot, I tugged one on, then the other before I tossed the throw pillow aside and grabbed the purse I'd stowed. I had no intention of sitting at home. I'd already arranged a space where I'd have a perfect view of Spencer and Eve's first date. I planned to keep tabs on them so I could adjust their next date accordingly. After a quick check in the mirror near the door, I fluffed my hair and headed out to my car. I planned to make it to the club well before Spencer. I'd scoped out a cabana in the pool area where I could hide and have a great view of Spencer's table by the window. After I arrived at the club and tossed my keys at the parking attendant, I hurried to the comfortable poolside space. A Benjamin Franklin slip to one of the staff ensured I wouldn't be bothered, and I'd even have a glass of wine to enjoy as I watched the show. I chewed my lower lip as I pulled my mini binoculars from my handbag and set them on the window. 2 empty chairs. With a sigh, I lowered them and accepted the glass of wine the waiter brought. As I sipped it, I spotted movement in the restaurant. I grabbed the binoculars again and raised them. A squeal escaped my grinning lips as I spotted Spencer sliding Eve's chair in behind her before he sat down across from her. Good job, Spence. Way to be a gentleman. Their lips moved, but I couldn't figure out what they were saying. I should have bugged the table. I wondered if I could ask that waiter to call my phone and leave his near the table. I pulled the binoculars down, considering it, when a familiar cologne enveloped me, and hands gently covered my eyes. A chill ran down my spine, not from fear, but from the thrill of the unexpected.
Guess who?
A voice whispered, one that I'd know anywhere.
Chapter 9. Spencer. I stared at the ceiling, the shadows morphing into specters of past dating disasters. Each silhouette was a reminder of awkward silences and misunderstood jokes. Sleep eluded me as it usually did before any social obligation. The prospect of the upcoming date with Eve had me twisted into knots. To say I hated socializing was an understatement. Louise had dumped a pile of rules on me earlier this afternoon, leaving my head spinning. Flowers, wine, putting her in the car, all common sense things. But common sense went right out the window the moment I tried to relate to someone.
My mind toggled back and forth between deciding that I was a total loser who couldn't get through a date and reminding myself that I'd managed to code a game that had sold billions of copies. With a sigh, I rolled over onto my side and stared out my window at the moonlit rolling sea. The turbulent waves matched the turmoil inside me. I felt bad for Eve, stuck with me after Louise insisted, and after my wife had explained it to her so oddly. The poor girl had thought we were propositioning her into something perverse. I chuckled in the darkness as I recalled her reaction. She seemed nice enough, and Louise would parade a long line of women in front of me if I didn't like Eve. Maybe I should just stick with her rather than go through awkward first date after awkward first date, especially when I knew what outcome would be coming in the end. This wouldn't be the love connection Louise expected. She was open to finding a relationship. I'd been stung too many times to have any hope. I didn't connect with people, period. On that rather depressing thought, I drifted off to sleep. I woke before the sun and dragged myself out of bed to make some progress on my game's sequel, but I spent most of the morning studying my distorted reflection in the darkened monitor. My mind spun through everything from past dates to the upcoming one, from heartache to hope, as I wondered if I'd already found true happiness in my life, or if I was missing out on something big. I dodged Louise's well-meaning ambushes for most of the day. Her enthusiasm, while encouraging, built up more dread than anything. Her belief in the magic of dating was a language I didn't speak. When the time finally came, I forced myself into my bedroom to put on something nice. I stood in front of the mirror, blowing out a long breath as I practiced saying hello. Yes, I practiced saying hello, because for an introvert, even that can be difficult. It doesn't matter, I muttered to my reflection as I shook my head. And it didn't. I'd been down this road before. Nothing good ever came of it. But I had to figure out a way to string it along long enough to find Louise the love she was searching for. After receiving the seal of approval from a robe-clad Louise, I grabbed the flowers and slid behind the wheel of my custom sports car. The wind blew my hair around a little as I white-knuckled the wheel, following my GPS to Eve's address. Climbing from the car, I cleared my throat a dozen times before I knocked on her door. She pulled it open a second later, startling me. Louise always was at least 15 minutes late. In my surprise, I thrust the flowers forward, nearly smacking her in the face. My lips tugged back in a wince as she stumbled back a step before she plastered a smile on her face. "These are for you." "Thanks," she said. "Come in, I'll put these in some water." I stepped into the small apartment, my mind recalling one of the first places I'd had when I'd quit college to build my game. It may have even been smaller than this. "Make yourself comfortable," she called from the kitchen over the sound of running water. I perched on the edge of the couch, trying to look relaxed, but certain I wasn't pulling it off. She bustled back in and set the flowers on the coffee table. "Thank you. These are really beautiful. Carnations are my favorite." "You're welcome," I answered. We stared at each other for a second, both awkwardly smiling. Ready to tell her we should go, I swallowed hard and leapt from my seat. My sudden movement, coupled with her step forward to sit down, sent us colliding into each other. My forehead smacked off of hers. She stumbled back a step, pressing a palm to her head. "Oh, gosh, I'm sorry." No, that was my fault, definitely," I said. "I'm so sorry." She pulled her hand away with a fleeting smile. "I think I'll live. Are you okay, though?" Yeah," I said, rapping my knuckles against my skull. "I've got a pretty hard head." A nervous laugh bubbled from her. "I was just going to say we should go. We don't want to be late." "Right," she said with a nod. "I just need to put my shoes on. Sorry, Louise insisted these heels were best, and they aren't very comfortable. I don't know how she does it." She reached down for her shoes, her hand falling on my arm as she wobbled on one foot, tugging her second heel on. I glanced down at the casual gesture, warmth rushing through me. Yeah, Louise is amazing. She smiled at me, though I detected a note of sadness in her eyes. Was she already growing tired of Louise? I offered her my arm and we left her apartment behind. I made certain I had her safely tucked in my passenger seat before I raced around the car and slid behind the wheel. I didn't want to get any bad marks from Louise when she inevitably grilled Eve about the date. Eve offered an awkward smile as I fired the engine. We had a quiet drive on the short trip to the club. After handing my keys over, I led her into the restaurant and we were seated immediately at my usual table with a view of the ocean. I made sure to push her chair in before I sat down across from her. Is wine okay?
Oh, sure, she said with that nervous, sweet smile she had.
It seemed like she was apologizing to the world for being there. She glanced down at the menu as the waiter strode off to retrieve my selection. I noticed her chewing her lower lip as she studied it. So, I ventured, what looks good?
I think I'll just have the lobster bisque.
She flicked her dark eyes to me.
What about you?
I'll get the fish. I glanced at the menu. I always get the fish. I never get anything but the fish.
Oh,
she answered softly.
Well, I guess you really like it.
I do. I bobbed my head way too many times. Why was I like this? It was like watching a train wreck in progress. Eve seemed like a nice woman, and she was being a really good sport with Louise's overbearing nature. It seemed to be salt in the wounds to force her to date me. We placed our orders when the waiter came back before we drifted into awkward silence again. Typical of any date I was on. So, I began, right as she said, well, we both grinned at each other, and heat rose into my cheeks, though I took solace in the fact that her pink cheeks were now even rosier.
Sorry,
she said. No, it's my fault. Go ahead.
No,
she insisted.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask what you do for a living. Louise didn't tell me.
Oh, I'm a translator,
she answered, her forehead pinching a little.
I'm your translator.
Was this some sort of dating code I wasn't getting? What was she going to translate for me? Maybe social conventions? I'm not sure I follow, I said. She leaned a little closer.
I'm the translator for your game.
Her eyes narrowed a little as she waited for me to connect the dots. My forehead creased. E. Dawson, I said. You're... She grinned and nodded.
That's me. Yes, I just emailed you about a few things. You answered very quickly, thank you.
I sat stunned for a second, recalling that well-crafted email that I'd been impressed with. What a coincidence that I'd find myself sitting across from her on a date. I shoved the idea from my brain, trying hard not to get my hopes up. This would never work. She'd inevitably find me far too awkward. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for doing such great work. So you must be a fan of the game with all the tiny details you picked up on.
Oh, I've never played it.
Her cheeks burned red, and she shifted in her seat. My lips tugged into an unbidden frown at the words as I toyed with my wine glass.
I'm not much of a gamer, she added.
I searched my mind for something to say but came up with nothing. And this is how all my dates died slow, agonizing deaths.
Louise says I work too much, but I don't think so.
The comment elicited a chuckle from me, and I finally raised my eyes to hers. She says the same thing about me. I also vehemently disagree. She grinned as our food was delivered, and we dug in.
Are you working on a sequel to your game or something new?
Eve asked. A sequel, I answered. The first one was a big hit, and I'm planning on adding some new features, unique things that may attract a new audience. We spent the majority of the meal having a relatively meaningful conversation. I wasn't sure if it was the wine or if Eve was just good at carrying on a conversation that went deeper than surface level, but despite my awkwardness, things flowed pretty well between us. As the dinner wound down and the waiter cleared our plates, a woman flitted over with what she described as a chocolate fondue for two. "Compliments of the chef," she said with a grin as she left it with us. "Well, good thing I only had soup," Eve said, chuckling softly. I wondered for a second if Louise had somehow set this up to make sure we lingered a little longer at the table. I was surprised she hadn't shown up, to be honest. I swirled a strawberry in the chocolate as I debated about bringing up something that had been on my mind since before the date had started. I had no idea what Eve had thought about the night, but my past experience told me she'd avoid my calls going forward, or politely decline another date. As I sneaked a glance at her over the chocolate sauce, I pictured that tentative grin on her face as she shrugged. "It's not you, it's me." The evening hadn't been that bad on my end, and I really wanted to avoid a long string of other women paraded in front of me. I could deal with Eve for however long it took to find Louise love. "So, Eve, I know this situation is a little awkward." She froze as she raised her gaze from the cake piece dripping in chocolate to me, her features pinching a little as she gave me a dismissive wave. "Oh, it's okay. I didn't expect—" "Well, the thing is," I said, not waiting for her to finish, "Louise and I agreed to date because I wanted her to agree to date. And so I said yes so that I could make sure she finds the love of her life. She really deserves to be happy, happier than I can make her in a fake marriage. We're just not well-suited. And as long as I'm dating, she'll date. So I need to keep dating so she'll do the same. And I'm really committed to making sure Louise finds someone, so I was wondering if it would be okay if we just kept dating. You know, in name only. Fake dating, so that Louise can concentrate on her dating. Wow, I'm babbling." Her head had bobbed around a few times, her eyes widening as I continued to chatter on incessantly about my situation. "Oh, that's okay. I tend to babble sometimes too." I offered her a nervous chuckle. She had a way of making me feel less awkward than most other people. And sure, that's perfectly fine. Maybe I could even help you. We could spend the time talking about Louise's dates." A smile curled my lips as I stared down at the chocolate sauce between us. She'd been incredibly kind to have made this easy on me, even offering to help with Louise. It would be valuable to have a woman's perspective on things. Still, guilt swept through me. I was about to subject her to a string of what would likely be bad dates, all for nothing. I appreciate that. I feel incredibly terrible asking this, but in case you haven't noticed, I'm socially awkward, and I can't imagine having to face dates with women who inevitably won't be as gracious as you've been." She gave me a consoling smile. "I don't think you are. You seem very nice to me." My cheeks burned at the statement, and I stared down at the white linen tablecloth as my fingers pressed into it, trying to ground myself after receiving the unexpected compliment. "Thanks," I said, my voice barely above a whisper before I forced strength into it. "I still feel bad, though. I'm going to eat up your evenings for what could be a few months, and, I mean, you could be out with friends or a guy." For some reason, saying boyfriend to her seemed awkward. Why did I feel oddly jealous if she was out with another man? I was married to a woman who openly wanted to date, and I'd encouraged it. Yet with Eve, the idea of her sharing a chocolate fondue with someone else made me frown. My gaze snapped to hers as a giggle bubbled from her. "Oh no, that's not going to happen." My brow furrowed as I tried to understand why. She seemed perfectly pleasant, a great conversationalist, pretty, intelligent. "Louise must not have told you. I'm not very lucky in love. And I'm not very outgoing either." She blushed. "I'm not sure if you noticed, but I'm kind of awkward myself. So don't worry, you'll only be interrupting an evening spent binge-watching a few shows." I hadn't noticed her awkwardness at all. She seemed great. Her statement, though, made me feel somewhat better. I tried to tell myself it was because I wasn't stopping her from living her life, but a part of me wondered if it was really because she wasn't going to live life with anyone else. I dispelled the thought almost immediately, moving on with my plan. Well, if you're sure you're okay with it, then it sounds like we have a plan. She smiled and nodded, finally eating that piece of cake that must have been a soggy mess by now. We finished off the dessert, then I paid the check, my palms turning sweaty as I shoved my card back into my wallet. I hated this part of the date, and Louise hadn't given me a rule book for it. Was I supposed to just drive her straight home? Would I look like a predator if I asked her to walk on the beach? Would she linger outside her door expecting me to kiss her, or would she knee me in the groin if I even tried? As we rose, I swallowed, deciding a beach walk may be better for another date. I should probably pace myself. I wouldn't want to expose her to all my awkwardness on the first time out. Within minutes, we were back in my car, with my knuckles white around the wheel as I drove her back, my stomach twisting in knots. I walked her to her door, and she readied her keys.
Well, thank you so much for a lovely dinner. You can text me about the next steps with Louise.
Oh, yeah, I said, nodding a little too fervently. Yes, I will text you. We'll talk about her date and our next one.
Okay, great,
she said with a smile and a nod as she shoved her key into her lock. I wiped my sweaty palms against my pant legs, wondering if she'd invite me in.
Thanks again. Have a good night.
You too. I gave her an awkward wave as she stepped into her apartment and closed the door. Blowing out a relieved sigh, I turned back toward my car. Eve had managed to make the last part not awkward at all, but she'd done that for the entire evening. As I climbed behind the wheel, I found myself smiling. I hadn't had a disastrous date for the first time in my life. I wanted to believe there was hope for me yet, though a nagging part of my mind hinted that it was only because this was all fake. Apparently, I could only succeed at fake relationships. Would I ever survive a real one?
Chapter 10. Louise. I shoved at the hands covering my eyes, a rush of memories from past playfulness surfacing momentarily. As I turned to face him, my heart swelled with joy. Theo! He lifted his chin, a coy grin on his boyishly handsome features. Now what are you doing here? I thought you were in the Hamptons.
I was. I figured I'd take a little drive up the coast to see you.
He stepped around me, settling onto the thick cushion next to me. You, I said with a grin before I cupped his face in my hands and planted a kiss on those perfectly formed lips of his.
Whoa,
he answered, his eyebrows shooting up as I pulled away. Is that a complaint I hear? He chuckled as he shifted in his seat.
Not at all, but I thought this was all off limits because of the whole husband situation.
I raised my binoculars and directed his attention to the window across the lawn. Theo arched an eyebrow, offering me a sassy glance before he lined up the spyglasses and peered through them.
Oh, so Hubs is out on a date, huh?
He is, I said as I rubbed his shoulders before I leaned my chin against my hands. Isn't it fabulous? He leaned back in his seat.
How'd you manage that?
I lifted my chin, an amused expression on my features. Magic.
You are magic,
he said as he leaned closer and stole a kiss from me. As we parted, he screwed up his face.
Why are you sitting out here in a cabana with binoculars, though? It feels kinda stalkerish.
It's not, I protested with a playful smack of his knee. I lifted the binoculars to peer through the window again, catching Spencer actually smiling. I just want to keep tabs on things. Spencer's...
Awkward?
Theo asked. Oh, stop, I said with another swat. He's sweet. He just needs the right woman. I'm just monitoring to make sure this goes the way I hope. Looks good so far, though. Theo grabbed the binoculars, his curiosity piqued as he glanced through them.
Oh yeah, they're both smiling. Looks like they're having a great time.
My eyes rose to the roof of the cabana as I clasped my hands together. Oh, I just knew it!
So, where'd you find her?
You'll never guess. I proceeded to explain to him how Eve had sweetly offered her chocolate eclair to me, and we'd become fast friends. And I just knew in my heart of hearts that this was the woman for Spencer. She's perfect. She has the right mindset, the right attitude, the right interests. And she's so sweet. She didn't flutter one of those ridiculously long eyelashes at any of my drama, so I knew she could handle Spencer's quirks.
Well, this is sure progress, Lulu. I didn't think you'd ever pry him away from that keyboard of his and get him out in person.
Now, sugar, I told you I would. And when I set my mind to something, well, I'm going to do it. He pulled me closer, planting another kiss on my lips.
And I am so glad for that perseverance because, let me tell you, not kissing you until you'd gotten your husband on a date was really difficult.
Oh, was it? I said playfully.
Uh-huh,
he answered before another smooch. I pressed his chest, pushing him back a little. Now, as much as I love all this loving, I have really got to pay attention here.
Well,
he said as he rose and skirted around me, shoving me over to swap seats.
Then I guess I'll just get comfortable.
I settled back against his chest as he wrapped his arms around me. With a perfect view of the date, wrapped in the arms of the man I loved, the night was turning out perfectly. I absent-mindedly traced the length of his forearm as I watched the date unfold. Spencer smiled and laughed more than I ever expected. As they finished up their meal and the waiter cleared their plates, the dessert I'd ordered earlier arrived. With a smile, I patted myself on the back for a job well done.
Wow, they're going for dessert,
Theo said behind me as he laid a cheek on my head.
That's a good sign.
Actually, I ordered that ahead of time to be delivered. I figured they could use the extra push.
Oh, so you're like a fairy godmother.
Better. I'm like a sassy southern Cupid. I grinned as I lifted a shoulder.
Right,
he said.
Well, I'm very glad you know what you're doing, because I have to confess, I was a little nervous when you said we needed to wait until Spencer was dating. I thought that was code for never.
Now, darling, you know how I feel about you. I wasn't shy. A smile spread across my features as I recalled meeting Theo at a charity gala I'd attended solo. We'd hit it off easily and chatted the night away. After that, we'd talked nonstop via text, learning more and more about each other. I'd been upfront about my situation and, after struggling with my guilt, realized my holdback was leaving Spencer all alone after he'd been so wonderful to me. I'd set my plan in motion with Theo's full support. Although he had agreed to wait for me, he'd fully admitted it would be difficult because he expected the process to take much longer. Remember, though, this is just one date.
I know. I wonder if he'll try to dodge a second one.
I wouldn't put it past the little polecat. But look how much he likes her. He's blushing. Theo toyed with a strand of my hair.
I'm just suggesting you may want a backup in case he does his duty with one date, then begs out of any others.
My features settled into a frown. Eve is my backup. I'm going to insist. Plus, he's got this idea that he's going to find someone for me, so I'll use it as leverage. I felt Theo tense against my back.
You haven't told him about us?
No. I guess it felt like a betrayal. And he'd have just wished me well, crawled under that rock you love so much, and stayed there. I had to do it this way.
Well, I trust you. And I hope this works.
My plan will not fail. I know it. We stayed cozy in each other's arms until Spencer and Eve left the restaurant behind. After a long kiss goodnight and the promise to see each other tomorrow, we parted ways. I headed home, hoping to beat Spencer, but that kiss I shared with Theo may have cost me. I pulled in, finding his car still missing. I raced into the house, hoping he wouldn't feel the warmth from my engine when he rolled in.
I kicked off my shoes, sweeping them under the rug as I tugged on my robe. With my fuzzy slippers on my feet, I plopped on the couch and turned on the television just as Spencer opened the front door. I stared up at the screen as though I'd been completely enthralled by it as Spencer called in from the foyer.
I'm home.
Oh? I didn't even hear you, I said, clicking off the television as he shuffled into the living room. How did it go?
It was fine,
he said, his hands shoved into his pockets. From what I'd seen, it had been more than fine. He was downplaying it. I patted the cushion next to me. Sit down and tell me all about it.
I'm really pretty tired. All that socializing, it really wears on me.
I sucked in a sharp breath before I shook my head at him. I guess I'll just have to get all the details from Eve tomorrow.
There's no need for that,
he said, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Well, you're not giving me any information.
There's no information to give,
he insisted.
We had a nice time. Eve was very nice, and we had a nice time.
Yeah, you said that twice, darling. Sounds nice. He huffed at me.
I can't think. My brain is melted after that social interaction.
Are you going to see her again? He licked his lips, and I wondered if he was going to try to dodge another date, as Theo had suggested.
Maybe.
I couldn't contain my excitement as I bounced on the couch, clapping my hands. Spencer, that's fantastic!
Don't get so excited. Just because it wasn't a total disaster doesn't mean I won't find a way to screw it up later.
I gave him a wry glance. Spencer Whitaker, you like this woman, and you will not screw it up. Did you kiss her?
That's not information you need to know.
I sucked in a shocked gasp. You did, didn't you, Spence, you devil?
I didn't, okay? I was afraid she'd expected it, and she made the goodbye very easy, so I didn't.
I clicked my tongue, my nose wrinkling at the detail. I had really hoped they'd have had a magical kiss to finish their night off. Spencer shifted his weight again, avoiding my gaze. Did you at least want to kiss her? I raised my eyebrows, hoping to hear an affirmative.
Well, I wouldn't have turned her down.
I squealed, delight boiling over as I clapped my hands again. Oh, yay! Spence, this is excellent. See, I told you that you'd like her. Now, I've already got some really great ideas for your second date. My mind whirled as I planned ahead, trying to maximize the romantic element to ensure that perfect first kiss. I imagined a seaside setting, the surf at sunset, the salty air, and their lips meeting.
Can we talk about the second date tomorrow?
Spencer rubbed the back of his neck as he shifted again. I glanced up at him. The delay would give me time to plan more, but why was he so interested in putting it off? Well, do we have time? When are you seeing her again? Oh, I moaned, my disappointment obvious. You didn't set anything up, did you?
I'll text her.
Fine, I said with a nod. Text her now.
No, that's bad manners. What if she's asleep?
Then she'll wake up to a lovely message showing her how interested you are. He slid his phone from his pocket and nodded.
Okay.
Tell me what you're sending.
How's Monday?
He read aloud as he typed. I snatched the phone from his hands. Give me that. Here's what you say. I had a lovely time tonight, Eve. I'm really looking forward to our next date. How is Sunday?
Sunday's a weird day.
Sunday is a fine day, and it's too late. I sent it. I handed his phone back to him. You're welcome. He slid it into his pocket with a nod.
Thanks. We'll talk tomorrow. Oh, and you'll have to prepare for your first date, because I should have someone for you soon. Good night, Lou.
Night, darling. I slouched on my cushion, a grin on my face. Things were going well. I didn't even care about the date he threatened. I'd handle it easily. What excited me was Spencer's progress. I spent the night pleased with myself, sleeping well and rising early the next morning with a spring in my step. My first order of business was to text Eve.
I set up a date with her for a spa treatment today before I dressed and headed downstairs, finding the kitchen empty. Spencer was probably avoiding me, but that was just fine. I'd let him work through his kinks and come back with a full plan for their second date. I left the house behind, enjoying the lovely sunshine as I drove to Eve's. She met me outside, sliding into my passenger seat. I grinned at her, raising a shoulder. "Thanks for coming with me. We have so much to gab about. I can't wait to dive in. But let's save it for the spa, shall we?" "Sure," she said, tugging a lock of her hair from her face as it blew in the wind. We arrived at the club and headed back to the spa, where we were sent to get comfy in the robes. "I thought you booked a manicure," Eve asked as she stared at the robe. I stepped into the dressing room and slid out of my dress. "I booked the works, massages, facials, mani-pedi, everything. We need time to talk." "Oh, I could—" "You will not. Now strip down, sugar." A few moments later, we shuffled in the provided slippers back to the massage tables. She fussed a little about not taking her robe off, but finally relented. To my surprise, she'd never had a professional massage before. "How did you survive this long?" I asked.
"Very stiff,"
her masseuse said. "I'll bet. Now, let's get down to brass tacks. I want to know everything about your date." "Oh, it was very nice." "Uh-huh, and?" She twisted her neck to face me. She looked like a deer caught in headlights. "Did you feel a connection? He's cute, right? Did you hold hands when he took you home?" Her features pinched a little. "I guess so. I mean, I think we're going to see each other again." I squealed as I reached for her hand and squeezed it. "And you didn't answer all my questions." "No, we didn't hold hands," she answered. I arched an eyebrow as the masseuse hit the tight spot on my shoulders. "But you think he's cute, right?" Her face flushed bright red. I had my answer no matter what she said. "Yes," she said. I let out another ecstatic shriek, and we erupted into giggles. "Oh, darling, I'm so happy for you. I just know this is going to work out for you. He really likes you, I think. When do you see him again?" "Tomorrow," she answered. "No word on plans yet, but the date is set." "He's probably still deciding. He's so sweet and thoughtful." Eve pressed her lips together as she nodded. I detected a note of hesitation from her suddenly, but I didn't want to push too much. I decided to let her enjoy the hot stone treatment. We'd gab about things later. Just as I relaxed with the warm pressure on my back, my phone rang. With a click of my tongue, I glanced at the display. "Oh, no." "What is it?" Eve asked. "My mama." I swiped to accept the call. "What is it, Mama? I'm busy."
"I haven't heard plans of your imminent return home yet."
"Well, I'm still making plans. I had to talk to Spencer and—"
"Nonsense. That fake husband of yours wouldn't have anything to do with this."
I wanted to shout at her that we weren't a fake marriage, but I didn't want to upset Eve. "Yes, he does," I said instead. "Now I'm working on it, and I will let you know as soon as I can, but I'm busy now." I ended the call, my jaw clenched in frustration. Eve shifted, her features apologetic, but she was polite enough not to pry. "I'm so sorry," I said with a shake of my head, dumping my phone on the table next to me. "My mama drives me crazy. She is just insisting that I come home next weekend for some reason, and I don't want to go." "Maybe you can say you can't get away." I sucked in a deep breath and shook my head. "That's not going to cut the mustard with my mama. I just hate to go alone. She's so devious. I don't put it past her to try to pull something on me." "Well, I'm sure Spencer would go with you," she suggested. Sweet girl, she was volunteering her own boyfriend to travel with me. "Well, I'd hate to take him away from you. I just know you're going to have another date coming up." "Oh," she said with a dismissive wave. "Don't worry about that. We can postpone while you travel. It's fine. You shouldn't go alone." I gave her a grateful glance as an idea hatched in my head. "Well, aren't you sweet? I have a wonderful idea that I think will solve all of this." "Stay home?" she asked with a chuckle. "No. Would you come with me?" We'll take Spencer too. You two can spend some time together and I'd have both your support. She raised her eyebrows, her jaw falling open. For a second, I thought I'd pushed her too far. Don't you think you should check with Spencer first? I chuckled at her. No, darling, he's only my pretend husband. I can invite whoever I'd like. Although, I will warn you ahead of time, my mama is a viper. Well, she said, raising her chin, then I suppose you'll need all the help you can get. I grinned at her and reached for her hand again. This little trip would be the perfect opportunity for me to encourage Spencer to open up a little more to Eve. With any luck, this little trip to Savannah would help turn the tides for their relationship from tentative to irresistible. Chapter 11. Eve. I stirred my tea, staring into the depths as if they might reveal some hidden truth. The date with Spencer had been unexpectedly pleasant, which only added layers to my confusion. I was drawn into a situation so bizarre, it could only have sprung from a romance novel. A married man, his nearly ex-wife, and a plan concocted out of friendship, or maybe something deeper. The more I thought about it, the more my heart ached, a mixture of pity for their lost love and a selfish pang of longing for something equally profound. I shifted in my desk chair, my mind spinning. Spencer had been friendly and easy to get along with, though nervous. The reason for that had become obvious when he explained that he needed to date to ensure Louise would accept his suggestions for romantic interests. My lower lip ached from all the gnawing I'd done as I tried to figure out the bizarre situation. They'd married for Louise's inheritance, were now divorcing, and were insistent on finding the other one a new spouse. I supposed it was a lovely gesture, but it just seemed odd. If they cared that much about each other, maybe they were in love. For some reason that made my heart ache. I couldn't say why. Maybe it was just because my bad luck with dating continued. Actually, it had gotten worse, I thought, setting my mug down on the desk and pulling out my working document. I wrinkled my nose as I stared at the manuscript I'd been working on for the past few days. Plowing through the dialogue from Mystic Realms wasn't helping. It constantly reminded me of the strange situation with Spencer and Louise. I typed a few French words before I rested my chin in my palm. My spa day with Louise had unfolded in layers of surprise, each one peeling back more of my reservations. As we lay side by side, wrapped in the comforting warmth of mud wraps, Louise shared stories of her childhood escapades in Savannah. Each tale was infused with a wild sense of freedom I'd never known. Her laughter filled the room, inviting me to share some of my own more subdued memories. During those moments of exchanging vulnerabilities, I'd begun to understand the depth of our burgeoning friendship. Louise had a talent for coaxing me out of my shell, gently nudging me into experiences that made me uncomfortable but exhilarating, like massages or dates. My eyebrows pinched together. What had she said about Spencer? Her words echoed in my mind. He's cute, right? The way she said it, the sparkle in her eyes. Did Louise think he was cute? And she's been interested in knowing everything about how far things went. Was she pumping me for information to monitor whether or not we were hitting it off? Of course she is, I murmured. She insisted we date. I sighed. But why? Had she thought we wouldn't hit it off and Spencer would return to her? He's so sweet and thoughtful, she'd said. It certainly sounded like she was interested, and Spencer wasn't interested in a real relationship. I leaned back, rocking my chair with a squeak. Eve, you're an idiot. On top of agreeing to date someone's husband, I'd also agreed to go to Savannah with them. I slapped a palm against my forehead before I collected my cup to refresh it. Why do you do these things to yourself? I'd agreed to go with Louise after her mother had called. She told me the sad story of hating to return home, especially alone,
and I'd stupidly said I'd go. I rolled my eyes at myself as I filled the tea kettle with water and set it on the stove. With my fingers drumming on my forearm, I tried to come up with an excuse to get out of this trip to Savannah. Before the kettle could scream at me, a knock interrupted my thoughts. I shuffled toward the door, not ready to talk to Louise, who I was certain was on the other side, ready to drag me out for a day of shopping. She'd already told me her mother was a snob and we'd have to update my wardrobe before we went to Savannah next weekend. The conversation flitted through my mind as I crossed my apartment. Now, darling, don't start packing yet because we're going to need to buy you some clothes for this trip. Lou, you can't keep buying me things. The clothes I have are fine. She arched an eyebrow at me. My mama is the biggest snob in the world. And darling, your clothes are just as plain as unsweetened tea at a Sunday picnic. She pressed a hand to her heart. And I say that with only love in my heart. But my mama is going to just use that to make you uncomfortable. Now trust me on this. I clicked my tongue at her. I don't mind if your mother thinks I'm poor. It's not that. She won't just think you're poor. She'll use it to belittle you, to make you feel substandard and to discount any opinions you have. Now, I'm just not willing to put you through that. I pressed my lips together as I realized why I'd agreed to go with Louise. Her mother sounded like a real piece of work. I pulled the door open, opening my mouth to greet my friend when I clamped my jaw shut. Not who you expected? Audrey asked, pushing past me as my kettle started to whistle. No, I answered with a chuckle as I swung the door shut and skirted around her. Do you want some tea? I guess, she said with a sigh as she slogged into the kitchen behind me. I grabbed another mug from the cupboard and dumped a tea bag in it before I poured the steaming water into it and refreshed the water in my own cup. With them both delivered to my little table, I slid into the seat across from Audrey. What's up? You seem sad. I'm not sad, I'm annoyed, Audrey said, bobbing the tea bag in the water. What happened? I asked. Nothing, she answered. That's the problem. I creased my forehead, trying to follow the cryptic conversation. Okay. Audrey snapped her fingers in my face, sending my muscles stiffening as I leaned away from her. Keep up, Eve. I broke up with Steve, remember? I do remember, I said, annoyance creeping into my voice. I just didn't know that's what we were talking about. You have to preface your vague remarks. Audrey rolled her eyes at me as she sipped her tea. Sorry, I forgot that your life is so exciting you can't remember what's happening in mine. I held back, heaving a sigh as I forced myself to ask, So, nothing is happening with Steve? Isn't that a given since you broke up? Audrey slapped a hand on the table. Think, Eve. Something should be happening. It's been 2 days. He should have been crawling back to my door on his hands and knees by now. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot you don't even get second dates, let alone guys crawling back after you kick them to the curb. I lowered my eyes to my teacup, the biting remark cutting a little too close to my heart. Oh, stop being so sensitive. You can't even joke around you. I snapped my gaze back up, defending myself. I'm not being sensitive. I was waiting for you to continue the story. I was being sensitive, but my sister didn't have any patience for my sensitivity. I still recalled when we were kids, I'd found a dead bird in our yard, crying over the poor thing. My sister had kicked its body under a pine tree. It's just a stupid bird, Eve. Don't kick it, I cried. Get over it, Eve. There's a lot worse that's going to happen to you in life. She'd then shoved me to the ground and got in trouble. My parents had told her I was sensitive, but she'd shot back that I was stupid and should grow up. Well, there is no story. Maybe you should call him, I suggested with a shrug. She shook her head at me. I don't know why I come here. You have useless advice. It would help if you ever had even one successful relationship. I'm sorry my dating experiences aren't up to snuff to help you with Steve.
I shifted in my seat, wishing my sister would go away and leave me to my own problems. I certainly had enough of them ever since I'd been plunged into the wild world of Louise Montgomery Whittaker. My sister sipped her tea again before her features pinched. "Oh, wait, you had a date. That crazy redhead said you were dating someone. Judging by the way you're acting, I'd say it's already a bust, huh?" My jaw clenched as I stared into my tea. It wasn't a bust. We're seeing each other again today. The shock on my sister's features was obvious, making me annoyed. "You have a second date with this guy? What's his name again?" "Nothing. His name is Nothing." I didn't want her to know who I was dating. The last time I'd shared that information, she'd stolen away the man I'd been interested in. "Seriously? You're not going to tell your big sister who you're dating? What if this guy is a murderer and I need to tell the police who may have killed you?" "He's not going to kill me. He's just—" Another knock sounded at the door, interrupting my statement. "Sorry," I said as I rose and left the kitchen behind, taking the opportunity to suck in a steadying breath as I crossed to the door. Pulling it open, I found Louise on the other side with a grin. Given my sister's presence, I was glad to see her. "Hi, sugar. Hope you don't mind my stopping by, but I wanted to make sure you're set for your date today." "Now's not a great—" "You again," my sister said, leaning against the door jamb leading to the kitchen. Louise's smile slid off her face as she peered over my shoulder, her eyes narrowing at my sister. "Oh, I wasn't aware she was here." "What's that supposed to mean?" Audrey asked. "Nothing," I ventured, as Louise pushed her way into my apartment, placing herself between me and my sister. "Oh, I think you know what it means," Louise answered. "It sounds like you mean I have no right to be here." Louise crossed her arms. "If the cheap shoes fit." I winced as the barb flew at my sister. "Oh, I suppose you're one of those rich folks who thinks they're better than us poor people. I guess you befriended my sister as a charity case." "Eve isn't a charity case. She's my friend. She's a sweet, loyal, loving friend who deserves a much better sister than you." My sister wrinkled her nose, first at me, then Louise. "Did she cry on your shoulder about how terrible I am?" "She didn't have to. I know your type. I can smell a viper from a mile away." My sister scoffed at her words. "Wow, you're a real piece of work. You think you can just walk in here and come between me and my sister? Who do you think you are?" "I'm Louise Montgomery Whittaker, and I'm Eve's best friend." She wrapped an arm around me, pulling me close to her. "And she's dating my husband, and she's going to marry him, and then you'll see." My heart sank as Louise spilled the beans about who I was dating. It would be another source of mean-spirited teasing from my sister, and if she ever found out how much money Spencer had, she'd pursue him relentlessly. I slid my eyes closed, the horrible vision of Audrey lounging by the oceanfront pool and inviting me over to lord it over me floated in my mind. "What?" Audrey's voice pulled me back to reality. "What the heck kind of sick stuff are you rich people into?" "I don't know what you're saying," Louise shot back. I rubbed my temples. "She's dating your husband? Last time I checked, Eve wasn't into married men." Louise rolled her eyes. "You're a special kind of stupid. We're getting a divorce." Audrey's features turned incredulous. "My sister stole your husband?" "No, I gave him to her." Louise threw a hand in the air. "Never mind, it's not your business. Just know your sister happens to be dating one of Newport's most eligible bachelors, so you just put that in your little pipe and smoke it." My sister snatched the purse she'd tossed onto my table when she'd come in with a shake of her head. "Whatever, I'm out of here. Eve, wise up. This is a new low for you. Are you really that desperate?" I pressed my lips together, guilt raging inside of me over the situation. The door slammed hard, and I flinched. Before I could collect my thoughts, though, Louise plowed into a tirade. "Oh, that really grinds my gears." Lou, I thank you for defending me, but of course, sugar, and I'm sorry, but I just get all riled up when someone mistreats one of my friends. It just sets me off. You know, she shouldn't be your sister. I should be your sister. I offered her a weak smile. The anger floating in her eyes dissolved into fear. She stared at me, wide-eyed, her lower lip quivering as tears formed in her eyes. You're mad at me, aren't you? No, I said, with a shake of my head. You are. A tear spilled onto her cheek. Oh no, I've done it again. I always do this. I get a friend and I just smother them. I just go too far and I push them away. She sank onto my couch, her features twisted with upset. Oh no, Lou. I eased onto the couch next to her and wrapped an arm around her. No, I'm not mad. My sister, I really appreciate you standing up for me. Her features melted as she took my hand. Honest? Yes. Audrey was being particularly difficult today. It's just, by telling her who I'm dating, she'll go after Spencer. You mean? Louise leaned closer, her voice lowered to a whisper. She'll try to steal him? I bobbed my head. She's done it before. That tramp! Louise shouted. Well, she is not going to steal Spencer. Don't worry about that. You two are perfect for each other. He knows that. We all know that. Audrey is not going to win this time, darling. I chewed my lower lip, not entirely certain I was going to win either.
Chapter 12. Spencer. The front door slammed shut as I put on the third sport coat and stared at it in the mirror, wondering if I should go back to the first. My second date with Eve was coming up in less than an hour, and I was more nervous than I had been before the first one. This should be easier. We'd swept aside the weird social obligations. She'd agreed to keep dating me for as long as I needed. Maybe that was why. Maybe her graciousness was making me nervous. I felt guilt for taking advantage of her. I bobbed my head, convincing myself that was it as footsteps pounded toward me. With a furrowed brow, I adjusted my lapels again, still trying to decide which jacket was best. The door to my bedroom burst open and Louise hovered in the doorway. Louise, ever heard of knocking? She waved dismissively as she stormed into the room.
Oh, please, Spencer. Whether you're dressed or not is the least of my concerns. We need to talk. Now.
She stormed over to my bed and collapsed onto it. Okay, I asked, wondering if I'd have to cancel my date. A pang of sorrow shot through me, if that was the case. Ridiculous, of course, since we were fake dating. Louise exhaled deeply, her hands massaging her temples.
You need to step things up with Eve.
I blinked in confusion, sinking onto the edge of the bed. Lou, we've only had one date. What's the rush? Her shoulders slumped as she slid her eyes closed, her jaw clenching. And let's not forget, you haven't even been on a date yet. You still have to—
Stop, Spence. I'm serious.
Louise wasn't taking my good-natured ribbing, and that was a clear sign that she was distressed by something. What happened? I asked, reaching for her hand. She leapt from the bed and paced the floor. It was awful. Visions of Eve telling her how boring her date was danced through my mind. Had she cried on Louise's shoulder, begging her to let her off the hook? My lips tugged into a wince as I wondered if she'd told Louise about my request.
I went to Eve's.
Here it came. Eve told me, you said. My stomach twisted into a knot as I tried to figure out a way to explain it away.
And her unbearable sister was there.
Louise groaned, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration.
I've only met her twice, but that's enough to know she's outright cruel to Eve.
Oh, that's a shame, I said, my forehead pinching.
It's more than a shame. It's a travesty. Her sister told her off for dating you. And then, do you know what Eve told me?
I braced myself for what was coming next. No.
Poor Eve said I shouldn't have told her sister that she was dating you. And do you know why?
Louise twisted to face me, her hands on her hips. His mind filled in the blanks. Because we aren't really dating. Poor Eve probably didn't want anyone to know about the fake relationship, so she didn't have to explain it later. The guilt I'd felt earlier roiled inside me again. She said that I shouldn't have said anything because her sister stole her last boyfriend and she'd try to do the same with you. Can you believe this woman? I shifted on the mattress, relieved to not have my secret out. I didn't need to face the wrath of Louise right now. Apparently, though, Eve's sister had managed to poke the bear. In front of me, Louise continued to amble back and forth. I mean, first she says Eve has stooped pretty low to date a married man, and then Eve confides to me that her sister has stolen her past boyfriend and will try to do the same with you. I reveled in the fact that Eve hadn't given our plan away, making a silent note to thank her when I saw her later. As I glanced up from my introspection, I found Louise glaring at me, her foot tapping the floor. Spencer, why are you not outraged? I am. Completely outraged. Super outraged, I answered with a bob of my head. My weak agreement didn't seem to help matters. Louise's features twisted more, her nose wrinkling. Spencer Whitaker, you need to make it clear that Eve is the only woman you are interested in, and if that trampy sister of hers comes sniffing around you, I expect you to tell her where she can stick it. I offered a mix of a head bob and shake, not certain what I should do. Absolutely, I will be certain to tell the sister where she can stick it. This isn't a joke, Spence. I leapt from my seat, returning to the mirror to adjust my jacket. I'm not laughing. I'm not interested in any other women. I'm not going to date whatever her name is, okay? You had better not. I know her type. She's your typical sly little vixen. She's going to come slinking up to you with her sultry stares and her too tight clothes, and she's going to say, Spencer. I grimaced as Louise sauntered to me and slid her hand onto my shoulder, batting her eyelashes. You're so handsome and rich. I just want to show you how much you mean to me and make you forget all about Eve. I shook my head. Not going to happen. It had better not, she said with a wag of her finger at me. Now you had better get going. She glanced down at my jacket. Why are you wearing this one? No, wear the light blue. Right, I said with a nod, as Louise retrieved it from where I'd tossed it earlier and thrust it toward me. I changed jackets and, after another reminder from Louise about my duty to my newfound girlfriend, left the house. As I drove to Eve's, my mind went back to Eve's statement about being unlucky in love. Had her sister's stealing of her boyfriend been what soured her? Whatever had made her say those words made me feel extremely guilty for using her. But I couldn't call it off with her because Louise would have me drawn and quartered. Plus, we needed to be on good terms when we went to Savannah next weekend. Too many things burned through my mind as I knocked, rocking on my feet as I waited for her to open the door. It opened seconds later, and my breath caught in my throat as I spotted Eve in a pink sundress. And then, like a complete idiot, I stood there staring at her like a predator. The grin she'd sported when she'd pulled open the door slowly slid away, and she glanced down at her outfit as though something was wrong. Hi, I finally managed. Hi, she said. Is everything okay? You seem upset. Everything's fine, you look really beautiful. Oh, she said with a fleeting smile, as though she hadn't expected the compliment. Thank you. Just let me grab my purse and we can go. Within a minute, we were on our way to my private portion of beach where I'd already had a picnic set up. I led her down to the sand and we settled onto the blanket already laid out for us. The sun lowered in the sky behind us, painting the waves with a reflection of the orange and red sky forming in the west. I poured champagne into the flutes and handed her a glass before unpacking the food. She accepted, her features pinching as she said, So, I've been putting some thought into finding someone for Louise, but I think we may need to rely on an app. I mean, unless you have someone in mind, I just don't know very many people. I slid a plate closer to her, my features pinching as the guilt roiled in me again.
This poor woman was stuck on a date with me after being taunted by her sister about it, and still she plowed ahead, trying to help me. Maybe it was best to get it out of the way first, though, and then we could actually talk. Yes, I agree. I actually wrote a little program that will go through and collate information from all the dating sites out there and pick the best selections. I pulled my phone from my pocket and showed her my custom-built app. Oh, she said with a chuckle. Matchmerge, that's cute. Heat rose in my cheeks at the compliment before she glanced at the first few matches.
Oh, this second one doesn't look so good. Louise hates tattoos, and he's proudly showing a few in his photos.
Good catch, I noted, reaching over her shoulder to tap the note functionality I created. You can just put a note here for future reference and then tap the red X to dismiss him as a match.
Okay,
she said, typing in the note before she saved it and dismissed the tattooed man. I leaned away, our close proximity making me nervous.
Done. And the first one looks like a good option.
I've already set something up with him for Tuesday. With Louise and him, not me and him. That sounded weird.
I knew what you meant,
she said, handing my phone back.
That sounds perfect. I hope it's successful.
Did she mean because she wanted to ditch dating me as soon as possible? I wondered if you were busy then, because we could maybe monitor it and take some notes on what's working and what isn't to help us in the future. I shifted on the blanket, wondering if she'd turn me down. After all, dating me was likely enough time spent together.
Sure, I'd be happy to help.
I grinned at her in a silent thank you. So, I heard Louise pressed you into service to travel to Savannah with us. With a smile and a nod, she answered.
She did, though I wouldn't say pressed. I agreed to go. She really struggles with her relationship with her mother, it seems.
Oh, yes. Constance is, she's not very nice.
That's a shame. Louise is so kind. It makes you wonder how she could turn out so sweet with that sort of mother.
I studied Eve, her skin painted from the setting sun as she slicked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her affectionate words and sympathy toward Louise impressed me. Most people found Louise overbearing or annoying. I disagreed, having become fast friends with her, but she didn't have very many female friends.
Anyway,
Eve continued when I didn't,
I hope I'll somehow make the weekend easier.
I'll be glad to get through it. We fell into silence for a bit again, though it wasn't uncomfortable. Still, I didn't want her to think I was ignoring her. As I searched my mind and the beach for something to say, I spotted a glint in the distance. I narrowed my eyes, my shoulders slumping as I spotted Louise. Seriously, I muttered. Eve asked, peeling her eyes from the waves lapping at the sand. She followed the direction of my gaze, her features pinching.
Is that
Louise? I said as I stared at her in her big floppy hat and oversized sunglasses.
Does she have binoculars?
I'm afraid so, I answered. I knew why she was here. She wanted to monitor my date to make sure things progressed nicely and Eve would have a good story for her sister. But I really didn't want an audience for the awkward interactions I'd inevitably have. I dusted my hands off after finishing the last bite of my sandwich and scrambled to my feet, extending my hand. What do you say to a change of venue? Maybe one with a smaller fan club? She slid her hand into mine with a nod.
Sure.
I led her from the beach to a nearby arcade. We disappeared into the darker space, lit mostly by the bright lights on the games.
Oh, I haven't been to one of these in years,
she said with a smile. I'd fully expected her to be upset with the change of venue, but she seemed delighted. She really was an interesting woman. I used to go to the arcade a lot more when I was younger. I set the record on Street Fighter once.
Remind me not to challenge you at that one.
I bought a cupful of tokens and we selected one of those side-by-side racing games. As the timer counted down to our race, Eve shot me a coy glance, revving her engine. Really? I asked, shooting my eyebrows up with an amused grin. When the green flag waved, she peeled out of the starting line, showcasing some impressive moves. Are you sure you haven't been here recently?
I'm just having a stroke of luck,
she answered as she took the bend on 2 wheels, darting around a robotic player. She beat me twice at the game before she twisted to me, her features serious.
Are you letting me win?
I'm not, I said with a laugh. I promise. This is really demoralizing. I can't believe I bragged that I'd set a record on Street Fighter.
Do you want to try something else for your ego?
She teased. I might, I answered. We spent the next hour playing a variety of games. I hadn't laughed that much in years, and at least I didn't lose every single round of every game we played. Finally, I convinced her to try Street Fighter, promising we'd play the computer and I'd help her. I took 2 buttons and she took 2. The game counted down to our fight, and we commenced slapping buttons like crazy. With her working the center buttons, I wrapped my arms around her to play the 2 ends, peering over her shoulder at the display.
Uh-oh,
she said as our on-screen avatar took a few too many hits. Faster on your right, I encouraged. We managed to pull it out, slamming the opponent to the ground just before we ran out of energy.
Ha!
She hopped in the air, spinning to face me to celebrate our collective achievement. But I hadn't stepped back yet, so we came intimately close, our faces a hair's breadth from one another. This was one of those moments in the movies where the couple usually kissed, caught up in how much they liked each other, but I was completely overwhelmed by the sudden proximity. With the atmosphere charged between us, I felt the heat rising in my cheeks and the trembling in my hands before I stepped back, running a shaky hand through my hair. Eve flicked her gaze to the floor, and I, again, felt sorry for her being involved in this ridiculous situation with me. She really deserved so much better because she was a nice person. We probably should go, I said, my voice a low whisper.
Right, yeah,
she said with a nod. I hesitated, wanting to be the guy who said something profound, but I simply wasn't. Instead, I just motioned to the door like a complete loser and walked her back to the car in relative silence. When we arrived at her apartment, I said, "Well, that was fun."
Yeah,
she agreed, her voice soft. "And I'll text you about Tuesday. You know, a time and where to meet and all of that."
Great, sounds good.
We reached her door and she unlocked it, stepping inside.
Good night, Spencer.
"Good night," I said, before she closed the door. I slid my eyes closed, a mix of guilt and frustration washing over me. I wasn't being fair at all to her, or myself, probably. I could have kissed her, maybe, I thought as I made my way to my car. "No, you couldn't have," I said with a shake of my head as I aimed for home. "Because you're fake dating her, dummy. You had to tell her it was all fake, and now she expects it all to be fake. You can't go around kissing your fake girlfriend, especially when no one's watching." I smacked my hand into the steering wheel. "Who says she even wanted to be kissed?" I countered. "She'd probably slap you. She's just making the best out of a bad situation." I, on the other hand, was making a mess out of every situation. I hoped that when I arrived home, I wouldn't have to talk to Louise. I wasn't sure I could handle it. My own emotions were all over the map, and I wasn't certain I could clearly articulate anything to her, or even cover my feelings with a lie. I hoped to slink to my bedroom and lock the door behind me to try to get a hold of myself. Feelings were growing that shouldn't be, and I wasn't at all certain what I was going to do about it.
Chapter 13. Louise. I waited at the door, my fingers drumming against my forearm and my lips tugged into a pout. Spencer had given me the slip earlier at the date, and I wasn't happy about it in the least. I needed to know how his date went, though a small voice in my head whispered that I may be pushing too hard. But how else would he find love if I didn't give him a little shove in the right direction? The sun lowered in the sky, and I started to wonder if he was giving me the slip. Would he just drive around aimlessly after his date until he thought I'd be in bed? Well, the joke was on Spencer Whitaker, because I was staying up all night if I had to. After a few more minutes, my crossed arms slipped down to my hips, and my toes started to tap against the tile floor of the foyer. Finally, his engine roared up the driveway, His key slid into the lock and the door popped open. His eyes went wide and he froze mid-step as he stared at me.
Louise.
Yes, I said, my voice sharp. Louise, your loving wife.
You don't seem to be so loving at the moment,
he answered, with a wrinkled nose as he slipped through the door and closed it behind him. I can't imagine why that would be.
I'm guessing because I gave you the slip earlier when you were spying on my date.
I offered him a fleeting smile. You really are a genius, aren't you, Spence? He rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes avoiding mine. What happened on your date?
Stuff,
he said with a shrug. I clicked my tongue, arching an eyebrow. What stuff? Are things moving along? He screwed up his face.
I don't know what that means.
With a sigh, I grabbed his hand and led him into the living room. Sit, I ordered, poking a finger at the couch. Now, what happened? Tell me everything.
Louise, I can't. I'm tired and I just want to go to bed.
He shot me a pleading glance, but something else danced in his eyes too, some unreadable emotion. My shoulder slumped and I perched on the cushion next to him. Spencer, at least give me the highlights. He let his head fall back against the cushion behind him.
We went to the beach and had the picnic we talked about, and then we spotted you, and that made it incredibly awkward.
I waved a dismissive hand in the air. Oh, phooey, that's not true. What did you do after you left?
We talked.
I stared at him, my eyes wide and my jaw hanging open. Where? Standing on the street?
We went to the arcade.
My heart seized at the words. I needed Eve to fall in love with Spencer, and an arcade trip hadn't been part of the overall romantic theme I'd had in mind for the evening. You took her where?
The arcade,
he said with a shrug, his features shifting a little from uncertain to a slight smile.
It was really fun.
Oh, I'll bet it was. Did you show off all your gaming skills while she stood next to you, or did she sit in the corner until you were ready to leave? His features pinched, hurt rising into his eyes.
No, we played games together. We had fun.
My eyebrows knitted. You played games together?
Yeah, I let her pick. She kicked my butt at the racing game. That was a little mortifying. But then we played Dance Dance Revolution.
The excitement in his voice was an obvious change to his behavior when he'd just walked into the house. I wondered if Eve had the same feelings, or if she'd tolerated the change of scenery with a hidden disappointment. Did Eve say anything about it?
I think she enjoyed it. The way she revved her engine before we raced. Well, I thought she was having fun. We even played Street Fighter together.
Spencer's features twisted as he said the last words. I made a mental note to ask Eve how she really felt about the arcade later, but I needed more information from Spencer. Did you kiss her? His cheeks burned bright red, and for a second I had hope. With a sharp inhale, I grabbed his arm. Did you?
Let's talk about something else, okay?
No, I want to know if you kissed, because if you didn't, Spencer Whitaker, you're missing out on opportunities, and I won't let you squander it.
No, we didn't, okay?
He stared gloomily through the window at the ocean outside. Why not?
Never mind that. We need to talk about your date on Tuesday.
I arched an eyebrow at him. What?
I set up a date for you on Tuesday. I've been on 2. You're behind.
Spencer, I said, my features turning stony. We are not talking about my dates. We are talking about your date and why you didn't kiss Eve. Now, why?
We didn't. It just... The opportunity didn't present itself, okay?
I heaved a sigh, shaking my head. Spencer, you have to make the opportunity present itself. When she gets to her door, you don't let her walk in. You kind of block it a little so you can cup her face in your hand and...
Okay, lesson learned. Now, onto your date.
He waved a dismissive hand in the air. He was avoiding something. I knew Spencer well enough to know this behavior clearly indicated that he was hiding something from me. I also knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't tell me until it had simmered for a little. All right, I'll let you off the hook. For now, I said with a wag of my finger.
Good. Now, let's talk about your upcoming date. I set it up at the lawn. His name is Henry Caldwell.
Henry. I struggled not to roll my eyes at the name. Picture? Spencer eagerly dug his cell phone from his pocket, tapping on it before he swiveled it toward me. I suppose he'll pass.
Don't judge a book by its cover,
he warned me. I didn't say I wasn't going. See how well I'm taking all of this? Way better than you did when I told you about Dayton.
I am a completely different story. You want to find love, Louise, and I want you to find it too. You've been chained to me for long enough.
Oh, Spence, I hardly see it as chained. I settled next to him, leaning back into the cushions. You did me a honey of a favor, which is why I'm making you date.
So I did you a favor and now you're punishing me for it?
I smacked him playfully. I'm not punishing you. Eve is a nice girl.
So you're punishing her?
I shot him a tongue-in-cheek glare. Now what is that supposed to mean?
You set me, a person who is happily alone with his computer, up with a nice girl who must endure my awkwardness.
Well, y'all made it onto 2 dates, and if she had fun at the arcade, I'm guessing you'll go for 3. He shifted in his seat, refusing to look at me again.
Yes, we'll probably see each other again. We haven't made set plans with the upcoming travel.
Well, text her now and make a plan. I waved a finger at his phone before I reached for it. He snatched it away.
I will do that tomorrow.
Spencer!
I will do it. I promise.
And where will you take her? His fingers tightened on his phone.
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, Sunset Cruise. That's a surefire kiss magnet.
No water,
he said with a shake of his head.
That's a definite way to make sure we don't kiss.
What? Think of those beautiful views, the sea air.
Me puking over the side of the boat and her totally disgusted.
Oh, right, your seasickness. He nodded at me as I wrinkled my nose.
I'll think of something else.
You'd better think of something good. Make sure you run it past me first.
You know, I think we'll schedule a dinner with her while your date is going on. Then we can compare notes. How's that?
I grinned at him. That's perfect, Spence. Great idea. We spent another few minutes picking out the perfect restaurant for their 3rd date, and I mentally cataloged what I need to buy for Eve to wear when we shop for our trip home to Savannah. Later that night, as I laid in bed, I chewed my lower lip, wondering what emotion had been flitting through Spencer's eyes earlier this evening. He's been uncomfortable about something. Had it been his grown feelings with Eve or something else? My mind turned to my upcoming date. Poor Spencer. He had no idea that I already had a man in my life. But that didn't matter. I couldn't admit that, or he'd quickly abandon his dating gambit. It seemed his feelings for Eve were growing, but Spencer lacked enough confidence to act on them unless he was pushed. If I didn't date, neither would he. And I didn't want that for either of them. No, I'd need to keep dating, but I didn't want to give anyone the wrong impression or make a connection I didn't intend on fostering. I grinned up at my ceiling. I had a good plan for that, though. When Tuesday rolled around, I made sure I looked my best, donning one of my favorite dresses, heels, and my best red lipstick. Spencer met me at the door, giving me a comical once-over. Well, do I pass?
With flying colors. Henry is going to be very happy with this match.
Shouldn't you be going to pick up Eve?
I have a few minutes, he answered.
I checked my makeup one last time in the mirror, puckering my lips as I added a little more lipstick. Where are you taking her?
The White Horse,
he answered. I clicked my tongue. Oh, Spencer, you should have gone somewhere with better views. This is your 3rd date.
I didn't know the 3rd date had a scenery requirement, he answered.
This is the date your kiss should happen on. It's been long enough. A stunning view of the ocean at sunset wouldn't hurt.
Oh, well, I'm sure it'll be okay. I'll just block her door like a creep.
I shot him a wry glance as I shook my head at him. Have a lovely time, darling. I kissed his cheek and headed out the door to my car.
When I stepped out of my car, marveling at the sunset reflecting off the ocean, painting the sky with a vibrant tapestry of purples and oranges, I sucked in a deep breath. Time for my performance to begin. The hostess led me to a table with a lovely view of the water. Henry rose as I approached, a single rose in his hand.
Hi, I'm Henry. You must be Lou.
Well, I am, darling. Though, are you sure you're Henry? You don't quite look like your picture.
I'm positive,
he said with a smile as we sat down at the table.
I hope the differences are to my credit.
I smiled without answering. He cleared his throat, glancing down at the menu. Message received.
So, what looks good to you?
I flicked the menu closed with a coy smile. My mama always taught me to order the most expensive thing on the menu so my date knows I'm worth it. He chuckled, but when I didn't, his laughter slowly died off, and with a wince, he flicked his gaze down to the menu. After we placed our orders, I leaned forward, sliding my hand across the table to find his. Now tell me, darling, have you ever thought about what you want your wedding to be like? He swallowed hard, staring down at my hand like it was a tentacle about to drag him into the deep sea.
Not really. I always figured I'd wait until I found the right woman to think about that.
I see. Well, I have it all worked out already. We'll get married in Savannah, springtime, warm but not hot. I'll wear a princess dress with a long train and a lace veil. Now I just know I want white roses for my bouquet and an ice sculpture.
Wow, it sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this.
Oh, I have, I assured him. I really have. Now I just need to find a man to stand at the altar. I made certain I sounded like I didn't care what man it was as long as I found one.
Well, that's the point of all this, isn't it?
He grinned as he waved a hand around at the restaurant. Well, yes, of course, I said, and I am just so thrilled to have found a boyfriend so quickly. At the B word, his grin faltered a little.
Boyfriend? Don't you think we should give it a few dates?
Why, no, sugar. I know what I want. A husband. And I'm not about to be picky. I can mold any man into what I want after he's got that ring on his finger. My mama has taught me well.
Mold them? Don't you want to just fall in love with someone as they are? That's really the best way, don't you think?
I threw my head back in obnoxious laughter, banging on the table with my free hand. Oh, you are cute. Now, what in the world would I want to wait around to find that one person I may like just the way they are? No, darling, I'll just marry the man and make what I want out of him. His features pinched.
But he'll resent you for that. Your marriage will be awful.
But I'll have one. I offered him a coy grin. And once the babies come, well, you won't leave your children, will you? Our meals were delivered, and he yanked his hand away from mine. My plan was working. All I needed to do was be a little more over the top, and I should send him scrambling away from this date before dessert. I proceeded to ask him about names for children and more clingy, uncomfortable topics. By the time the waiter stopped by to ask about coffee and dessert, he shook his head, asking immediately for the check. Oh, what a gentleman you are. Now, I assume you're skipping dessert so we can get right down to business?
I'm skipping dessert because you are certifiable, he answered as he grabbed the credit card back from the waiter. Don't call or text me again.
He stormed from the restaurant, leaving the stunned waiter behind next to me.
Wow, sorry about that,
the waiter said as he stacked our plates.
You seem like a real catch to me.
Thanks, sugar, but that date was bad on all sides. I'm glad he's gone. I grabbed the wine bottle before the waiter removed it and poured myself another glass, leaning back in my seat as I sipped it. One down, I murmured to myself. Let's see your next try, Spencer. It didn't matter how many times I had to do this, as long as Spencer fell in love with Eve. I wondered how his date was going. I hoped it was going better than mine.
Chapter 14. Spencer. Louise pranced to her car in what looked to be a brand new dress and set of heels. My stomach fluttered as I wondered how she'd make out on her date. Probably better than I ever would, given that she wasn't awkward at all.
The only problem Louise seemed to have with people was them rejecting her for being too much. I understood the sentiment. Louise could be overbearing, but only in the nicest of ways. If you truly understood that she always worked from a place of kindness, it made it easier to accept. But plenty of people ran screaming from Louise's more meddling nature. I locked the house behind me and crossed to my car, climbing behind the wheel and aiming for Eve's apartment. That may have been one of the things that impressed me with Eve. She hadn't fled into the night yet. In fact, she had taken Louise's somewhat bossy nature in stride. That made it all that much harder for me to stop feeling guilty using her the way I was. With a shake of my head, I shoved my emotions aside. Growing up with parents who constantly remarked about my awkwardness, I learned early to compartmentalize my feelings. Now, as I drove to Eve's, I pushed aside the guilt and focused on the task at hand. It was a necessary skill, one that had both protected and isolated me over the years. I slid my car next to the curb and left it behind, crossing the sidewalk to knock at Eve's door. She pulled it open immediately, dressed in a pair of jeans and a pink t-shirt.
If Louise asks, I was wearing a polka dot dress. Big dots, not small. Pink.
I creased my forehead at the words. She spotted my confusion, explaining further as she pulled her door shut and locked it.
She insisted on buying me another dress for tonight's date. I just went along with it. I'll return it tomorrow.
Well, maybe you'll need it, I said with a shrug. This is only Louise's first date. We'll probably have to go on a few more ourselves to keep her dating.
Right. Although, then I'd have to tell her I was going to repeat a dress, which I feel like is a cardinal sin in Louise's book.
Oh, right, I answered as I opened the car door for her. Yes, you'll never get away with that.
I'll figure it out,
she answered as I slid behind the wheel and clicked my seatbelt on before I fired the engine.
Oh, maybe I could wear it in Savannah. Although, I have a pretty full wardrobe for that. Do you think 15 dresses is too much to pack for a weekend? I thought it seemed to be overkill.
Well, Louise likely knows best, I answered, wondering if my plane would get off the ground with both ladies' luggage stowed.
Right. Well, I don't think she'll take no for an answer anyway. I'm just a little worried that she's going overboard with these gifts.
I glanced sideways at her as the scenery zipped by on our way to the restaurant. Her features, etched with concern, seemed to reflect her turmoil. Many people would have gladly accepted Louise's generosity and probably bilked her for more. Eve was concerned she'd already been given too much. Lou's pretty generous. She likes spoiling her friends, and it's been a while since she's had a good friend. She snapped her gaze to me, pulling a lock of hair away that had blown across her face.
Really? She's so outgoing. I expected she'd have dozens of friends.
Dozens who would love to use her for her money. Not many genuine ones. Eve bobbed her head as I whipped into the restaurant's driveway.
Oh, that's a shame. I suppose you're in the same boat, aren't you?
The perception she had was impressive. As we climbed from the car and I offered her my arm, I corrected her. Well, somewhat. Although I'm sort of awkward, so that's why I don't have many friends. She giggled, patting my arm.
Don't say that. You're not awkward.
I let out a chuckle as we made our way down to the beach with a view of the outdoor seating area. Tell that to all the other people who don't want to hang out with me. She smiled warmly, meeting my eyes.
Well, it's their loss.
The words sent heat rushing through me, sending a fleeting smile across my face as I tried to come up with something witty to say, but failed. Which was why most people found me awkward. We reached the beach and I changed the subject. We should be able to see Louise easily with the table I made sure they'd get.
Oh, that was sweet,
she said.
How did Louise take the match? Did she seem interested?
Well, she wasn't thrilled with the choice, but she did say she'd go on the date. There's Lou. I pointed up at the table overlooking the ocean, and we settled onto the sand to take in the show.
What didn't she like, did she say? In case we have to revise for another date.
I don't think she found him very attractive, I answered. Neither was I, by my standard, but I'd always hoped someone wouldn't judge me by that only. Not many had.
Oh,
she answered with a tilt of her head.
Well, she has a point, I guess.
My heart sank as I realized that Henry, by my standards, had been what most women found handsome in a man. If Eve found him unattractive, I didn't stand a chance. Good thing we were only fake dating. I was lucky she'd agreed to go out with me at all. Not to sound weird, but by conventional standards, he's handsome, right? Eve narrowed her eyes at them from our hiding spot. I dug a pair of mini binoculars from my pocket and passed them over. Here, give him a good look. She laughed as she tugged them from my hand and used them.
Like I said, he's passable.
Passable? I grimaced as I took the binoculars back and studied him through them. He has a chiseled jaw, perfectly styled hair, looks fit, perfect smile.
He's too pretty, she complained. It looks like he spends more time on his hair than I do.
Oh, I answered, still confused.
Do you really think all women are attracted to the same look?
That seems to be consistently proven, yes. She giggled at me.
That's ridiculous. I would honestly say most of us don't have a type.
No, I answered. I can't believe that. You love chiseled jaws and beefy muscles, a confident stride. Beard, maybe? Her features pinched as she shook her head.
No.
I squashed my eyebrows, sending her a questioning glance.
He looks like he stepped straight out of a men's magazine. It's too perfect. I prefer someone a little more real. Some character, quirkiness, someone who's not afraid to be themselves.
My breath caught in my throat at her description, my heart skipping a beat until I shook loose the stupidity from my brain. She's not coming onto you, Spencer. Get a hold of yourself. Certain color was rising in my cheeks. I glanced down at the binoculars in my hand before I snapped my gaze up to the tables. Oh, we're missing the date.
How does it look?
She leaned closer to me, her breath tickling my cheek. I shifted uncomfortably as I thrust the binoculars toward her again, nearly smacking her in the face. Get a hold of yourself, Spencer. Oops, sorry.
It's okay,
she said as she peered through the binoculars again.
Oh, are they holding hands?
I cleared my throat. Yeah, I think so.
Wow, things must be going really well, she said with a grin, still peering through the binoculars. You chose well for her.
She lowered them and glanced at me.
Soon you won't need me at all.
The words stung me, but I decided it was likely for the best. She probably couldn't wait to get away from me. I offered her a tentative grin. Well, at least you'll be off the hook. She gave me a wistful smile before she glanced over the ocean.
I should have brought dinner. I never thought of it.
Oh, I said with a wave of my finger. Actually, I ordered something from the restaurant to be delivered in just a few minutes. I wasn't sure how long it would take us to get settled, so I made it for a little after Lou's date.
Wow, you planned for everything. Thanks.
We shared a smile and waited for our light meal to arrive, sharing it as we continued to monitor the interaction between Louise and Henry. As with our previous 2 dates, our conversation flowed fairly effortlessly.
Okay, she said as she bit into a strawberry. So, if all women have the same type, is that true for all men? I feel like it could be.
I think that's a gross exaggeration, I answered, pouring more wine for both of us. She shifted from her side to her stomach.
Really?
Yes, really. I mean, what is our standard type?
Curvy, sultry, seductive?
I wrinkled my nose. Not even close. Her eyebrows lifted in surprise.
Really?
Nope, I said with a shake of my head before I gulped down a sip of wine.
Okay, she said, her voice a little teasing. So what is your type?
I took another sip of wine, lifting a shoulder. Sweet, genuine, simple beauty. Like a girl who is beautiful, but she doesn't act like she knows it. She bobbed her head.
Fair enough. So we've both learned something then.
Do you really think men only fall for seductive women? She crinkled her brow.
What was it you said before? That seems to be consistently proven?
I laughed as she recounted my exact words. That's what I said, yes. But we've unproven it.
So we have,
she said, a little wistful.
Sorry, my perception's a little colored by my past.
Oh?
I asked, prying a little bit. I wondered if she'd be upset by that. She dusted her hands off and pushed up to sit. Yeah, my sister is the seductive, sultry type. My last boyfriend actually dumped me for her. My features twisted at the story as she gave me a smile filled with sadness. I told you I'm not that lucky in love. She glanced up at Louise's table. Oh, something's happening up there. I grabbed my binoculars and peered up at the table. Henry rose and sliced a hand through the air, leaving Louise behind at the table. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. She's drinking wine alone. Maybe he's coming back. We waited a few moments as the sun continued to set, the lights of the restaurant glittering off the darkening water. Henry never came back, and after finishing her wine, Louise rose and left the table behind. Looks like her first date was a bust. Well, that doesn't seem good. We may be back to the drawing board. Eve nodded as she polished off her wine. Well, I guess we'll try a new one after the trip to Savannah. Oh, maybe it would be helpful if I vetted some since you only pick male models. I offered her a wry glance. Very funny, Eve. We climbed to our feet, dusting the sand from us. Well, I guess... Another voice interrupted my words. Eve? A female called. It wasn't Louise. I flicked my gaze in its direction, spotting a woman who resembled Eve, but with a lot more makeup and an extremely low-cut top. The woman grinned at us as she closed the distance. Eve seemed to stiffen as she spotted her. Audrey. Audrey. Wasn't that her sister's name? The brunette ran a hand through her hair as she giggled. Hi. Imagine running into you here. Who's this? She slid her eyes to me, and I spotted exactly what Eve meant by sultry and why Louise didn't like her. Eve said, shifting her weight as she shoved a lock of hair behind her ear, shooting me a panicked glance. I'm Spencer, I said, thrusting my hand forward as I stepped slightly in front of Eve, my protective instincts kicking in. Eve's boyfriend. My voice carried a hint of defiance, bolstered by the strange urge to shield her from any discomfort her sister might cause. The way Eve's eyes went wide, I wondered if she was mad about what I'd said, but it had escaped before I could stop it. Louise's dislike, added to her seductive stares and compounded by what Eve had just confessed, snapped me into protective mode. Boyfriend? Audrey answered, her voice husky. I thought this was only your second date. Actually, it's our third, I answered, surprised by my own forcefulness. And maybe Eve would disagree, but I sure hope she'd say boyfriend. She is out of my league, though. Audrey chuckled a little, her features pinching as she tried to assess my tone. I hoped it came across as serious. I could see why Louise didn't like this woman. I wouldn't say that, Eve answered with a nervous laugh. Neither would I, her sister added. Well, I sure feel lucky, I answered. And, I hate to be rude, but Eve and I were about to head out. Right, of course. Well, Spencer, was it? Audrey asked, wrapping a lock of hair around her finger before she tossed it over her shoulder, a slight smirk on her face. Gosh, I really hope I can see more of you. I offered her a silent smile in response, hoping I'd never see her again. Good night, Eve called over her shoulder as I grabbed her hand and tugged her away. I hoped she didn't realize how sweaty my palm was after all of that, but I couldn't stand by and do nothing. Eve had helped me out enormously, putting her life on hold to help me fool Louise. I put her into the passenger seat before I raced around and slid behind the wheel. Hey, really sorry if I overstepped there with your sister, Oh, it's okay, she said as I fired the engine and pulled away from the restaurant. Actually, I enjoyed the look on her face. Although, it'll probably just mean she'll try to impress you even harder. That's not going to happen, I answered easily. It wouldn't. Audrey was of zero interest to me. I could see right through that fake facade. She'd be the type to drain my bank accounts and leave me for another man. A sideways glance showed me that Eve offered a fleeting smile before she sent her gaze forward again.
A few minutes later, I slid my car next to the curb outside of her apartment. She popped the door open before I could even slide the shifter into park.
"You don't have to walk me in," she said as she hopped out, slamming my door shut. "Good night, Spencer."
"Oh, I stammered around, wondering if I'd done something wrong. "Good night," I finally called after her. She waved from the door with another fleeting smile before she disappeared inside. My stomach twisted into a knot as I sat in the still-running car, staring blankly at her door. She'd seemed colder than normal. I immediately wondered if my performance with her sister had been unwelcome. "You're an idiot, Spencer," I murmured to myself as I shifted into gear and pulled away. Of course it was unwelcome. If she wanted a fake boyfriend to make her sister jealous, it wouldn't be you. My heart sank a little as I reminded myself that I wasn't exactly the most eligible bachelor. I was awkward, dorky, and not handsome by any stretch. And I'd probably just ruined my plan to fake date Eve. But what I couldn't quite pinpoint was why it made my heart ache so much.
Chapter 15. Louise. I plopped down into one of the leather seats, lifting my champagne from the tray as the plane's engines roared to life outside. "Oh, leave the bottle, darling," I said to the flight attendant on Spencer's private jet. I'd need as much alcohol as this plane could carry to brace myself for facing my mama in Savannah. I glanced across the cabin as the door shut and we prepared to take off. At least I had my two best friends with me. Spencer and Eve sat across the cabin on the couch where I'd made them sit. I wanted them to spend the flight together. They hadn't yet had their fourth date with the trip to Savannah, and I was bound and determined to make up for that by forcing them to spend more time together. As the plane rumbled down the runway, eventually rising into the air, my mind regressed back to my conversation with Spencer after that third date. He'd shuffled through the door after I'd arrived home from my first fake date. I'd successfully driven my match away, and I couldn't wait to tell him I'd struck out. On purpose, but he didn't need to know that. "Spence, that you?" I called from my seat on the couch, wrapped in my fluffy robe.
"Yep,"
he said as he strolled into the living room, his mood excited. I immediately thought he'd kissed Eve. I couldn't wait to hear about it. But I tempered my own enthusiasm as I patted the cushion next to me.
"How did it go?"
he asked as he plopped down. It went, and it's gone."
"What happened? Tell me all the details."
I chuckled at his best impression of me. "Oh, darling, you aren't doing it right at all, but I'll forgive you." "Well, he seemed nice enough, but before I knew it, he was asking me back to his place."
"What?"
His eyes went wide. For a moment, I felt sorry for Spencer. He looked crushed, his features pinching. He wasn't looking for romance or a relationship. When I told him no, he got mad and stormed off. At least he paid for the meal.
"Louise, I'm so sorry,"
Spencer said with a shake of his head.
"Gosh, I didn't think he seemed like that based on his profile."
I patted his hand as guilt temporarily washed over me. "It's all right, darling. You couldn't know." Spencer wrinkled his nose.
"I'll pick better next time."
"Well, you have some time. Don't schedule anything until after Savannah. I need time to prepare for this."
"Of course. Also, Eve said I picked the wrong person, so I'll take her advice too."
I snapped my gaze to him. "You discussed my date with Eve?"
"I did,"
he said, shooting me a terrified glance.
"Sorry, she said I picked someone who looked like a male model instead of a real person."
A chuckle bubbled up from my belly. "Oh, she didn't. That's funny. She's right."
"Yeah, sorry. I'll find someone better."
"Don't sweat it, sugar." I patted his hand before I dove into what I really wanted to know. "Now, how did your date go? Did you kiss her?" He shifted uncomfortably on the cushion, refusing to meet my gaze. His eyes clouded with a mix of guilt and something else, perhaps a longing he couldn't even admit to himself yet. "Oh, my word, you didn't. Spencer!" "I couldn't. I think I did something wrong." My eyes went wide as my heart stopped. "What happened?" His nose wrinkled.
"Well, her sister showed up."
My nostrils flared at the words. "What?" I growled. "Audrey showed up at her door?"
"No, on our date. We were—"
He hesitated before he cleared his throat and continued.
"out, and Audrey happened to be there. She introduced herself, and I—"
He slid his eyes closed, slapping a hand against his forehead.
"introduced myself as Eve's boyfriend."
"Oh, well, that's sweet, darling. I'm sure Eve didn't mind."
"I think she did. I mean, she said it was okay, but when we got to her place, she practically ran out of the car, said she didn't need me to walk her to the door, and just went in."
My brow crinkled at the words, though I suspected her behavior had more to do with her sister than anything else. "I'm sure she was just thrown by her sister. You know she stole her last boyfriend, right?"
"She told me. What a jerk, huh?"
Spencer asked.
"Uh-huh."
"So I wouldn't take it personally."
"Right,"
Spencer answered, though I could tell he was taking it personally. "You know the cure for this, don't you?"
"Slink back under my rock and never be heard from again?"
I shot him an unimpressed glance. "Plant a lovely smooch right on her lips that'll just knock her socks off." He clicked his tongue.
"On that note, I'm heading to bed."
Our conversation ended without us resolving that kiss. He was holding back for some reason, and I had to figure out why. I'd discuss it with him more in Savannah. Before I was ready, the plane's wheels bounced across the runway in the deep south. As we all piled into the back of the chauffeured car, I gnawed on my lower lip until it almost bled. Seeing my mama had me in a tizzy. A terrible feeling clawed at my insides. I knew she was going to do something to hurt me. I just knew it. Eve insisted that I sit next to Spencer on the ride, saying she didn't want to make anything seem suspicious. Bless her little heart for thinking of me the way she did, though I didn't care if Mama thought my husband had a mistress. When the car rolled to a stop outside of my former home, my stomach lurched. I blew out a shaky breath. My knees wobbling, I rose and stared up at the house I'd grown up in. Spencer pressed a reassuring hand against my back, and Eve slipped her arm through mine. With my two best friends, I braved the sidewalk. Each step I took toward the house, feeling like one step closer to my doom. I climbed the stairs, my heels clicking over the wooden boards of the massive front porch. The coolness of the house hit me as I stepped inside, an icy chill snaking down my spine as I heard that voice. "Hello, Lulu." My mother strode confidently toward me, her head held high, her expression an unreadable mask, reminding me of the summer she dismissed my first boyfriend as insufficiently ambitious, right in front of him. These incidents were not rare, painting my childhood with shades of disapproval and impossible expectations. I tried to raise my own chin and steady my voice, though it still came out shaky. "Hello, Mama."
"That belt makes you look pudgy."
My mother shifted her eyes to Spencer, disdain creeping over her features.
"Spencer, still playing escort, I see." "Mrs. Montgomery, always, well, never mind."
Mama narrowed her eyes, sliding them up and down Eve's form, taking in every detail, scrutinizing, judging.
"Now, Lulu, what have I told you about bringing home strays?"
"Mama, this is Eve Dawson, my very best friend." I patted her hand before I interlaced our fingers in a show of support as much for myself as for her. My mama huffed out a laugh before her expression soured further. Best friend? For now. I'm sure you'll ruin that, like you always do. She spun on her heel, her perfume lingering in the air like a silent, disapproving cloud. Over her shoulder, she added, Dinner will be at 7. Try to look presentable. All of you. The door to her study clicked closed behind her, leaving a heavy silence in her wake. Are you okay? Eve's quiet voice asked. I'm fine, darling. That was mild for one of Mama's greetings. I raised my chin, sucking in a deep breath as I rolled my shoulders back. If y'all don't mind, I'm going to freshen up before dinner. Eve, if you wouldn't mind wearing the pink chiffon we bought on Wednesday, I think that would be best. Eve nodded slightly as I pulled away from both of them, determined to keep my emotions in check as I climbed the stairs. I did an admirable job, though it took biting my lower lip to stop it from trembling before I could bolt myself in my room. As the lock clicked, the floodgates opened. I raced to my bed and threw myself on it as tears flowed. Every encounter with my mama was bitter, and each one left me in tears, hoping to race as far away from her as possible. She knew exactly how to needle at all my fears. She'd insulted my belt, my husband, and my best friend, reminding me that I ruin relationships. And she was likely right. I'd drive away Eve just like I'd driven away every other friend I'd ever had. I smothered them or drove them crazy with my own insane brand of friendship. As I sniffled, a knock sounded at my door. I sucked in a sharp breath, twisting toward it. If it was my mother... Lou? Eve's sweet voice called through the door. Are you okay? My heart melted as I realized what a good friend she was, before it broke as I recognized I would likely lose her just as my mama predicted. You're so sweet to check on me, sugar. I'm fine. I held my breath, waiting for her footsteps to disappear down the hallway. Can I come in? I squeezed my eyes closed, biting my lower lip. I didn't want her to see me like this. The door handle jiggled. Louise? With a shaky inhale, I climbed from my bed and crossed to the door, unlocking it and pulling it open. Her lips parted as she spotted me, her forehead creasing. Oh, Lou. The words brought fresh tears to my eyes. I waved my hand in front of my face, trying to stop them from falling to my cheeks. I failed, and Eve stepped inside, closing the door behind her before she pulled me into a hug. I'm so glad I came with you, she said. Oh, darling, I sobbed, hugging her tight. So am I. She pulled back, giving me a consoling smile. Do you want to talk about it, or just sit here together? I want to apologize. For? Eve asked. First, for my mama, and second, for me. The second statement made me sob uncontrollably again. She took my hand and led me to the bed, easing us both onto the edge. Lou, there's nothing you need to apologize for. I do, I answered. I not only exposed you to that vile woman, but to me, I'm a mess. I'm always a mess. I'm a bad friend. No, she said with a shake of her head. No, you're not. Lou, you're a good friend. You take me out everywhere, you buy me all these clothes, and look at what you're doing for Spencer. You want to make sure he's happy. I swallowed hard, trying to get rid of the lump in my throat. But I'm overbearing and bossy, and I get to be too much. I drive people away. She patted my hand before she squeezed it. You do not. You're sassy and opinionated. You're just you, and that's okay. No one had ever said anything so nice to me. I flung my arms around her and squeezed until I thought I might have hurt her. She pulled back, grabbed a tissue from the box on my nightstand, and passed it to me. "Let's just get through this weekend and head back to Newport. I think you'll feel better then." I smiled and nodded as I wiped at my cheeks. I hoped we'd make it back to Newport. Right now, it felt like that would never happen, at least not without tragedy. I didn't trust my mother, and I feared for what might happen over the weekend. "See you at dinner," she said as she rose. "And don't worry, I'll wear the pink you suggested. It's a great choice." She grinned at me before she left me behind. I blew out a shaky breath before I crossed to my vanity. "Oh," I groaned as I looked in the mirror. I had my work cut out for me to look presentable for dinner. I started my transformation as my mind went over the conversation with Eve. She really was my best friend, and I wanted to make sure I repaid her for what she'd just done for me. I had to make certain she and Spencer fell in love. I just had to. Another knock sounded and the door creaked open. Spencer poked his head inside.
"Hey, you okay?"
"Yes," I said with a nod. "Just fixing myself up before dinner. Come in, you should change."
"I know," he answered, before Constance tosses me from the table.
He crossed to his suitcase to find a suit appropriate for our family dinner. After I finished patching myself up, I changed into a fresh dress, and we made our way downstairs for the grueling affair. I managed to make it through with a steady supply of wine. We settled in the living room for nightcaps, but after a few sips, Mama received a call, leaving us behind, though not before reminding me we had to meet with the attorneys the following afternoon. "Well," Eve said as she finished off her drink, "I think I'll head to bed. It's been a long day with the travel. I'll see you in the morning." "Good night, Eve," I said with a smile, pulling her into a tight hug.
"I probably should head to bed too,"
Spencer said as Eve left the room. "No, wait just a moment," I said, crossing to close the doors. I twisted to face him, a coy expression on my features. Earlier, Eve came to my room, and it reminded me of how sweet she is.
"She's very nice, yes. She insisted on going after you, though she did check to make sure I didn't want to go instead."
"That girl, she's letting her boyfriend take care of another woman?" I shook my head, stunned by how sweet Eve was. Spencer shifted his weight from foot to foot.
"Yeah, well,
we need to talk, because I am just determined to make sure things go well between you and Eve. Now, I really need to know the real reason why you haven't kissed her. And don't give me this line about how her sister showed up or she dashed off. Spencer, if you wanted to kiss her, you would have."
It's complicated."
I arched an eyebrow, setting my hands on my hips. "Simplify it for a silly southern gal." "Do you not like her?"
"No,"
he said, a little defensively.
"No, it's not that. It's—"
"Yes?" I prompted. He leaned closer, his eyes flickering with embarrassment and unease.
"I haven't exactly kissed anyone in a while, okay? I'm rusty, and I don't want to mess it up."
My features melted as I offered him a consoling smile. "Oh, sugar. Now why don't you just tell me? We can solve that." Spencer fluttered his eyelashes and sucked in a breath.
"Are you going to download kissing knowledge directly to my brain?"
"No, silly," I said with a wave and a chuckle. "We'll practice."
"What?"
His features turned incredulous. "We'll practice. Kiss me and I'll tell you what I think and help you make sure you perfect the technique for Eve."
"Louise,"
he said with a chuckle as his face reddened. I closed the distance between us. "What? It's not that ridiculous. You're nervous about kissing Eve because you're out of practice. We'll solve that. It's just a friendly kiss, darling. We both know that."
"I know, but I just feel ridiculous."
"Don't," I encouraged. "There's no need. Just pretend I'm Eve. We're
We're standing outside of her apartment. You've just had a lovely dinner. The moon is out, the stars are shining, and she glances up at you with those pretty brown eyes." Spencer shifted his weight again, pressing his lips together and looking like he was ready to toss his cookies. "Okay, first, stop fidgeting, you look shifty." I set my hands on his arms to steady him. "Now, just relax and pretend I'm Eve." "Right," he murmured. He lifted his hand, tentative at first, before he gently cupped my face. His lips brushed mine before the kiss deepened a little. I was pleased with the sweet show of affection and was certain Eve would be too. His tentativeness made it all the more adorable. I was about to pull back and tell him how well he'd done when the sound of a soft gasp drew my attention. Twisting around, my heart skipped a beat as I spotted Eve, her eyes wide, hovering in the doorway. "Eve," I began. "Please, don't let me interrupt. I just forgot my phone," she said, her voice shaken as she rushed across the room, avoiding our gazes. She snatched the device from the side table before she spun to scurry away. "Eve, wait!" I called after her. "Lou," Spencer whispered, his face equally as shaky as Eve's. "I'll handle it," I said with a squeeze of his hand, knowing Spencer would likely stumble through his explanation as his nerves played up. "Eve, now just wait!" I raced after her as she stalked through the house toward the back. "Eve!" She didn't stop, pushing through the French doors leading to the back patio. "Eve, now stop this," I said as I stepped into the warm Savannah evening. "Lou, it's fine," she said with a shake of her head, but I could tell from the look on her face that it was anything but. "I'm not... Spencer is your husband. You don't have to explain." I clenched my jaw, my fingers curling into fists. "Now, Eve, that's not true. Spencer and I are married. I get it." "You know that's not true," I answered. "Now you stop with this right now. You have every right to ask questions, Eve. Spencer is your boyfriend." "Shh," she said with a shake of her head, her gaze darting around wildly. "No, I won't. Not until you say what's on your mind." Her lips formed a pout as she crossed her arms. Lou, I understand. I do. Spencer is great, and I get it. But I wish you would have been honest with me." "But darling, I was. What you saw, well, it's just all a big misunderstanding." A tear rolled onto her cheek, and she hurried to flick it away. "It looked pretty clear to me. All this time, you've been telling me how cute and how sweet he is, and I've been wondering if you have feelings for him. This just confirms it." "That's not it at all," I protested, but she wasn't hearing me. "Or maybe I'm the fool here," Eve continued, her voice rising in pain and upset. "Maybe I'm just the pawn being shifted around the board by both of you in this elaborate game." "Eve, please," I pleaded, my voice desperate to bridge the gap between us. She recoiled, her eyes glossy with unshed tears. I reached for her, but she recoiled as though my touch would burn her. "No," she snapped, stepping back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I can't. I need some space." Before I could say anything else, Eve turned and hurried down the garden path, disappearing into the shadowy outlines of the garden. Behind me, the door creaked open as I stared after her, tears burning my eyes.
"Drove another one away, huh, Lulu?"
Mama taunted.
"I see nothing has changed."
The words stung me, especially because they came with a kernel of truth. Eve was gone, taking the trust we'd built with her. My heart shattered into a million pieces as the best friend I'd ever had, a woman who had tolerated all of my shenanigans, left me behind. And I had no idea if I could fix it. Chapter 16. Eve. My fingers tightened around my phone as I tried to fight the tears building in my eyes. I had no right to feel this way. but I still did. I hoped to cover it the best I could with a quick exit. The image of Spencer and Louise too close, their lips touching, had burned itself into my brain. I shook my head as Louise called after me, each word like a hammer against my frayed emotions. I was torn between the hurt of betrayal and the guilt of abandoning my friend. Hurrying toward the French doors leading to the garden, I ignored her. I needed fresh air and to escape the feeling of being trapped in the sprawling southern mansion. She called after me again, but I ignored her, desperately trying to get my emotions under control. Spencer and I were fake dating. He'd made that very clear. And now I knew why. I knew why Louise had gushed about how adorable he was, why he had no interest in a relationship. I knew all the whys, except for one. Why had they played this game? Had they not known their true feelings until they were each faced with the prospect of being with someone else? No matter what the answer to that question was, I felt foolish. Foolish for trusting them, foolish for being sucked into this game, and foolish for letting my heart develop feelings for a man who was unavailable. Louise called me again as I stepped outside. I had to face her. I glanced upward, blinking rapidly to hold back my tears as I twisted to face her and tell her it was fine. They were married. I didn't need an explanation. None of that was true by my standard, but I said it and hoped she would leave me alone. "You know that's not true," she answered. "Now you stop with this right now. You have every right to ask questions, Eve. Spencer is your boyfriend." I couldn't believe she'd said those words out loud. First of all, her mother had no idea from what I understood, so she risked her entire ruse by blurting it out. And on top of that, I'd just caught her lip-locked with the man. How could she call him my boyfriend? After telling her I wish she'd been honest, she tried to tell me it was a misunderstanding. I realized that it wasn't just Spencer who had hurt me, but Louise too. I didn't have many friends. Louise had been one of the few people I let into my life, and I'd been burned already. Tears formed again, and one escaped my eye, falling to my cheek. I flicked it away. "It looked pretty clear to me. All this time, you've been telling me how cute and how sweet he is, and I've been wondering if you have feelings for him. This just confirms it." When she reached for me, protesting that I had it all wrong, I stumbled back a step, my defense mechanisms building a wall around me. I twisted and raced down the garden path, wishing the bushes and trees would shield me with their leaves. I'd felt foolish plenty of times before, but this one stung more than any other. Even when my sister had turned up on my doorstep with Steve, I hadn't felt this betrayed. Stupid of me, I knew, but my heart had been shattered by both Louise and Spencer. As I left the garden behind, the scent of roses halted me, a scent that brought back memories of Louise's laughter as she sprayed a rose-inspired perfume on my pulse point, insisting it was my style. I slipped through the creaky metal gate onto the sidewalk. The humid night air clung to me like a heavy shroud as I wandered through the overgrown paths of the park, the twisted shadows of oaks stretching out like fingers trying to pull me back to the dark truths of the mansion. For a second, I wondered if I could make it home on my own. I kicked myself for not bringing my wallet with me. I could have gone straight to the airport and caught a flight home, or rented a car and driven back. I didn't care how, as long as I got away. My fight-or-flight instincts were screaming at me to run as fast as I could. Some of that may have been due to my extreme embarrassment. My mind concocted horrible scenarios of Louise and Spencer laughing about my reaction to their game or placing bets. It made me nauseous, and I sat down on a bench as I entered a park. Tears formed in my eyes again as my brain taunted me, and I doubled over, my fingers clutching the wooden slats as I sobbed. How could I have been so stupid? To stop the deluge, I turned on my phone's display, staring at it through watery eyes as I navigated to a travel site and searched for a flight home. The pickings were slim, and all of them were more than the balance in my bank account. I pressed my lips together as my lower lip threatened to tremble.
I wondered if my sister could help me pay for the flight. A groan escaped my lips as I realized how embarrassing it would be to explain to Audrey that I'd caught the man who proudly proclaimed he was my boyfriend kissing the woman who'd just blurted that she was my best friend. I could already hear Audrey's cackle, uncontrollable as she told me what a moron I was. "Oh, Eve, you have been so stupid," I murmured as I hung my head, a few more tears escaping me. With a deep, shaky breath, I tried to settle my nerves, but it took longer than I hoped. I sat in the warm Savannah evening air with my arms wrapped tightly around me. My mind tried to come up with reasons to make anything Louise said true. It was all a misunderstanding. It wasn't what I thought. I scoffed. How could it not be? I'd clearly seen their lips pressed together, Spencer's hand gently cupping Louise's face. I couldn't shake the image, and I couldn't figure out any reason that would explain it away. With a hollow feeling in my chest, I forced myself to my feet. I couldn't get away right now. The only thing I could do was return to Louise's childhood home. The thought made me sick, and instead of retracing my steps to the house, I wandered through the streets until the wee hours of the morning. I desperately wanted to avoid Louise and Spencer. I hoped to return after they'd given up on waiting for me. When I could no longer hold my eyes open, I finally found my way back to the house, staring up at it and searching for lights. Most of it was dark, so I slipped through the gate and into the French doors, thankful they were still unlocked. I crept up the stairs, wincing at every creak until I reached the next floor. My steps slowed as I passed Louise's room. I stared at the door, wondering if Louise and Spencer had fallen asleep, laughing over my stupidity. The thought tugged my lips into a frown as I forced myself down the hall to my room. I closed myself in the quiet solitude of the space and locked my door behind me. My eyes filled with tears again, being in this close proximity to those who had betrayed me. I had to get away. As I changed into my nightclothes, I made the silent promise that I would take an independent step to solve my own problems. I would leave Savannah the following day. I could rent a car and I'd drive myself back. That was the only affordable solution, and it would stop me from struggling to avoid Louise and Spencer for the rest of the weekend. After a quick search on my phone to ensure cars were available for rent at the airport, I finally settled into the pillows. But sleep wouldn't come to me. Instead, I laid awake, despite the exhaustion I'd felt while roaming the streets, my mind still poring over all the details. This time stretching back to those dates that had gone so well, and the laughs Louise and I had shared. I cried myself to sleep, managing a few hours before the light filtered in through the curtains. I awoke with a start, the details of what had happened the night before flooding back into my mind. With a sigh, I rolled over, my body craving sleep and avoidance of my situation. After a second, I snapped my eyes open. If I wanted to escape unscathed, I'd need to be up and gone before anyone else. I leapt from my bed and dressed in a frenzy before I tossed things in my suitcase and zipped it shut. I dragged it toward the door. I glanced down at it. Filled with clothes Louise had bought me, I realized I didn't want or need it. I let go of the handle, curling my fingers around my purse instead as I pulled my door open. I peeked into the hall, finding it empty before I crept into it and tiptoed to the stairs. I glanced at Louise's door as I slinked down the stairs, heading for the front door. Voices floated from the private study down the hall. Creeping closer to the half-open door, I caught the tail end of a sinister conversation. "We'll soon have all the money we need." I recognized Louise's mother's voice. I knew I should have left, but I didn't. Instead, I hovered on the last stair, listening in.
"Are you sure this will work, Connie?"
A man's voice asked in a thick Southern accent. I quickly dug my phone from my purse, toggling on the video and pressing record. Constance cackled.
"Why, of course, sugar. Don't you trust me? It slipped through our fingers once before when Lou pulled that stunt, marrying that Yankee. And I told you, I have that all taken care of. I've already started.
I gave her a dose last night, and she's getting another one this morning in her breakfast."
The words chilled me. Dose of what? I eased myself onto the hardwood floor and inched closer.
"By the time we get to the attorney's office, she will appear completely insane." "And how does that help? Spencer Whitaker is her keeper now." "Because, my dear, I am going to prove that Louise is completely crazy and that she had no mental capacity to enter into that marriage. That will end that union entirely." "And put the control back into your hands." "Of course. And then I will make sure my little Lulu is committed to the best psychiatric ward in the county, and will throw away the key."
The laughter that burst from their room sickened me, as did the plan to steal Louise's inheritance from her. No wonder poor Louise struggled so much with a mother like this. I backed away from the door, toggling off my video, my stomach in knots as I hurried back up the stairs. With a glance over my shoulder as my heart hammered against my ribs, I knocked quietly at Louise's door. "Louise," I whispered. I tried again, but she didn't answer. "Louise," I called a little louder. With a shake of my head, I twisted the knob, finding the door open. I slid it open a crack, scanning the space. Louise sat on her window seat, staring out at the front lawn. I slipped inside and eased the door closed before I raced over to her. "Louise," I said, my voice rushed with panic. "We have to get out of here." When she twisted to look at me, I drew my chin back to my chest. Her dilated pupils made her look as crazy as her mother hoped to paint her. "Louise," I said as her eyebrows pinched, "we need to go. Where is Spencer?" Her head tilted as the confusion continued to twist her features. "No." "Lou," I said with a shake of my head, "I know we had an argument last night, but we have to go. Your mother—" "No, you're not here." I stopped, my brain trying to process her words. Louise leapt from her seat, backing away from me. "No, you're not here. Eve left. She left me. Everyone leaves me." "No," I said with a shake of my head, reaching for her. "I'm right here. I left last night. I was upset, but I just needed some time. Louise, we need to find Spencer and get out of here." She shook her head, her eyes wide. No, Eve was my friend. She liked me, but she left me. She left me because I'm crazy. I drive people away." My lips tugged into a frown at the words. "No, Lou, I'm sorry we fought, but—" "No!" she shouted, her voice shrill. "No, you aren't real. You're just a figment of my imagination." Tears filled her eyes, one spilling onto her cheek. As I tried to determine a way to reach her, a curt knock sounded at her door.
"Lulu?"
her mother's voice called. My heart skipped a beat, and my knees wobbled. I couldn't let her catch me in here, or there would be no hope for Louise. I needed to hide if I would have any chance of helping her. My chest constricted as my eyes darted around the room before spotting a closed door. I raced to it, diving into the closet as Louise's mother opened the door.
"Lulu, I hope you're ready."
I peered between the louvers in the door as the scene unfolded. Louise wrapped her arms around her midriff. "Mama?"
"Yes, Lulu?"
Constance asked. Her voice grated on me, so sickly sweet but a total mismatch to her deeds. The woman had drugged her daughter, making her appear crazy, and all so she could nullify her marriage and steal her money. I wanted to pop out and shout at the woman that she wouldn't get away with it, but I forced myself to remain hidden. "Mama, Eve visited me."
"Did she? Well, how interesting."
"She said she wasn't mad anymore. She said she was sorry."
"I'm sure she did. There's only one problem here, pet."
Louise lifted her tear-streaked face to her mother's.
"What?" "That is all in your imagination. Eve isn't even real." Louise's features pinched as my fingers curled into fists. Eve is real. Tell her, Louise, I whispered. No, Mama, Eve was my friend. In your mind, yes, she was. Eve was a good friend to you. But, sugar, you have to face reality that she isn't real. Now, you come with Mama, and Mama will take care of everything for you. Constance held her hands out to her daughter. Wait, Louise said. My heart leapt as I hoped she realized her mother was lying. Where are we going? To the attorney, pet. We have to stop Spencer from robbing you blind. Now, you made a mistake marrying that boy, but Mama's going to fix it. I couldn't believe the lies she was telling poor, drugged Louise. Okay, Mama, Louise said with a bob of her head. Thank you. My heart broke as Louise stepped toward her mother, allowing the woman to wrap her arms around her and lead her from the room. I stayed in the closet, my pulse still racing as I waited to make sure they were gone. My mind spun. What was I going to do? How could I help Louise?
Chapter 17. Spencer. An incessant banging sounded at my door as I stared at the spot the car had been in a moment ago. I'd been politely told last night that this meeting was a private family matter and I was not needed. Louise had agreed to go alone, telling me she'd fill me in later. My lips tugged into a frown. After the debacle with Eve last night, though, we hadn't had a chance to discuss it further. Louise had taken their argument hard, tears sliding down her cheeks in a steady stream.
I always do this, Spence. I always push everyone away.
There had been no consoling her, despite my best efforts. She'd locked herself in her room. I'd tried to see her this morning, but she hadn't answered. Instead, I'd had the pleasure of running into my less-than-sweet mother-in-law, who reminded me my presence was not required or welcome at the morning meeting. So I'd spent the rest of my morning pacing the floor of my room, wondering where Eve had gone. I'd waited up for hours, but she'd never returned. I worried something may have happened to her. What if she'd wandered into the wrong area of town? I'd considered calling her, but realized she'd likely not speak to me. Between saying I only wanted to fake date her to the kiss with Louise, I'd royally messed up everything between us, and it made my heart ache. And now I'd have to find another fake girlfriend to date when we got home. I kicked at a tassel on the carpet, my jaw tightening as I wished I could go back and undo that one foolish moment. It had been Eve on my mind when I'd pressed my lips against Louise's, but I couldn't tell her that. Even if I wanted to, I'd likely never have the chance. I collapsed on the edge of the bed, puffing out a breath as I wondered how we'd find Eve to take her home. A loud, frantic banging jarred me from my thoughts. As I rose to answer it, each step felt weighted with dread. Swinging the door open, I found Eve, wide-eyed and frantic, her chest heaving with rushed breaths as if she'd run here. "Eve," I said, heat washing over me at the sight of her. "Thank goodness you're okay. Listen, about last night, I can explain."
"There's no time for that," she said with a shake of her head, waving her phone in the air. "We have to help Louise."
"Help Louise?" I tried to make sense of her statement.
"Yes,"
she said, her voice nearly pleading. "Okay, slow down," I said as I guided her into my room and eased her onto the bed. "What happened? What do we need to help Louise with?" She licked her lips, her features pinching.
"Louise's mother is drugging her. She's going to try to make it look like Louise is crazy, and then she'll invalidate your marriage, take her money, and have her committed."
The story sounded incredible, and I stared at her like she was speaking another language. Her breathing, still labored, hitched as she fiddled with her phone, her hands shaking. A video popped on, showing a slightly open door. Disembodied voices floated in the air. I recognized Constance's voice. As the video played through, detailing the malevolent plan to steal Louise's inheritance, my fingers curled into fists. I can't believe this.
Me either. I mean, Louise's mother didn't seem friendly at all, but this is downright evil. We have to do something.
I rose to pace the floor, my mind spinning in 1,000 directions. I retrieved my phone from my pocket. I'm calling my attorney. Moments later, we were heading for a chauffeured car I'd arranged, Eve's recording in hand, and the police contacted as per my attorney's advice. We slid into the supple leather seats, the upscale luxury providing little comfort to me as we headed for the attorney's office. Next to me, Eve fidgeted in her seat, her fingers tight around her phone as she chewed her lower lip. I wanted to reach out and take her hand, to provide her some comfort and to receive a little too, but I realized the gesture would likely be rebuffed. She'd been so focused on Louise's predicament, we hadn't had the chance to discuss the incident at all. I tried to find my voice as we snaked through the streets, but I couldn't. Instead, I sat there, silently admiring how even after spotting Louise kissing her so-called boyfriend, she'd still snapped into action to save her. Many women would have allowed Louise to suffer, considering it just desserts. Not Eve, and Louise and I had crushed her with our silly practice kiss. I decided to brave it and try to broach the subject, but the car eased to a stop next to a sign swinging in the breeze announcing our destination. A police cruiser sat in front of our car. The officers climbed out as we did, and we met in front of the walk leading to the building. Eve showed them the video and we proceeded inside. A pert blonde sat behind an oversized desk as we stormed through the door. I need to see my wife, Louise, I insisted.
Oh, Mrs. Montgomery and Ms. Montgomery are with Mr. Harwood and cannot be disturbed.
I flicked my gaze to the double doors behind her. Are they in there? I stepped around her desk, heading for the doors.
Sir, you can't go in there,
she called after me. Watch me, I said as Eve scurried behind me. I shoved the doors open and burst into the conference room. Stop this farce right now. Constance leapt to her feet, anger burning in her eyes. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Whitaker? Louise sat, her chin nearly on her chest, her shoulders slumped. I have the same question for you. Officers, that's her. That's the woman on the video. I want her arrested. Constance's eyes went wide. What? Arrested for what? You're the one who should be arrested. You took advantage of my poor, sweet little Lulu. You married her to steal her money. I did not. I'm not the one drugging her to steal it back. She settled her arms across her chest. I have no idea to what you are referring, Mr. Whitaker, but I would suggest you leave before I sue you for slander. Jonathan, I trust you are getting all this down. Every word, Constance, every word. It's not slander if it's true, Eve said. Oh, I see the mouse is back. Here to help your boyfriend claim my daughter's money? No, Eve growled. I would never do that to Louise. She tapped her phone to replay the video. Constance's features shifted from confident to defeated, though she tried to maintain her facade. You have no proof. I have all the proof I need, Eve snapped as she stepped to Louise. We are taking Louise and leaving, and you will never touch her money. She knelt next to a nearly comatose Louise and rubbed her arm. Lou, come on, honey, let's go home, okay? Louise lifted her head, her features pinched with confusion. Eve? It's me, Lou. I'm here to help you. Can you come with me? Eve, she gushed, clamping onto Eve's arm as if to check if she was real. Oh, Eve, it's all a mix-up, darling. Let's not worry about that now, Eve answered. We'll talk later. I hope this is all being documented. My daughter is certifiable. Because you made her that way, I answered. And I'm taking her straight to the hospital to have her tested. You won't get away with this. You get away from her, Constance shouted at Eve, slapping her across the face and knocking her to the floor. I raced forward, dropping to my knees as Eve pressed her palm against her cheek. The officers rushed forward, holding out their hands to drive Constance back a few steps. "Eve, are you okay?"
"I'm fine,"
she said as I wrapped my hands around her shoulders and helped her to stand.
"Eve?"
Louise asked, tears filling her eyes.
"Oh, Eve."
She sobbed as she rose. Eve took a step toward her, but before she could wrap her arms around her, Louise's eyes rolled back in her head and she slumped toward the floor. Eve caught her before she hit the ground as I called emergency services to summon an ambulance. We waited 5 grueling minutes for them to arrive and load a still unconscious Louise into the back of an ambulance. Eve and I slid into the back of the chauffeured car and were whisked away to the hospital. After a brief wait in the uncomfortable waiting room chairs, we were finally called back to be with Louise. "We ran a full blood panel on her. She had an overload of benzodiazepine. We have her on fluids," the doctor explained.
"Why is she still unconscious?"
Eve asked, her voice weak and trembling. I risked sliding an arm around her to steady her. She didn't shake it off, at least. "That's normal. I anticipate she'll awake once the drugs begin wearing off. Maybe a few hours, though. We'll check back in shortly." Eve glanced at Louise's still form as the doctor left the room, her features pinched. She slid out of my grasp and approached the bed, slipping her hand around Louise's.
How could her mother do this?
"Constance is not a nice person," I answered quietly as I circled to the other side of the bed. "Looks like we'll be here for a while." Eve pulled a chair closer and eased into it, her hand still around Louise's. I did the same on the opposite side of the bed. Only the sound of Louise's heart monitor filled the silence between us. "Eve," I began. She slid her eyes closed and shook her head.
"Please don't."
"I'd like to explain." She flicked her gaze to me.
"You don't have to. I told Louise this last night. You are married. You don't need to explain what happens between you."
"I do when I'm dating you."
"Fake dating,"
she said. The words sliced through my heart like a scalpel. "I know, but I'd like to explain what you saw." She sighed, her eyes falling on Louise.
"I think we should concentrate on her right now."
"She's not going to be awake for hours, and you should know." She shifted in her seat, still refusing to look at me.
"All right."
I swallowed hard, celebrating the tiny win of her entertaining my explanation. "What you saw was..." Her gaze fell to her lap as I stammered around, searching for the right words. "Well, it was fake." Her eyes slid sideways to me.
"Fake?"
"Yes," I answered, my heart suddenly hammering against my ribs. Oh, this is really embarrassing." I blew out a shaky breath as she finally twisted to face me. "Louise asked why we hadn't kissed yet, and I said, well, I told her that I hadn't kissed anyone in a while, and she suggested we practice. And that's what you saw. Really stupid. Just one friend trying to encourage another. That's it." I finally glanced up at her, trying to stop my hands from shaking. She stared at me, confusion etched into her features.
I don't know what to say."
"I'm so sorry. It must have looked pretty bad. But there's nothing between Louise and I. We were just practicing. That's it." Her gaze shifted back to Louise.
"I feel terrible. Louise deserved so much better from me."
I reached across to pat her arm. She got it. Most people wouldn't have helped her after what they saw, but you did.
"She must have felt so abandoned by me, though,"
Eve said, tears shining in her eyes. I wanted to race around the bed and comfort her, but I wasn't sure it would be welcome. So, instead, I sat there like I normally did, held back by my own fears. "Whenever she wakes up, she'll know that you didn't abandon her, and you'll be even better friends."
"Poor Louise. She really drew the short straw when it came to mothers, didn't she?"
My shoulders slumped as I watched Eve's features pinch over the misunderstanding when I was the one who had felt so guilty. If I'd only had the strength to go after her. Louise had tried and failed, but I hadn't tried at all. We sat in silence, the beep of the heart monitor reminding us of Louise's life hanging between us. She had been the person who brought us together, and still did as we sat vigil at her bedside, waiting for her to awake. After a few moments, Eve flicked her gaze to me, her features still pinched. "I'm so sorry I thought the worst of both of you." I offered her an awkward smile, guilt still eating at me. "It's okay. We didn't really give you much else to think." She shook her head. "That's just an excuse. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions, and I definitely should have let Louise explain. It's okay. We'll just do better moving forward." She offered me a sad smile before she sucked in a breath, stifling a yawn. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't sleep much. Do you want some coffee?" "Yes, I'd love some. I didn't sleep much either." "I'll grab us some," she said as she rose. "Oh, I could go. You stay with Louise." "No, you'd better stay. I don't think I could handle her mother as well as you do in case she turns up." I winced at the words. "Oh, please, don't tempt fate." Eve offered me a tired but amused smile. "I'll be right back." "Oh, do you mind grabbing a cookie? I'm starving. Chocolate chip if they have it." "Coffee and cookies coming right up," she said with a raise of her chin. As she disappeared from the room, I slid my hand into Louise's. "Well, Lou, time for you to wake up. Everything's okay. Eve is back. At least for you. I've probably ruined things already, but your friend still cares about you. Now come on, it's time to wake up." I patted her hand, hoping my words had some power to wake her, but she laid quietly, her heartbeat still rhythmic. I stared up at the monitor, watching the spikes that marked her heartbeat. After a second, I noticed a marked increase in the beeps and spikes. I flicked my gaze to Louise, rising as I stared at her. "Lou?" Her eyelashes fluttered open, and she let her gaze slide around the room. "Spence?" she squeaked in a weak voice. "I'm here, Lou. You're okay. Your mom drugged you, but you're going to be okay." "Mama? Louise's features pinched as terror crossed her eyes. "Eve? Where is Eve? We have to find Eve. She never came home. She's out there all alone." Louise sat up, flinging back the covers as she swung her legs over the hospital bed. "No, Lou," I tried, grabbing her arms from behind as she tried to stand. "Spencer, we have to find her. She's so hurt after what she saw. Poor Eve. I have to explain. I have to tell her." "No, Lou," I tried again as she fought me. The raw panic in her made her stronger than I expected, and she tore away from me. But before she could rip the IV from her arm, a voice interrupted. Eve appeared in the doorway, waving a bag and a coffee. They didn't have chocolate chip, but they had chocolate chunk, so I thought that was close. "Louise, you're awake!" "Eve?" She collapsed on the edge of the bed, her face as white as a sheet. Eve grinned at her as she dumped our coffees and the cookies onto the hospital table. "I'm so glad to see you up." "I'm so glad to see you," Louise said, her voice filled with a sob. "Oh, darling, I've been so worried. You just ran off and It's okay," Eve said as a tear spilled onto Louise's cheek. She eased on the edge of the bed, taking Louise's hand in hers. "It's okay, Lou. Spencer explained everything. I'm so sorry that we argued, and even more sorry that I thought the worst of the two of you." Louise's features twisted with relief before she flung her arms around Eve. "Oh, sugar, it's not your fault. I'm just glad you're back and safe, and really glad you're still my friend." "You need her," I said. "She's the one who caught your miserable mother so we could stop her before she nullified our marriage and had you committed." "What?" Louise pulled away from Eve, her eyes wide. "I knew Mama would do something like this." "Don't worry, we stopped her, thanks to Eve." "Oh, darling, I owe you." "Happy to help," Eve said with a grin.
We settled Louise in bed again, spending time together talking and laughing as we waited for her to be cleared for release. I smiled at the developing relationship between Louise and Eve. Happy Lou had found a friend who seemed to genuinely care about her. Most people used her or mistreated her, but Eve had her best interests at heart. The fact made me sadder than I'd been before. I was using this wonderful woman. More than that, I felt as though we'd connected. At least on my end we had. And I'd already ruined any chance at a relationship with her by our agreement to fake date. In true Spencer style, I had pre-ruined my entire life because of my own fear to open up to people. And I couldn't be more sorry for that. I didn't know how things would turn out, but I barely had a desire to find out. A hollowness filled me as the two women laughed loudly. I forced a smile, but my heavy heart thudded dully, sinking with dread.
Chapter 18. Louise. I shifted uncomfortably as I peered through my oversized sunglasses, sitting with 2 iced coffees all alone outside of the bakery I loved. The brown paper bag fluttered in the light Newport breeze, the contents a peace offering of sorts. A shiver shook me, the seaside breeze cooler than it had been in Savannah, although it was more the recollection of what had happened there, how my mama had tried to ruin my life, that made me tremble. I chewed my lower lip, staring at the empty seat across from me. Worse than that, what had happened with Eve haunted me. We'd had a good conversation in the hospital, but I couldn't shake the feeling I'd ruined things with Eve. She may have come to my rescue, but I worried. I didn't have many friends. Okay, I didn't have any friends. They all thought I was as crazy as my mother claimed. Memories of past friendships dissolved by misunderstandings haunted me. One had walked away when I'd planned an overly extravagant birthday surprise that overwhelmed her. Another had left when I'd broken down in tears about my mama's treatment of me. Each memory pinched my heart, reminded me of the thin ice on which my friendships always skated. The empty chair across from me mocked me, taunting me with the idea that I had just lost another. Eve had been quiet after our return, stating she needed to catch up on work, but I'd sensed something holding her back. I'd invited her for a painting class today, lunch, some shopping, and then a quiet dinner at home. She told me she'd meet me at the bakery when I'd suggested picking her up at her apartment. The words chilled me. Plenty of people had blown me off this way before. I knew what was coming. I was losing my best friend. I pressed my lips together as tears welled in my eyes. A glance at my watch showed me that it was 2 minutes after our meeting time. Eve was always prompt. Her being late was a sure sign she wasn't coming. My gut tensed as my heart sank. I waited another few minutes before I forced myself to face the facts. Eve was ditching me. As I rose, I wondered if I'd also ruined things between her and Spencer. I hoped not, but I probably had. With a sigh, I wrapped my hands around the condensation-clad cups and grabbed the bag with my pinky. I crossed to the trash can, my hand hovering over it, ready to release Eve's drink. Before I let go, a voice called to me. My heart lifted as I recognized Eve's call.
Louise! Louise!
I snapped my gaze in the direction of her face, a grin spreading across mine as I spotted her hurrying toward me. She shook her head, puffing for breath, her eyes rolling behind those heart-shaped sunglasses I'd insisted she buy.
I'm so sorry. My sister, I couldn't get away. Sorry I'm late.
I thrust her coffee toward her.
I'm just glad you made it. I bought pastries, but we'll have to eat them on the run. No problem, I can do that. I'm sorry. I didn't care that she was late, only that she'd come after all.
Ready to head to the studio?
Yes, I guess,
she said hesitantly as we strolled to my car.
I'm not sure how great I'm going to be at painting, but I'm willing to give it a go. I'm sure you'll do great. Besides, it's just a little fun for two gals to share before some lunch and shopping. And dinner, she reminded me with a grin. Yes, I exclaimed. I'm glad you could clear your schedule. I really needed the day with my bestie. We climbed into the car, and I dug into the bag for my chocolate eclair before I fired the engine. I think I'll save mine. I don't want to drop any crumbs or worse in your car. Oh, darling, I said as I bit into mine and whipped out of the parking space. I'll just buy a new one. Oh, Just eat it, Eve, I instructed. Holding it carefully over the bag, Eve took a bite. I admired how sweet she was to take care of my car, but by the end of the summer, I'd probably have grown weary of the color. We polished off the pastries as we arrived at the seaside studio, and I parked out front. Linked arm in arm, I dragged her up the stairs to the artist's studio. The Frenchman invited us inside, his eyes lingering on Eve long enough that I thought Spencer may get jealous if he knew.
Today we paint the sea,
he said, his accent thick, as he led us to two easels he'd set up near a large window. Wow, you have a great view, Eve said with a wide grin.
Yes,
he said, still admiring her.
Right now I do.
Her features pinched a little and pink colored her cheeks.
Now you will follow me with the painting. Take your brushes.
He's too much, I whispered to Eve as we followed his lead, swiping some blue across the canvas. I think he likes you. Don't be ridiculous, she said, shooting me a sideways glance. I'm serious. He was flirting with you. He thinks you're c'est magnifique, I said with a lift of my shoulder and a grin. Right, she said with a roll of her eyes. Would you date him? Oh, he could paint you nude. I don't think so, she said, her features reddening. No one is painting me in the nude.
Ladies,
Jacques called over his shoulder.
Is there some question?
No, we're just gabbing while we paint.
The painting should be quiet.
Sorry, I called. I like to talk.
Talk later. Paint now.
I shot Eve an amused wince. Eve, I whispered after a few moments. She whisked a streak of red across her sky before she looked at me. You can't date him. He's mean. Her features twisted with amusement as she stifled a laugh. Eve, I hissed again after he turned on music for the experience. Spencer would be jealous too. I'm not dating the painter, she answered. I nodded. Good. We spent another 30 minutes whispering as we completed our painting of the sea. When Jacques wandered back to assess our work, my stomach rumbled, and by that point, I wasn't interested in his opinion. My canvas was a riot of colors, where blue waves crashed into a misshapen shoreline under a sky streaked with two bold reds and oranges. My attempt at a sunset that looked more like a firestorm. Eve's, however, captured the gentle lapping of the waves, the gradient sky fading into a soft twilight, each stroke careful and deliberate, reflecting her thoughtful nature. He stared at it, his finger tapping his chin before he cocked his head.
It is very, abstract.
My features crinkled at the words, and Eve spun away. The way her hand was pressed over her mouth made me think she was holding back a giggle.
Now, to yours,
Jacques said as he shuffled to Eve's. She cleared her throat, clasping her hands behind her back as she awaited his words.
Yes, it is enchanté, beautiful, like its creator.
Redness rose in her cheeks as she offered him a demure smile. Thank you.
You have some promise.
Oh, thanks, she said with another shy grin.
I should give you private lessons, yes? We shall meet Friday evening and I will guide your hand.
Oh, no, Eve said with a solid shake of her head as I shot her an amused glance from behind him. No, that's not. I don't want a private lesson, but thank you.
No?
He pushed.
No charge, because of your talent.
I can't, she said as she lifted her canvas from the easel. But thank you. I grabbed mine too, thanked the artist as I held back a giggle. We hurried from the studio, setting our paintings in the back of the car before we slid inside. It didn't take long for us to burst into laughter. "Oh, darling," I said with a slap of my steering wheel. "He liked you." "Oh, please, he was a wolf." "He was," I said with a nod. "He definitely was. Oh, that private lesson was nothing more than a come-on. He wanted to use a different brush." "Stop," she said with a shake of her head as she chuckled. "Goodness, the things you get me into, Lou." My smile faltered at the words, my heart pinching a little. We spent our lunch talking about how I felt physically after what happened in Savannah. I avoided talking about the kiss that had rocked our worlds, instead focusing on tales of my mother's previous injustices. With the afternoon filled with shopping, our conversation focused mainly on dresses, purses, accessories, and jewelry. I noticed Eve didn't wear very much. When I asked her about it, she said she wasn't very good at selecting pieces. We browsed a few items in the jewelry store. I hoped to get an idea of what she liked so I could help Spencer pick out her engagement ring when the time came. Yes, I had high hopes for them. She seemed to enjoy unique pieces, deeply colored gems, and non-flashy pieces. I chewed my lower lip as I held up a sapphire necklace to her. "What do you think?" She glanced at it before she spotted the price tag. "I think no." "Oh, darling, don't look at that. Look at the colors and how it sparkles around your neck. It's very pretty. It would be nice for you." "I don't do well in sapphires. Rubies are better for me, given my fiery red hair." My mind spun with an idea. "Would you mind waiting for me outside if you're done browsing? I wanted to ask about their loose rubies and discuss a setting." "Oh, I don't mind at all," she said. I felt terrible chasing her away, but I needed to conduct a little business. She shuffled out the door, sliding on those heart-shaped sunglasses that looked so cute on her, and sat down on the nearby bench. I eyed her through the window as she slid a lock of hair behind her ear and stared up at the few clouds floating by in the sky. She was such a sweet woman. "You said you wanted to see rubies?" The clerk shuffled closer to me with a grin on her face. "Actually, I had something else in mind. I wanted something unique. Something for friends. Something matching that says, 'You're my bestie and I love you.' Maybe a bracelet or something unobtrusive." After looking over several options, I settled on matching charm bracelets, thrilled by the idea that we could add on charms as we experienced new things together. I had a ruby added to mine, a sapphire to hers, and started them both with a heart charm engraved with besties, and a second charm with a coffee cup, symbolizing where we met. With my purchases in hand, I left the store behind. "Did you find something you liked?" "I did," I answered with a grin. "Ready for dinner?" She nodded. "Starving, actually." "All that shopping worked up an appetite, did it?" I asked as we made our way back to my car. "It must have." We dumped our packages into the trunk and I headed for Spencer's. I'd forced him out of the house so I could have a private dinner with Eve. We needed it after what happened in Savannah. Eve helped me collect my packages from the trunk, but I was certain to keep hold of the jeweler's bag myself. "Just dump them here at the door, sugar," I said as we entered. "Oh, I could carry them upstairs. I don't want Spencer to trip on them. Or is he already home?" I offered her a coy grin. "Is that your sly way of asking if you'll get a glimpse of your honey tonight?" She glanced at the floor, seeming embarrassed. "No." "Eve, it's okay if you like him, you know." Discomfort washed over me, wondering if she still harbored some resentment over what she'd seen in Savannah. It twisted me into knots, but I shoved it aside and led her to the pool where I'd had our dinner set up. I raised my wine glass as we settled into our seats and toasted us. "To a lovely girls' outing." Eve raised her glass to clink mine before we both took a sip. We dove into our dinner, giggling again over the painting experience from earlier.
Gosh, I think if I wasn't there, things could have gotten out of hand, sugar, I said with a grin. I don't think so. He was far too aggressive. I would have fled. I eyed her. Are you afraid of love, Eve? She poked at the green leafy lettuce on her plate. No, just unlucky in it. I stared at her until she lifted her gaze to me. What about with Spencer? She opened her mouth to respond, her words slow as though she couldn't find them. The way her features pinched a little told me it was complicated for some reason. But what was that reason? She licked her lips and shrugged. Too soon to tell. But is there promise there? She swallowed hard, reaching for her wine glass. Yeah, of course. I grinned at her, relieved to hear that, though something plagued me at the back of my mind. There was something wrong here, and I didn't know what. We finished our meal and settled on the couch with another glass of wine. I pulled the jeweler's bag closer as we settled in. Eve, I have a gift for you. I hope you'll accept it. I pulled the jewelry boxes from inside the bag and set them between us. Open 'em. Her features crinkled as she set her wine glass aside and opened both boxes. Her expression melted as she pulled the bracelets from the velvet background. Are these friendship bracelets? I bobbed my head, setting my wine aside too. Uh-huh. I got a sapphire for you, a ruby for me, but we both have the bestie's charm and coffee cup to symbolize where we met. Lou, that's so sweet, she answered. Emotions bubbled up inside me. The fear I'd experienced this morning when I thought she wasn't coming, the fight we'd had in Savannah, and the gut-wrenching feeling I'd had after it. Tears welled in my eyes. Eve. Louise? Her features pinched as she reached for my hand. What is it? What's wrong? I know I'm needy and demanding and so many other things, but I needed you to know what you meant to me. I've never had a friend like you, and I'm terrified that I'm going to lose you. No, she said with a shake of her head. No, you won't. I almost did. That kiss with Spencer was a huge misunderstanding, she answered. And most of what happened was my fault. I wouldn't listen to you. I shook my head as a tear fell to my cheek. No, because I'm too much. I'm overbearing and hard to take, and... Lou, she interrupted, taking both my hands in hers. You are none of those things. But I am. I made you buy those dresses and those sunglasses and date Spencer, and then I dragged you to Savannah, and then today, and I... My breath caught in my throat as I nearly went into a panic, unable to catch my breath. Louise, she said, her voice soft. Louise, you're getting all worked up over nothing. You didn't make me do anything. I love those sunglasses, and I never would have bought them without your encouragement. I've never really shopped much for myself. I don't even know how to do it, but with your help, I may look a little more than functional. And you're not any of the things you said. You're generous, and you're so brave and outgoing, and I'm none of those things. So you can help me to be brave, and I can help you. Well, I probably can't, so it looks like I should be the one apologizing. Not at all, darling, I said, my features pinching. You're just the best little friend a girl could have. You're just so sweet and kind. You put up with all of me, and you help me feel better. You ground me. Well, there you have it then. Eve raised our bracelets in the air. We help each other because we're different. That's why we're so perfect as best friends. Do you mean that? I do, she said with a nod. We'll be friends for a very long time. I promise to always listen and never to walk away from you again. Deal? I lifted my pinky finger in the air. Pinky swear? She locked her little finger around mine, and we both grinned. Pinky swear. With a squeal, I threw my arms around her and squeezed her tight. I was so afraid you were leaving me after what happened. No, she said with a shake of her head. Now can you help me put my bracelet on? I clasped it around her wrist before she fastened mine. My heart soared as I suggested we take a picture together with them. I snapped one of our clasped hands sporting the bracelets, both of us all smiles, and made it my new background on my phone. I settled back in the cushions with my wine glass and my best friend to enjoy the rest of the evening. Before we could strike up a conversation, though, the front door slammed shut, startling me. I twisted to find Spencer shuffling into the room. "Spencer!"
I'm sorry, Lou. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we have a big problem.
The look on his face sent a shiver down my spine. What sort of problems did we have to face now?
Chapter 19. Spencer. Both Eve and Louise's features crinkled at my words as I shifted my weight from foot to foot, not wanting to ruin the special day Louise had planned. Louise spoke up first.
What? What is it?
I heaved a sigh, shaking my head as I recalled the news alert flashed across my phone screen, blaring the headline about Louise's family drama. My heart sank as I scrolled through the explosive details, the weight of Louise's potential distress pressing heavily on me. I knew this media frenzy could devour her privacy and peace, something she cherished deeply after the tumult with her mother. The story about your mother leaked to the media. It's all over the news. I barely made it out of the club without being questioned by 6 reporters.
"Oh no," Louise said with a frown. "I guarantee you Mama did this. She's trying to ruin my life with this nonsense because her plan didn't work."
I found my gaze shifting to Eve's face, even as Louise leapt from her seat, pacing the floor.
"Louise, I'm so sorry," she said.
Louise plopped onto the couch next to Eve and pulled her into her arms.
"Oh, darling, you don't need to apologize. It's perfectly normal for my mama to do this." "But it's so unfair,"
she said, with a shake of her head.
"If there's any way I can help, I'm happy to do it."
Eve's eyes shifted to mine, questioning. In that moment, I wanted to be brilliant. I wanted to come up with a plan to save Louise and showcase my wits to Eve. But all I could come up with was a weak suggestion. Maybe you ought to lay low for a bit. I think we need to put the dating on hold. Louise's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping open.
"No!"
She leapt from her seat, her fingers curled into fists.
"No, not that."
I hadn't expected her to take it well, but she was taking it far worse than I expected. What was the big deal if we put off the dates until the media frenzy died down? Lou, I think—
"No, Spencer," she growled.
Eve rose, gently placing an arm on Louise's shoulder.
Maybe he has a point. "I said no," she shouted before her shoulders slumped. "Oh, Eve, I'm sorry." "It's okay," she said quietly.
Lou, it wouldn't be long. You know how these things go. The media will be on to another story in no time. It would just be—
"I said no,"
she snapped before her eyes met mine.
"Spencer, can I speak with you privately?"
"Sure," I said, shifting my weight again as my gaze flicked between Louise and Eve.
"Now don't you go away, darling. Spencer and I will be right back."
Louise clamped a hand onto my arm and dragged me from the room. We stopped in the hallway outside of the living room. Louise shot a glance over my shoulder before she set her hands on her hips, a scowl on her features. "I know," I said with a nod. "This is
your way of wheedling out of another date, isn't it? Spencer Whitaker, as I live and breathe, you are a coward."
My features crinkled, confusion rising in me. What?
"You are trying to make sure you get out of the next date with Eve. You're afraid. Afraid of your feelings, or the kiss you should be giving her, or both."
That's not— Lou, there is a crisis going on. I just think laying low for a while may be the best.
Which is code for you to not date Eve either. You're postponing my next date, and then you'll say, "Well, since you're not dating, I'm not dating."
I didn't— That's not— No, I said, with a shake of my head. This isn't about logistics. It's about your well-being. I wanted to shield her from the prying eyes that couldn't understand the scars her mother had left. She arched her eyebrows high.
Really? So then you'll set up a date with Eve before she leaves tonight?
I could, though I really think me hitting the town with another woman may be a horrible thing right now.
Oh my word, she exclaimed. You really are using this to get out of dating Eve.
I'm not, I answered, though she'd brought up some pretty good points. I wasn't looking forward to the kiss with Eve, and I would inevitably need to orchestrate that in order to keep things moving along in Louise's eyes. It wasn't because I thought it would be unpleasant, quite the opposite. I worried I may connect with her a little more, and my heart couldn't handle that. Plus, I worried about pushing things too far with Eve. How much more would this woman take before she decided to call the whole thing off?
Aren't you? Because you are dancing all around it. All right, fine. If you don't want to be seen on the town with her, have a private dinner here. Candlelight, champagne, a walk on the beach, that kiss you've been avoiding.
Lou, I growled in a low voice. That may be a little awkward with my wife wandering around. Louise clicked her tongue at me.
First of all, I'm your wife in name only, and Eve knows that. Second, I will leave the house, obviously.
You can't, and then you're seen alone somewhere. That wouldn't look very good. Louise heaved a sigh before she smacked my arm hard. Ow, I said as I recoiled. Stop hitting me. I'm trying to protect you.
And I'm trying to live my life. No, the dating will not stop. Bring on date number 2. I'm ready. Those vultures wouldn't have the nerve to ask me who I'm out with.
I'm not so sure about that.
Don't argue with me, Spencer. We've already had enough of a setback with the trip to Savannah. I'm not about to risk another.
I heaved a sigh as I flicked my gaze away from her. I just think this is a bad time for us to be seen dating other people.
And I think you're avoiding another date with Eve. Did something happen between you two in Savannah?
What? No, I said, my voice incredulous. She crossed her arms, squinting at me.
Why are you acting like I'm accusing you of cheating on me? I want you to cheat on me, Spencer.
I'm not. Nothing happened. Eve and I were completely focused on saving you from the monster-in-law.
I appreciate that. But maybe you two bonded a little over that?
I licked my lips as I searched for words to both confirm and disavow that statement, but found none. A grin crossed her features.
You did, didn't you? Oh, Spencer, that's wonderful. See? I knew this would work out. Now all you need to do is get that pesky little first kiss out of the way. And once you do that, you'll see exactly how magical this relationship will be for you.
I shifted on my feet again, my heart pinching at the words. It wasn't magical. It was contrived. A kiss wouldn't change that. I had set myself up for failure from the first date. Although I wasn't surprised, I wasn't cut out for this sort of thing.
Come on, Spence. I know it's a little scary.
Louise's features pulled into an excited grin.
But that's what makes it thrilling, right?
I offered a weak chuckle.
Now,
she said with a pat of my hand.
Get back in there and make another date with Eve, and then set me up on my next one, okay?
My heart sank as I realized I couldn't argue with her. If I wanted Louise to be happy, I had to keep trying. All right.
Good. Now, go ahead in and talk to Eve. Oh, wait, I want to talk to her first and last.
Right, I said as I motioned for her to precede me. After you. We wandered back into the living room, finding Eve gazing out at the ocean.
Sorry about that, darling,
she said as she grabbed Eve by the hands.
Spencer was nervous about us stepping out, given all the press.
Oh, I understand. He's probably right.
We should keep going with our plan, Louise said. Which means I need a second date, and I understand you two have been working on this together. And you need a fourth date. So, I'm going to haul some of my loot upstairs while you two talk, and then we're going to finish our girls' evening.
Eve opened her mouth, looking like she was about to protest, when Louise pinched her cheeks and grinned at her.
Have fun, sugar. I won't be long, so get to it.
With a wide smile, she hurried from the room, leaving us alone. I offered Eve a nervous grin as I rubbed the back of my neck. "Hi."
Rough night, huh?
She said with a chuckle. "Yeah." Although it doesn't seem to have fazed Louise. I glanced after her as shopping bags rustled in the foyer.
No, not really. I guess she is really hoping to move forward after what happened in Savannah.
Her features suddenly shifted, and she raised her gaze to mine.
Oh, not that she's wanting to get away from you.
"It's fine," I said with a fleeting smile. "Lou and I are just friends, and will only ever be that. We're not suited at all." She shifted her weight as her arms wrapped around her midriff.
Well, what I mean is, I'm sure she's not in a hurry to get away from you.
Oh, right. Well, probably just in a hurry to get on with her life. As you can see, she's a little starved for happiness. Eve nodded.
Yes, she was very concerned that she'd lose me as a friend, and I couldn't help but feel like this is all a product of the way her mother treated her.
I shuffled a little closer, flicking my gaze out over the water. It is. She went through it with Constance. This latest stunt is just one in a long string of horrors that Louise has endured at her hands.
What a shame. She's such a wonderful person. She cares so deeply for everyone around her, but her mother treats her so terribly.
I slid my eyes sideways, my lips curling at the corners. I'm glad you think so. She's really attached to you. Eve raised a hand in the air, a bracelet dangling from her wrist.
Yes, she gave me the bracelet to prove it.
My eyebrows raised as I leaned closer to study the charms. A coffee cup and a heart.
It says besties, she reported. And the coffee cup is because we met at that bakery coffee shop. It was very thoughtful of her.
Well, I suppose we should get down to business. We need another date for Louise, and I'm told another one for us. I'm sorry.
Don't be,
she said with a dismissive wave.
Let's hope our next selection for Louise is better than the first. Did she say anything about what happened between them?
I pulled my phone from my pocket and toggled into my app. Yes, apparently he was only looking for a hookup. For some ridiculous reason, heat rose in my cheeks as I mentioned it.
Oh gosh, that's awful. Well, that's what you get for picking a male model.
She shot me a teasing grin. That's why you're going to help me pick this one. Here are the matches I found so far. I passed my phone to Eve, who studied the offerings. I sidled closer, peering over her shoulder, curious to see who she'd pick. She eyed several of them before she clicked to read a few profiles. My heart thudded harder against my ribs as I held my breath. Would this be indicative of who she may choose for herself? I felt stupid being this upset over this, but I couldn't help myself. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally stopped on a picture and poked a finger at him.
Let's try him.
I wrinkled my nose. He wasn't the most objectively attractive, though he wasn't bad. Him?
Yep,
she said with a nod as she handed my phone back. Why him?
He looks real, genuine, and honest. He says he loves a good time while enjoying the small things and seeking adventure anywhere. That sounds like a good fit for Louise. She loves adventure.
I bobbed my head. She sort of does. She finds adventure in simple things, too.
Yep, they could find it together. And he looks like a real person, not a male model.
I chuckled as I tapped the screen to connect with Justin Hartwell and send a message on Louise's behalf. Okay, message sent. Eve waved her crossed fingers at me.
I'm hoping this goes better than the first.
Me too, I said with a nod. And, our second order of business is setting up our next date. I raised my gaze tentatively toward her, wondering if she was sick of me yet.
Right,
she answered.
What day works for you?
I'm okay any day, I answered with a shrug as my phone chimed. Looks like Justin Hartwell is available on Thursday and asked if the White Horse is okay. Eve tugged her lips back.
It should be up to Louise's standards, and it's private, so if the reporters are still hanging around, she can fly under the radar. Good thought. I'll reply with an affirmative. I tapped on the screen, confirming the date. All right, Lou's all set.
Not for us. There's probably no way we can monitor their date at that location.
I shook my head. No, we'd be caught. So do you want to shoot for Thursday too? Sure, that's fine, she said with a nod. I'll pick you up around 6. Okay. How should I dress? Ideas flitted through my mind as I tried to figure out a nice date for us. But every idea I came up with, I thought Eve may hate. How about we have our next date at the old lighthouse? It's closed for tours in the evening, just the sea, the stars, and us.
Low-key. I like it. We'll do that.
Eve grinned at me, and for a second, I thought I detected a hint of genuine warmth. It made my heart skip a beat before I squashed it as Louise walked into the room.
Everything all set?
She asked. Yep, I said. You're going on a date with Justin Hartwell on Thursday.
And you too?
Louise asked as I fished my phone out of my pocket to show her our pic.
Thursday,
Eve said.
at the lighthouse.
Louise shot me a nod of approval.
Sounds perfect. And he looks much better than the first.
I creased my brow, glancing back at the man's photo as I struggled to understand why both Eve and Louise picked a guy I'd say was a weak 7 over a few that I thought would be rated higher.
Now, time for you to go. It's our night, Spence,
Louise said, dismissing me away with a flick of her wrist. I wandered from the room after saying goodnight to them both. As I headed upstairs, I found myself planning the meal I'd order and how I'd like everything to be set up. I hoped she'd enjoy my selections. I wanted things to be perfect. I envisioned the candlelight dancing in the sea breeze between us, how Eve's dark eyes would reflect its warm light. Maybe we would take that walk along the beach. For a moment, I opened my heart up to the possibility until I recalled our first date. And then the moment between us in Louise's hospital room.
Fake dating,
Eve said. The words echoed in my mind, rattling around as they taunted me. Fake dating, I repeated to myself. It's not real, Spencer. Stop thinking it could be. You're going to end up alone. The words broke my own heart into a million pieces.
Chapter 20. Louise. I smiled down at my phone, rereading the message from Theo, before a voice interrupted my thoughts, startling me. His sweet admission about how much he missed me warmed me all over. I jumped, nearly dropping my phone in the process as heat washed over me. "Spencer, darling, you can't go around scaring me like that." I pressed my hand against my chest. He furrowed his brow as he stared at me.
Scaring you? How did I scare you? Oh, unless you're hiding something from me.
The way he grinned at me made warmth rise up in my cheeks. The smile slid off his features and he wrinkled his nose.
Lou, I was just kidding. I mean, what could you be hiding? Unless you're stepping out on me.
He chuckled at his own joke as I clicked my tongue. "Very funny, Spence," I said, using the humor to sidestep my reaction. "Speaking of stepping out, how goes the planning for your big night?" That question seemed to make him uncomfortable. He shifted his weight as he swallowed hard and shoved his hands into his pockets.
Fine, it'll be good, I think.
I arched an eyebrow, poking a manicured nail toward the floor. "Details, now." "Huh?" he asked, his voice breaking a little. "What plans do you have? Tell me so I can okay them." He wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
Okay them, Lou.
"Spencer," I said, crossing my arms. "By your own admission, you are not good at this sort of thing. Now I'm offering to help you sweep this perfect woman off her feet. Take advantage. It's not every wife that would do this."
I'm pretty sure it's not any wife, Lou.
"Well, consider yourself lucky then, darling. Now, plans, spill 'em." He shifted around again, his shoulders rising toward his ears as his hands dug further into his pockets.
Well, I planned a nice dinner at the lighthouse at sunset, and, some wine and stuff. And this time both of my eyebrows shot up. And we can talk and look at the lighthouse. Look at the lighthouse? I repeated. Spencer, no one wants to see a dusty old lighthouse. Well, I think Eve does, he answered with a tilt of his head. She liked the arcade and we... He didn't finish his answer, running a hand through his hair, a surefire sign of his nervousness. We what? I questioned, sensing something. Huh? You said she liked the arcade and we... I swiveled my wrist, trying to get him to continue. We what? Oh, we had a nice time. He shrugged. And she seems to like unique things. So I thought the lighthouse would be nice. We could explore it together and... Kiss? I finished, my voice filled with hope. His lips formed an O as he blew out a breath. Sure. The way his voice shot up an octave made me think he had no intention on following through with the kiss. My hands fell onto my hips. Spencer Whitaker, you stop being a coward and kiss that woman. She deserves it. He shot me an awkward smile filled with uncertainty and a nervous chuckle.
Well, actually, she probably deserves a lot better than what I can give her, so it may be kinder to not kiss her.
I offered him an unimpressed stare. Spencer, it's a nice way to show her how interested you are. If you don't kiss her, she's going to think you don't like her, and if she thinks you don't like her, she'll be better off. He finished when my lower lip bobbed up and down, searching for words. His eyes fell to the floor as he pressed his lips together. Spencer, that's not true. Now you are a gem of a man. A little rough around the edges and certainly lacking in confidence, but a catch. Perfect for Eve. His eyebrows pinched together at my words as he chewed his lower lip. Oh, Spencer, just kiss her and get it over with. She'll understand. She's probably nervous too. Really? He answered, his eyes rising to mine, hope floating in them. Yes, really. I recalled the first time Theo and I had shared a kiss. Butterflies flitted in my stomach, my heart pounded against my chest, and my breath had caught in my throat. But it had all been so worth it. Darling, her heart is going to be pounding too. And she's going to hope you like the feel of her lips on yours and that it makes your heart go pitter-patter. He sucked in a breath and nodded. Right. Well, I can't imagine it wouldn't. Amusement crossed my features, twisting my lips into a grin. Oh, Spence, you like her. Color rose into his cheeks as he shook his head, not denying it. We should talk about your date. Is that what had you staring at your phone earlier? I recalled the sweet message from Theo about how he missed me and couldn't wait to see me. He asked about Spencer's progress, another reason I desperately wanted to ensure their relationship was moving along. I needed Spencer to be happy before I could really enjoy my relationship with Theo. Until then, I still felt like I was sneaking around behind my husband's back. With a flutter of my eyelashes, I nodded and lied. Yep, just confirming things. The white horse is nice. Looks like Justin may have earned himself some points. I nodded, sliding my phone behind my back. Sure, it's private. Seems like he wants to get to know me. You know, not just a hookup. Spencer smiled, hope floating in his eyes. You know, this one was Eve approved. She picked him, but I still don't understand why. A twinge of guilt swept through me over my little white lies. Well, he's cute. He looks honest, sweet. His eyebrows pinched again, his confusion obvious. I really don't understand women at all. I rolled my eyes at him. Oh, Spencer, most women aren't attracted to perfect tens. You could have fooled me. Don't you women all love chiseled jaws and bulging muscles? I doubled over with laughter at his innocence. No, of course not. Really? Because women are always ogling those types, like the Chippendales. A snort escaped me as my laughter intensified. For eye candy, sure, but we aren't lining up to marry a Chippendale, Spence. Honestly, sometimes you really make me laugh. A corner of his lips pulled back. I could almost see the wheels turning in his mind as he tried to assess the information, likely wondering if Eve found him attractive and if they could move forward. I hope it gave him plenty to think about and encouraged him to move things forward. His phone chimed and he tugged it from his pocket, any trace of a grin erased in an instant as he glanced at the screen. "What is it?" I asked. He heaved a sigh and shook his head.
"Well, looks like I have some time to ponder that kiss."
He flashed his phone toward me, showcasing the message from Eve. My heart sank at the words on his screen. "Hey, so sorry to do this last minute, but I'm really sick. Summer cold. Can we postpone? I'm so sorry."
Oh no, Spencer,
I said, my voice tinged with upset.
"Yep,"
he said, his voice deflated. He had been looking forward to the date, no matter what he'd said about being nervous. He was crushed. "Oh, darling." I pressed my lips together and shook my head. "Wait, I'm going to call her."
"Why?"
His features devolved into surprise and confusion.
"Oh, you think she's lying? I'm not surprised. I bet she just wants a night off from me."
"No," I said with a shake of my head as I found her name on my phone. "No, Eve wouldn't do that." He didn't look like he believed me as I turned on my speakerphone and the line trilled.
"Maybe we shouldn't call,"
he started when the line clicked and Eve's tired voice answered.
"Hey, Lou."
"Well, hey there, darling. I hope you don't mind me calling out of the blue, but I was with Spencer when you sent the message about being sick, and I wanted to check up on you." A cough sounded before a sniffle. "Thank you. Yeah, I feel so terrible about Kids League, but I honestly feel, well, just awful." "Oh, my poor Eve. Well, I just feel horrible about this. Is there anything I can do?" "I've followed your date," Eve answered before she hacked away again. "There's no reason both of us should have our nights ruined." I shot Spencer a glance at those words. Eve thought the canceled plans were a ruined night. I hope he took note of that. "Well, I'll try, but I'm just going to be checking in on you all night long to make sure you're all right. You sound just awful." "I'm okay," Eve said. "It's just a cold. It's miserable, but I'll live." "You'd better. We need to add to that charm bracelet soon. I'll text you tomorrow so we can gab about the date." "Sounds good," she said with another sniffle. "I hope he's a real Prince Charming, Lou." I smiled down at my phone, that guilt swirling around inside me again. I didn't care if he was King Charming. I had already found my happy, but I couldn't let them know that. "Thanks, sugar." I hung up and raised my eyes to Spencer. "She sounds really sick." Spencer wrinkled his nose as he nodded.
"Yeah, poor Eve. Sounds like she feels awful. She should be eating chicken soup or something. I wonder if she has any."
My eyes widened and the corners of my lips curled. "Well, you should take her some, Spence. Remember that time I came down with strep and you made me the homemade soup? You should do that for Eve." Spencer rubbed the back of his neck, his features showing his obvious discomfort over the suggestion.
"I don't know."
"Why not? It's perfect. It shows you care. You'll get the chance to take care of her and you won't miss your date." Spencer lifted his shoulders toward his ears.
"Well, I mean, she probably just wants to be left alone."
"She doesn't," I assured him. "Listen, Spencer, no woman wants to sit alone feeling awful, then have to get herself up and make herself something to eat when she feels bad. More than anything, she'll want someone to just hand her the warm bowl of soup, wrap her in a blanket, and stroke her hair while she watches television." Color rose in Spencer's cheeks again.
"I'm not, I can make the soup, but maybe I should just drop it at the door."
"Take it inside, make sure it's nice and hot, then deliver it to her on the couch. Oh, and remember," I said with a wag of my finger, "she's not going to look perfect like she normally does, but don't say, 'Oh, you look awful,' because no woman wants to hear that, even if she looks bad." Spencer's eyebrows pinched.
"Right, okay, yeah. I can make the soup and take it to her. I'll check to make sure she has cold medicine and stuff, and I will say she looks good."
No, I said, with a shake of my head. No, don't say that. Just don't say, oh my word, you look awful, because then she'll just feel bad.
Okay, I won't say anything about her looks at all.
Spencer chewed his lower lip. Now have fun, darling. I need to go get ready for my own date. I grinned at him before I spun on a heel and headed for my room. After a twirl through my closet, I picked a dress that was hardly my favorite, but would do nicely for Justin, or whatever his name was. It didn't really matter. I felt somewhat bad for him, but I wouldn't waste too much of his time. The sound of rattling dishes floated from the kitchen. A smile curled my lips as I slicked on my lipstick. I hoped Spencer had a lovely time, despite Eve being sick. It took the pressure off for the kiss, as I doubted he'd want to swap spit with her while she was germy. But this could be a turning point for them. Spencer's attention and kindness could make a huge impression on her, and maybe, just maybe, Eve's illness could make Spencer see her as more human. I could tell that he still didn't believe she could love him. I finished my makeup and did a final check of myself in the full-length mirror before I grabbed my bag. I made my way downstairs, peeking into the kitchen where an apron-clad Spencer stirred a steaming pot on the stove. My heels clicked across the floor as I hurried to him and kissed his cheek. Good luck, darling, but you don't need it. I bet she'll be so happy you're doing this for her. He offered me a nervous smile.
I hope she likes it. Hey, good luck on your date, too.
Thanks, but I don't need it. If this one's meant to be, we'll know it. With a wink, I left him behind, climbed into my car, and headed to the White Horse to meet whatever my date's name was. A twinge of guilt shot through me as I drove there, plotting for how to get rid of him, but I brushed it aside. I had a job to do. I found him already seated and waiting at a booth in the back. As I approached, he rose a little awkwardly, something I'd normally find charming, and smiled as he held out a rose. He was doing well so far. It was almost a shame I'd have to ditch him, but I knew he'd make some other woman very happy.
Hi,
he said with a smile.
You must be Louise. I'm Justin. Wow, you look fantastic.
Thank you, darling, I said as I tossed the rose aside and slid into the booth. You're not so bad yourself. His cheeks turned red, highlighted by the candle glowing between us. We studied the menu before placing our orders. Justin offered me an awkward smile before he launched into his icebreaker.
So, you're from Savannah. How do you like Newport?
I wanted to grab my phone and text Eve to see if Spencer had surprised her with the soup yet, but I resisted the temptation. Oh, I love it. Of course, I'm not sure how I'll feel at the end of the summer.
First time through the weather change?
Something like that, I answered. My read on him was that he was a nice guy looking for a committed relationship. I had to send him screaming from me, and I knew just the way to do it.
Well, the fall can actually be quite warm, so you may enjoy it more than you think.
With a huff, I settled my chin in my palm. Well, it's not so much the weather, it's more the scenery.
Oh, the leaves will be beautiful.
I meant the outflux of tourists and so on. His brow furrowed as he stared at me.
Oh, you like the bustle?
I like the bodies, I answered coyly. His features devolved into more confusion. I chuckled. You know, all those hot young men who come to the area? He laughed nervously.
I guess it helps with the dating, yep.
Dating? I said with a chuckle. Yes, I guess so.
Were you meaning something else?
Well, I don't. It's not so much dating that I'm looking for. I leaned closer, sliding my hand across the table and rubbing his. He glanced down at it before his gaze rose to mine, his forehead creasing.
What are you looking for?
I couldn't help letting a little smile curl my lips as I eyed him, one eyebrow arching. A little of this, a little of that.
I'm not sure I'm following.
I let my thumb rub across his skin. You know, a little of you, a little of Joe, a little of Tom, a little of, well, everyone.
You want a one-night stand? I thought you were looking for a long-term commitment.
I threw my head back with laughter. No, sugar, I'm not looking for a one-night stand. I'm looking for long-term. The nervousness on his features only dissipated a little as he huffed out a chuckle.
Oh, good, because I'm after a committed relationship.
So am I. Just more than one of them. His eyes narrowed at me, and he searched my face for answers. I want an open relationship. You know, I see you, I see Tom, I see Joe, I see a few men.
What?
He wrinkled his nose. An open relationship. Oh, and you get to see other women, too. I'm not psychotic. His eyes slid from side to side.
Are you joking?
I'm not, I answered. You're not interested in this? His head wagged before his words came out.
No, I want a committed relationship.
Well, we can be committed, darling, but we can also see other people.
I'm really not interested in that.
I pulled my head away with a heavy sigh. I just can't believe this. I'm just shocked at the number of men who don't want to date a variety of beautiful women.
Oh, if you suggested this because you think that's what men want, it's not. It's definitely not.
I raised my gaze to his, keeping my features innocent. No, that's not it. It's what I want. I just can't seem to find enough men interested in this. Well, whatever. I suppose we can still enjoy our meal. He dug into his pocket and tossed a few bills on the table.
I'd really rather not. Feel free to eat on me, and, good luck with your preferences.
With that, Justin Hartwell fled across the crowded bar and disappeared through the door. I grinned as I leaned back against the wooden booth. I'd papered over that nicely if I did say so myself. And now all I had to do was make sure Spencer's relationship was moving forward before I had to ditch another date. My mind wandered to his soup venture, wondering if Eve had taken well to it. I'd have to slyly find out the next time I talked to her, which I'd do soon. But a statement he'd made to me earlier rattled around in my head, making me concerned for their relationship. His first reaction to her text had been that she was lying. Did he really not trust Eve? If he didn't, I had some work to do, because I was determined to make certain they fell in love, even if it killed me.
Chapter 21. Spencer. I paused, my forehead wrinkling, before I slid the chopped parsley toward the boiling broth, suddenly concerned that Eve would hate parsley. It had such little taste, though. I swallowed hard, frozen by the unforeseen fear that this was a terrible, awful idea. What if Eve had wanted to cancel the date because she didn't want to see me? She could have easily lied. It had happened to me in the past. I'd learned the hard way then not to trust people. The light-colored broth bubbled in front of me, the fragrant steam floating up to my nostrils as I set the cutting board aside, my features crinkling. I'd busily prepared the soup after Louise had suggested it. Eve had sounded sick on the phone. She could have faked it, though. With a shaky hand, I gave the pot a stir before I dunked a small ladle into it and took a sip. It tasted good to me, but would Eve like it? I didn't want her to hate it. But that wasn't what I was really worried about, to be honest. I stared down at the leafy flakes of parsley on the cutting board before I shook my head. I was worried I'd go over to her apartment and find out that she was lying. Nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario raced through my mind. I imagined spotting Eve through the window, cuddled on the couch with another man, or incessantly knocking at her door only to spot her returning home, fresh from a date. I swallowed hard, facing the real possibility that either of these scenes may be exactly what I'd find. What worried me more was the ache in my heart over that fact. I wasn't indifferent. I wasn't unfazed. Instead, sweat beaded on my brow and my chest constricted as I considered facing the reality that Eve had zero interest in me. She doesn't have an interest, stupid. She's your fake girlfriend. I huffed out a sharp breath as I tried to repeat the mantra to myself over and over so I could lessen my inevitable heartbreak. With a deep inhale, I slid all the parsley into the pot. I still had to play my part as the doting, albeit fake, boyfriend, and I wanted to make the soup the way I normally did,
Louise had liked it, maybe Eve would too. Louise's heels clicked across the floor as I stirred the pot again. She planted a kiss on my cheek, careful to wipe away any of that red lipstick she loved so much. Good luck, darling, but you don't need it. I bet she'll be so happy you're doing this for her. I wasn't so sure about that, but I forced a nervous smile. I hope she likes it. Hey, good luck on your date too. Thanks, but I don't need it. If this one's meant to be, we'll know it. She winked at me before she spun on a spiked heel and headed for the door. I blew out a shaky breath, shocked by her confidence. How could she just know? I didn't know a darn thing. I realized I had feelings for Eve, enough to be afraid of them, but I didn't know Eve was the one for me. Probably because I was fairly certain she wasn't. Eve was too sweet and beautiful of a woman to want to be saddled with me. Though many women were enamored with the size of my bank account, Eve didn't seem to care. Her reminder in Savannah about our fake relationship still haunted me.
After another check of the soup, I covered it with a lid to let it simmer a little longer as I doffed my apron and hurried upstairs to change.
With my lips tugged into a wince, I stood in my closet, eyeing all the clothes and feeling a sudden kinship with Louise for every time she'd uttered the words, I have nothing to wear. Lou had told me to make the soup and take it to Eve. She hadn't told me what to wear. Was I supposed to look nice or comfortable? Did it matter? Was I supposed to just drop the soup and run or stay? I ran a trembling hand through my hair as I second-guessed everything about what I was about to do. With a sigh, I decided it didn't matter. Eve's not going to break up with you. She can't. Not until Louise finds love, so it doesn't matter what you wear. I decided on comfortable, slipping into track pants, a t-shirt, and a hoodie. With my wardrobe selected, for better or worse, I hurried downstairs and gave a final taste test to my soup before I secured the lid on the pot, grabbed a bag of crackers and a pint of ice cream, and loaded everything into my car. A few minutes later, I arrived at Eve's apartment. With potholder-clad hands, I carefully carried the pot and bag of goodies to her door. Carefully, I balanced the still hot pot against me, wincing a little as I banged on the door, my heart in my throat. I waited for a few moments, convincing myself that she wasn't answering the door because she wasn't home, until the door popped open. A red-nosed, open-mouthed Eve stood in a fluffy pink bathrobe, her hair tugged into a messy topknot. Even though she very clearly was sick, I couldn't help but think she looked cute. Her features twisted with confusion as she stared up at me. Spencer? Eve, hi. Sorry to show up like this, but I made you some soup. Her gaze shifted to the pot in my arms.
It's still hot, but I could put it on the stove to warm up a little,
I offered, feeling as awkward as my voice sounded. Oh, sure. She stepped aside and motioned for me to enter the apartment. I sidestepped past her and headed for her kitchen, setting the pot on the burner and the bag on the counter. After turning the heat on low, I lifted the pint of ice cream from the bag. I brought this too. I thought maybe it could help if you have a sore throat.
Her features finally melted from confused to appreciative.
Thank you. You didn't have to do this. Oh, I said, feeling warmth rush into my cheeks. It's nothing. I hope you like it. Awkward silence stretched between us as we stood staring at each other. Well, I should go. Let you enjoy the soup and relax. Do you have enough medicine and everything? I do, but, you could stay if you haven't eaten. I mean, I'm happy to have the company. It may make me feel less awful. My eyebrows flicked up as my lips curved into a smile I couldn't stop. Oh, if you don't mind, I'd love to join you for a bowl. She nodded with a smile as she shuffled across the room in the fuzzy piggy slippers that I couldn't help but chuckle at. She pulled 2 bowls from the cupboard. Just tell me where to find the ladle and I'll get this for you. Meet you on the couch? It's in the drawer on your left. And thank you. With a nod, I collected the utensil and doled out the soup into 2 bowls before I waddled into the living room with them, finding Eve wrapped in a blanket on the couch. I eased into the seat next to her and handed the bowl off. She wrapped her hands around it, closing her eyes and inhaling the aromatic steam. From what I could smell, this should be delicious.
I chuckled at the statement as she stirred the soup and lifted her first spoonful to her lips. So good, she said with a sigh. Thank you. Really, I was just about to try to find the energy to make something, but this is much better. Of course. I'm sorry we had to miss our date, though maybe that's for the best. Her features crinkled as she slid a clean spoon from her mouth. After a swallow, she said, What do you mean? Oh, the lighthouse isn't very interesting. You dodged a bullet not having to poke around that dusty old place. What? She cried with a grin, her raw voice breaking a little. I love lighthouses. Really? I did too, but I thought I was just weird. She nodded before she slid her half-empty bowl onto the coffee table and leapt from the couch. She disappeared into another room, emerging a few seconds later with a small figurine in her hands.
I bought this when I first moved here. It was a splurge, but I just loved how they did it in the broken tiles. And these actually came from the original floor from a lighthouse.
The giddiness in her voice betrayed her excitement over the find. She stuck the plug extending from the back end of the object into the wall and flicked a switch. The lighthouse glowed to life, its tiny lights spiraling at the top. Wow, I like how it actually swivels, I answered. She grinned at the statement before she set it aside and grabbed her soup again. Me too. It was a splurge, but so worth it. It was $130. My brow furrowed as I kept my gaze focused on my bowl of soup. That wasn't a splurge in my world, but I found it sweet that she was careful with her money. Oh gosh, she said, her features turning sheepish. That must sound so stupid to someone with your money. Not at all, I said. Before I launched Mystic Realms, I could barely afford to play Street Fighter for some downtime.
Right,
she said with a soft smile. So tell me more about Mystic Realms. Oh, well, I said, my voice filling with enthusiasm at the topic. It's kind of a mix of strategy, world building, and quests. So, you can build a little space for yourself and fill it with treasures you find. Then you can trade others for different things. Some of those you may need in your quests, and some you just may want to keep. I poked a finger at her lighthouse. Like your lighthouse.
Oh, neat. I still haven't tried it. I don't game a lot.
Her cheeks reddened as she polished off the soup. That's okay. It's not for everyone. Like my game, neither was I. I reminded myself that I wasn't for Eve. Can I get you a second bowl? She winced as she offered an apologetic smile. It was really good, but would it be awful if I asked for a bowl of ice cream? No, not at all. You're sick. You can have anything you want. I collected our bowls and returned them to the kitchen, searching for the dishwasher. It didn't exist, so I quickly washed the bowls and set them in the drainer before I opened the cupboard Eve had used before. I withdrew 2 more bowls and filled them with a generous helping of ice cream. With spoons in hand, I returned to Eve, finding her searching for my game on her laptop. Really, you don't have to play it. She accepted the ice cream and slid the laptop to the side. I'd like to try it. I shifted in my seat, my heart pounding ridiculously fast. I'm afraid you'll hate it. I'm sure I won't, she answered, licking her spoon clean of ice cream. But you may need to help me a little. I eased into the cushions, the tension in my shoulders relaxing a little. Oh, you think you deserve special treatment, huh? She chuckled at me. Maybe a little. After all, I am sick. Very good point, I answered as I grabbed her television remote. Do you have a smart television? Yep, she answered with a nod. Thank goodness, because I stream everything. Me too. I grinned at her as I headed to the App Store to download my game using a secret code that allowed me to get it for free. Did you just cheat and download that for free? She asked. I did, I answered as I rose. And I want to make sure you get the full experience. Just a sec. I hurried from her apartment to my car. I always had a few game controllers lying around in my trunk well, I'd never actually had anyone ask me to play Mystic Realms with me, but there was always a first time for everything. I grabbed them from my trunk and rejoined Eve on the couch, passing one off to her. Wow, fancy. I hope I know which buttons to press. I'll show you, I said, clicking through the first few screens. Hey, I didn't get to read that. I gave her a dismissive wave. You don't need to, I promise. I mean, as much as I'd love to say all of this dialogue is imperative to your understanding of the game, it's not. Now, first thing we need to do is create your avatar. What about you? I loaded my own avatar by signing in. A small virtual me appeared on the screen. He looked like me, only better, with more handsome features and six-pack abs under his hoodie.
Oh, there you are,
she said as options appeared for her to build her character on the screen.
Let's see. I just need a ponytail and a t-shirt.
There are lots of options there. Louise said I needed to add more female-friendly clothing, so the latest update added dresses and shoes, sunglasses, purses, you name it. She giggled as she selected a plain pair of black pants, t-shirt, and sneakers.
I don't need all those things. I'm not very good at that anyway. I just want to play.
Oh, okay, I said with a nod. Usually, Lou doesn't get past this part. By the time she settles on an outfit, she says she's lost interest in the game. After another spoonful of ice cream, Eve laughed again.
That's funny. I actually want to play the game part.
Pride swelled in me at the words as we dropped into the world near my house.
So is this where everyone starts?
No, I answered. This is my house. Most people can't find it, but since you're special, you can. She smiled before her character wandered around the outside. I explained to her how to open my door and go inside. A few seconds later, she managed to open it, and we headed inside. My eyes slid sideways to gauge her reaction to my place. She seemed to approve.
Okay, so what's next?
Well, we should do a quest, and then build you a little house. Maybe near mine.
That sounds good.
We spent another 2 hours talking and laughing as we solved the mini mystery involving missing rubies and secured a piece of land next to my house on a parcel of land I traded to her for a ruby. Our conversation flowed easily again as I hacked down trees while Eve refined them into logs for her new cabin. We built the frame, then I gifted her a few items to fill the inside. After all the work, our little avatars plopped down on the couch I'd bought her, much like our real-life counterparts.
Ooh, that was hard work, she said with a laugh.
But I hope fun, I answered as she reached for a bottle of Tylenol.
Definitely. Maybe I'll try another quest tomorrow if I'm feeling up to it.
I nodded, wondering if I'd overstayed my welcome. Should I bow out now, or can I get you anything else?
I hate to be a pain, but some of those oyster crackers you brought would be nice to get these pills moving.
Of course, I said, climbing from my seat as she downed the last of the cold medicine. I collected the sticky ice cream bowls and shuttled them into the kitchen, washing them quickly before I grabbed the oyster crackers. When I returned to the living room, I found Eve asleep on the couch. I carefully returned the noisy bag to the kitchen so I wouldn't wake her, adjusted her blanket, and then left her a note to tell her I hoped she felt better. As I set it on the coffee table, I glanced at Eve, a mix of warmth and regret coursing through me. I'd had a lovely evening again. It would be a shame when this all came crashing down around me, but it would, and I would lose everything.
Chapter 22. Eve. Bright light streamed into my small living room as I opened my eyes, wincing as I stretched my stiff neck. I glanced around, desperately trying to recall why I was sleeping on the couch. My burning throat, scratchy and sore as I swallowed, reminded me of my cold. With a groan, I sat up, hoping the pain relievers I was about to down would take away my achy joints and my sore throat. As I reached for the bottle, I caught sight of the white paper, stark against the marred cherry wood of my coffee table. Memories of the previous night flooded back into my mind. I'd spent it with Spencer playing Mystic Realms. After being pampered with homemade soup and a bowl of ice cream delivered straight to my couch, we'd spent hours working on a quest, then building a little cabin for me in his virtual world. The time had flown, and I'd almost forgotten how awful I felt. Spending time with Spencer had done me a world of good. Suddenly, I realized I felt different, more genuine with him than in any of my past fleeting relationships. It wasn't just the soup or the game. It was a sense of being understood and appreciated. I slid my eyes closed before I read the note. My fingers lingered on the cool paper.
And then I'd fallen asleep just as he was about to bring me the oyster crackers I'd requested. Smooth, Eve. Real smooth. My raspy voice reminded me even more of my illness. I must have looked awful when I'd opened the door. A far cry from the carefully put-together image Louise always made sure I was before a date with Spencer. I wondered if I'd ever hear from him again. It didn't matter, I convinced myself as I pulled his note closer. We were only fake dating anyway. He had no interest in me. And that made my heart ache. I'd felt a connection on our first few dates, but after last night, my feelings had intensified. Those sweet moments spent laughing over his game, particularly when I'd accidentally ended up on the top of a tree without trying, balancing precariously over the world, had only made my heart flutter more. No other man had ever served me homemade soup because I was sick, nor had they, with a soft laugh, tugged the game controller from my hands and carefully moved my character back to the ground below without a scratch. "There you go," he said as he handed the controller back with a smile. "Safe and sound." My fingers had brushed his as I collected it with a smile. I'd hoped the warmth in my cheeks would be mistaken for fever rather than flushing from the moment. I slapped a hand against my forehead, hating how vulnerable I was in this fake relationship. "You're an idiot, Eve. A complete idiot. The man has no interest in you. Stop imagining he does. He probably did all of that because Louise told him to, or to convince her that we're still dating." My own words brought tears to my eyes. I chalked up the emotional moment to being sick. Everything was always more intense when you were sick, right? A hot tear rolled down my cheek and splashed onto the paper below, marking it with evidence of my sorrow in the form of a wet splotch as I forced my glassy eyes to focus on the words. "Hey, Eve, you fell asleep and I didn't want to wake you. I put the rest of the soup in the fridge for you for tomorrow. Hope you feel better. Spencer. P.S. If you wouldn't mind texting me to let me know how you're feeling, I'd appreciate it. Only if you feel up to it." A smiley face followed the postscript. I sniffled at the words, feeling that connection again, despite everything screaming at me that I shouldn't. Tears filled my eyes for a second time. I tossed the note away and grabbed to the pain relievers as a distraction. I was setting myself up for a huge fall. After a struggle to open them that culminated with a curse under my breath, I managed to open the bottle and shake 2 white tablets from it. After downing them with the stale water from last night, I forced myself to get up and refresh the glass. A knock at my door on my way back to the couch sent my heart soaring as I wondered if it may be Spencer. I pulled it open to find my sister instead. "Wow, you look terrible," Audrey said. "Thanks," I answered with a sniffle. At least my red eyes and nose could be attributed to my cold instead of my emotional breakdown over a man I shouldn't be dating. Audrey pushed past me and plopped onto the couch, wrinkling her nose at my crumpled blanket and plastic grocery bag brimming with used tissues. I eased onto the cushion next to her, wrapping up in the fluffy fabric again. Before I could speak, she grabbed the remote and aimed it at the television. "I doubt you'll be in a talking mood, so we'll watch some TV." The screen sprang to life, mystic realms appearing on it. My avatar sat next to Spencer's on my new virtual couch. Spencer's eyes were closed, indicating he was asleep, in other words, not logged in to play. Audrey's brow crinkled. "What is this?" "Mystic Realms? Spencer's game." "You were playing this?" "Spencer and I were playing it last night. He stopped over with homemade soup for me." Audrey arched an eyebrow. "Wow, you managed to inspire a man to make you homemade soup and bring it over while you were sick?" My pain relievers had yet to kick in, making me feel sufficiently awful to start with. The barbs flowing from my sister only added to my misery. I took my frustration out by fidgeting with my blanket. "He's pretty nice." She scoffed at the words. "He's also married." "That didn't stop you from coming on to him the other night when you crashed our date." Audrey rolled her eyes. "I didn't crash your date. I happened to be walking along the beach and saw my sister. What did you want me to do, ignore you? Then you'd be crying about that." I wouldn't be crying about it. But you were pretty obvious with those sultry stares. What? Audrey cried. Oh, please. Look, I'm sorry that I happen to have a look that men find very sexy. She slid her eyes sideways to me. And why would you say that? Did he say something about me? No, I answered, satisfied that for once my date hadn't mentioned my sister after meeting her. She murmured. I guess he's too much of a gentleman to do that. Anyway, so this guy came over and brought you soup? Yeah, I answered, rubbing my temples to try to alleviate my pounding head. Well, I guess that makes sense. He doesn't have anything to lose here. He's already married, so you don't really stand a chance. They're getting a divorce, I retorted. Yeah, Audrey answered as she flipped through stations. Sure they are. This reads like the script of a rom-com, and you know what happens in those, right? She focused on me. The third wheel loses every time. Everyone roots for the couple to realize their marriage is the best thing that's ever happened to them. I fought the tears burning my eyes at her words. I tried to cover them by blowing my nose before I said, You know, Audrey, I'm really tired. I'm going to take a nap if you don't mind. Oh, did I hurt your little feelings? You know what's going to hurt worse? Getting dumped by Spencer Whitaker when he inevitably realizes he loves his wife. I'm just trying to help you before you get hurt. She had a point, and her words sliced at my heart like a knife. My sister slapped the couch on either side of her before she rose. I'm going to leave you here to your delusions. Call me if you want to talk sense anytime soon. She sauntered to the door, slamming it behind her as she left. I didn't even react, slowly sliding my eyes closed instead. My sister had a point, and she wasn't wrong. She'd just said all the things I'd been concerned about. And even if she was wrong about him falling for Louise, she'd likely steal him from me. I couldn't stand visiting her at his house as she sipped Cristal poolside and he pandered to her. The very thought turned my stomach. If they started dating, I'd move to another city. Maybe in Alaska. I grabbed the remote, ready to shut the television off before I shook my head and returned to Mystic Realms. I grabbed the controller Spencer left behind and rubbed my thumb over one of the rounded buttons. I tried to focus on playing another quest, but it only reminded me of my conflicted feelings for Spencer. With a heavy sigh, I shut the game off and grabbed my phone. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard before I tossed it away, feeling ridiculous to send him a text, as though he could see inside my heart and knew how I felt. I snatched it again and typed out a simple message, thanking him for the soup again and apologizing for falling asleep. As I sent the message on its way, another knock sounded at the door. My shoulders slumped. I didn't have the energy for Audrey again. Still, I dragged myself off the couch as the persistent knocking continued. With my mouth hanging open due to my stuffy nose, I tugged the door open, my features shifting as I spotted a sunglasses-clad Louise with her arms full. Hi, darling. Now, it's not homemade soup, but I've got all the essentials. Chocolate chip cookies, donuts, brownies, and pizza. And I've also brought 13 going on 30 and a few other movies we can enjoy. She closed the door behind herself as she paraded into my living room. Now, I almost booked a therapeutic massage, but I thought you may not be up for it. Thank you, Louise. You thought right. I'm still pretty sick. I can't wait for the medicine to kick in. I settled on the couch again with my blanket as Louise slid the pizza onto the coffee table and set down the other goodies. The pizza will help. How was your date? I asked as she pulled a slice of the pie from the box, cheese strings snapping as she did, and placed it on a plate. Oh, a bust. She gave me a dismissive wave. But that's no big deal. How was your night with Spencer? The grin on her face looked almost conspiratorial as she handed off the pizza. Oh, nice. I fell asleep while he was getting me oyster crackers. I rolled my eyes. Aw, darling. Well, you were sick. I'm sure he understood. How was the soup? Excellent. It had helped so much. I was too tired to make anything. Louise settled back on my couch with her own slice of pizza, never once wrinkling her nose at my sickly state. I imagine. But Spencer just He wanted to take care of you. Isn't that so sweet of him? Yeah, I admitted, my own conflicting feelings whirling inside of me. That's it? Come on, sugar. Don't you want to gush to me about how tender he was? How he brought you that bowl of soup? Did he stroke your hair? Now, I know you probably weren't up for any canoodling or kissing, but still, did you cuddle? Did he rub your back? I want all the details. I'm sorry, we just ate soup and played Mystic Realms. Louise let her pizza slice slap against her plate, her features turning stony. He did not make you play that game. I enjoyed it, I said, my expression brightening as I recalled the experience. We had fun. Really? Well, sugar, you two really are as well suited as I thought. I hate that game. Oh, it's not so bad. We found some rubies that built a little house for me. It was nice. Louise grinned at me. Look at you. There's all that gushing, and I think even some blushing. She giggled at her rhyme. I'm just warm from the sickness. No, you're not, she teased. You're falling in love. I licked my lips, staring down at the red pepperoni on the pizza. I couldn't admit my feelings to myself, let alone Louise. Oh, this is just fantastic, darling. I'm so happy for you and for Spencer. He's getting a gem of a woman. Oh, my stars, I can't say how excited I am. Now, when do you think he'll be down on one knee? Soon? I think you're getting ahead of yourself, Lou, I answered. Nonsense! He's fallen head over heels for you. I'll bet it won't be long. End of summer at the latest, but I'm going to say on the 4th of July. Stars, fireworks, a shiny ring. Oh, I can't wait. Now, I understand you'll probably have to pick your sister to be your maid of honor, but if I could sneak into the bridal party as a bridesmaid, I'd be ever so grateful. I heaved a sigh, recalling the morning with Audrey. At this moment, if I was engaged, which I still maintain is a long way off, I'd prefer you as my maid of honor. Oh, she squealed as she pounded her feet against the floor. Eve, I'm so excited for this wedding. It's not happening yet, so contain yourself. She shot me a knowing glance, and I quickly changed the subject. So, what went wrong on your date? He wasn't really looking for commitment. He wanted to keep his options open. I don't like a man who can't commit. She turned up the volume on the movie, signaling for me to be quiet. Lou, I pressed, needing the answer to one more question. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you just stuck with Spencer? She chuckled as she bit into her pizza, answering while she chewed. Misery, that's what, darling. We are not well suited. Oh, I answered, wondering how true that was. Partners in rom-coms never thought they were well suited either. Eve? Louise asked. I twisted to find her staring intensely at me. Darling, this isn't a romantic comedy. I'm not going to fall for Spencer. I want my own happiness, and it's not with him. He's a great guy, but he's not for me, okay? Okay, I said, trying to find confidence in her words, but I only found more sorrow. He was a great guy that I was falling in love with, but I could never have. Chapter 23. Louise. I stared at the image of the third victim in Spencer's scheme to find me love. He was getting better at selecting, thanks to Eve's input. It would be trickier to get rid of this one, but I had to. I needed to keep Spencer and Eve dating until he finally got enough courage to get serious with her. If I had my druthers, I'd keep going with my little plan until they were engaged at least, although I wasn't certain Theo could take it that long. A sigh escaped me as I studied the last message I received from him. Each new correspondence was a reminder of the delicate balancing act I was performing. A twinge of guilt sliced at my heart as I read it again. I'm jealous. These fake dates get to spend more time with you than I do. The winky face at the end of his message implied that he meant it tongue-in-cheek, but I was beginning to feel the same way. I hadn't managed to come up with a way to tell Spencer, though, too afraid that it could ruin the fragile relationship he was building with Eve. Things were moving painfully slow between them. Both of them seemed to have reservations. Eve's question to me when I'd spent the day with her to facilitate her recovery still echoed in my mind. It highlighted her trust issues over truly allowing herself to fall for Spencer, though I suspected she was, despite herself. But she'd hold back until she was certain he wouldn't break her heart. And I couldn't convince him to take the next step because he was too darn nervous to mess everything up. I had myself in a fine pickle, that was for certain. My thumbs hovered over the virtual keyboard as I tried to figure out a response that would be cheeky but reassuring. I couldn't come up with anything, though. For the first time in my life, I was lost for words. I let my head thud against my vanity with a groan. Oh, Lulu, you've made a fine mess of things.
What's that? Louise Montgomery admitted that she's messed up?
Spencer's playful tone brought to mind an image of his boyish grin, one that I was certain made Eve's heart flutter. I snapped my head up, quickly recovering from my stupor. Nothing I can't fix.
So you did say you messed up,
Spencer said, his grin broadening as he approached me.
All ready for your date?
No, I answered as I snatched a tissue from the pearl-studded box and wiped away my lipstick. I didn't want to wear Rev-Up Red tonight. I'll go with Cherry Bomb instead. I uncapped another tube of lipstick and slicked it on my lips, hoping I covered well. He clicked his tongue at my supposed faux pas.
Well, that's important, because this is your third date, and you know what they say, right? Third time's the charm.
I held back an eye roll. Third time's the curse was more like it. I was running out of ways to dodge these guys, but I'd have to dig deep. Before that, I wanted to talk about how it wasn't the charm for Spencer and Eve. That may be the saying, but it seems like it wasn't for you. His eyebrows shot up, and he held his hands up in defense.
Hey, it wasn't my fault. Eve was sick.
Yes, she was, and now she's better, and you've yet to reschedule the date.
She's catching up on work, and I have to reschedule the lighthouse, which, by the way, was a great choice because Eve loves lighthouses.
I heard, I answered. She told me when I stopped by for my girls' day cold therapy. Points for knowing her so well. He gave me a satisfied grin. But not well enough. I stuck my hands on my hips.
What? What does that mean?
His features registered hurt. It means she doesn't think you're really interested in her. He gulped, guilt flashing in his eyes. Uh-huh, that's right. Eve seems to think we're in some sort of bad rom-com where you and I are going to fall madly in love and end up together.
What?
This time his features devolved into shock. What exactly did you say to her to make her think that? I asked, my tone a little accusatory. I'd found with Spencer that if I acted a little icy, he'd spill the beans to me, and I needed him to tell me everything so I could fix things.
I didn't say anything.
He shot back, his voice going an octave higher as he tried to defend himself.
Maybe you said something.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, really? Maybe it's all your, isn't Spencer so cute? Isn't Spencer so nice?
He morphed his voice into his best impression of my southern drawl, failing miserably. First, I sound nothing like that, and second, no. That's girls talking about boys. That's normal.
Maybe she doesn't think it's normal when the girl she's talking to is married to the boy she's talking about.
He shot me a wide-eyed glance. Well, I set her straight on that. But now it's your turn. Now, Spencer, you have just got to show your interest a little more. Hold her hand. Kiss her. He heaved a sigh.
Yes, I'm working up to it. Her cold threw me off, that's all.
I expect this to be handled on your next date or I will be highly disappointed. I eyed him for a moment. With his arms crossed as he leaned against my vanity, I could tell he was still unsure. Do you not like her? Do I need to be looking for someone else?"
No!
He practically shouted at me, a flicker of what looked almost like fear dancing in his eyes. His adamant reaction told me everything I needed to know. Spencer Whitaker was falling in love with Eve Dawson. Now he just needed some encouragement to take things to the next level.
All right, just asking. Because if this isn't the love connection you were looking for...
"It's fine. I'm fine. We're fine."
We?
I asked coyly.
Well, that's a start.
He shrugged.
"I guess I kind of see us as a couple. I don't know."
I grinned at him.
"Good. Now make her think that and we'll be all set. And make sure she doesn't think you and I are going to get together."
"I can't understand why she'd think that. I didn't even mention you that night." "Oh, wait, I did. I said you hated Mystic Realms."
"I don't hate it. I just don't like it," I retorted, my eyebrows pinching as I tried to figure out how Eve had come to that conclusion. After a moment, I curled my fingers into fists, one of them pounding against my marble vanity top. "I know who did this." My nostrils flared as my lips tugged into a frown. "That darn sister of hers." Natural color rose into my rouge-enhanced cheeks as my anger boiled over. "That minx. She wants you all to herself. That's why she did it. Oh, I could smash her."
"Audrey?"
I snapped my gaze to him. "Yes, Audrey." Concern etched Spencer's features.
"I can see why you don't like her. I don't either."
"Good. Audrey Dawson is becoming a problem." I grabbed my purse and glanced at my watch. "I may be late for my date."
"You still have plenty of time," Spencer said. "The restaurant is only 10 minutes away."
"But I have to make another stop first." I stormed to the door.
"Wait, what? Where?"
Spencer hurried behind me, his voice filled with concern. "Audrey Dawson's. She's a problem and I mean to fix it." "Wait, Lou," he called as I ripped open the front door and stomped my way across the driveway to my sports car. "I'll handle it, Spence. You just worry about that lighthouse date." I slid behind the wheel, fired my engine, and tore off down the driveway. The cool breeze that fluttered my fiery hair did little to calm my nerves. In fact, with every mile that passed, I grew more and more agitated. That sister really did a number on Eve, and now she was wrecking my plans to marry off my husband to that sweet, sweet girl. "Not in my world, darling," I growled through clenched teeth as my tires screeched as I took the turn on nearly 2 wheels. Seconds later, I pulled up in front of Audrey's apartment. After she'd crashed one of Eve's dates, I'd made it a point to know where she lived in case I needed to keep an eye on her, and now I was glad I did. After parking, I slammed my car door closed and pounded my way across the sidewalk and into her building. Wasting no time, I took the stairs to the 2nd floor, found her door, and smacked my fist against it. No one answered for a moment, and I tried again. This time, a lock disengaged and the door swung open. Audrey stood on the other side, her features settling into an unimpressed frown.
"You? What do you want?"
"Yes, me," I answered, anger sharpening my voice. "I want you to stay away from Eve." Audrey's features twisted with disbelief before she started to laugh, morphing her expression with amusement as she crossed her arms.
"You're joking."
"I am deadly serious. Stay away from Eve." "She's my sister, you dingbat. I'm not staying away from her." "Oh? Well, she deserves a much better sister than you. You need to stop filling her head with all your vile nonsense about Spencer." "I don't know what you're talking about," Audrey shot back. "Don't you?" I cocked my head, my hands falling to my hips. "Look me in the eyes and deny that you're the one who riled her up with the nonsense about Spencer and I falling for each other." Audrey rolled her eyes. "Come on, you know I'm right. I'm just protecting my sister. I don't know if this is some kind of sick game you rich people play or what, but this is weird no matter which way you slice it." "It's not. Spencer and I are not in love. But Spencer and Eve are, and they are going to get married and live happily ever after. I crossed my arms, a haughty expression on my face. Wow, you're delusional. I am not. I can see it between them. They're a perfect match. Audrey cackled again. Eve isn't really a perfect match for anyone, but yeah, you keep telling yourself that. And when you're still hitched to Spencer at the end of this, we'll see who's right. I am not staying married to Spencer, I insisted. Why wouldn't you? I mean, I get it. He's not hot, but he's rich. Problem solved. Just close your eyes and think of all the zeros in his bank account. Spencer is a doll, but that's beside the point. I don't need his money. I have my own, you twit. Audrey screwed up her face. You're rich too? Yes, so I am not staying married to Spencer. He is going to marry Eve, and I want you to stay out of their relationship. Her gaze fell, her forehead creasing. I could see the gears turning in her little opportunistic mind. Stay away from them, Audrey, so help me. Audrey's ringing phone interrupted my threat. She dug it from her pocket and swiped to accept the call. Audrey Dawson. A second later, her features twisted. What? Is she okay? She pressed a hand against her forehead. My stomach dropped at her panicked tone. What was happening? Okay, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. She ended the call and flicked her gaze up to me. I need to go. Get out. What's happening? Was that about Eve? Leave, she shouted as she raced to grab her purse, her eyes wide as she stared down at it before she grabbed her phone. When is the next bus? Bus to where? If this is about Eve, tell me. She didn't bother to answer, so I added, I have a car. I can drive you wherever you need to go. She snapped her gaze to me. The hospital. Eve was in an accident. What? This time my voice raised an octave as Audrey pushed past me into the hall. What happened? Is she okay? I don't know anything. I just know she was in an accident and now she's at the hospital, okay? Oh my word, I said, my voice breathy as my chest constricted. I dug my phone from my purse as we hurried down the stairs, quickly dialing Spencer's number. Lou? Hey, I hope you don't need me to bail you out. No time, Spence. Meet me at the hospital. Eve's been in an accident. I ended the call, dumping my phone into my bag before I pushed outside and hurried to my car. I slid behind the wheel as Audrey buckled in next to me. With the engine fired, I whipped from my parking space and sped to the hospital in record time. Spencer pulled up behind me in his red sports car. I raced out of my own and tossed the keys at the security guard. Ma'am, you can't park here. Keep it, I shouted as I raced inside with Spencer and Audrey hot on my heels. I stopped at the triage nurse, barely breathing. Eve Dawson, where is she? Are you family? I'm her sister, I shouted, my voice frenzied. Audrey wrinkled her nose as she gave me a sideways glance while the nurse checked her screen. She's in cubicle 3. I'll buzz you in. We all raced to the door as she shouted, You can't all go back there. I waved the comment away as I skirted sideways past the slow-moving automatic door and barreled down the hall until I found the correct room. Grabbing the jam, I skidded into the room, gasping for breath as I prepared myself for tubes and wires coming from a comatose Eve. Instead, I spotted her with her ankle propped on a pillow, bruised and swollen. She winced as she moved it before she spotted me, her brow pinching. Lou? Eve, my word, I exclaimed as I pressed a hand against my heaving chest. Are you all right? I'm okay, I'm just a little maimed, but I'm fine. I wobbled into the room and collapsed on the edge of the bed. Thank heavens. The hospital said you were in an accident, but nothing else. The hospital called you? No, Audrey answered for me. They called me. She happened to be there when I took the call and offered to drive me. You were with Audrey? The confusion on Eve's features grew as I tugged my lips into a wince. I was. Yeah, she was threatening me. That's not true, I shouted. Okay, easy, Eve said, patting my hand. I threaded my fingers through hers, squeezing them. So you're going to believe her over your own sister? Audrey crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Eve. No, but I don't think it's that important. You don't get along. Let's leave it at that. What? She came to my apartment and threatened me. She told me to stay away from you. Okay, Eve said with a nod. Well, unbelievable, Audrey said, throwing her arms in the air. You know what? You deserve the crazy you're getting yourself into with these two weirdos. Have fun. I'm glad you're okay. With that, the venomous woman stormed from the room, leaving us alone. I slid my gaze sideways to Eve, my lips still tugged into a wince. Would she hate me? Eve let her head fall back against the pillow. I hate to say it, but I'm sort of glad she's leaving. I let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're not mad at me. I did tell her to stay away from you, but only because she's so awful to you. I know, Eve answered with a squeeze of my hand. And my painkillers haven't kicked in yet, so tolerating her is difficult. I let my gaze fall to her swollen ankle. Oh my word, does it hurt terribly? It's not pleasant, but it's not too bad. Is it broken? How long do you have to stay off of it? Spencer asked. Yeah, 6 weeks. At least I don't need surgery. I'll barely afford this. Don't worry about that, Spencer said with a pat on her shoulder. No, I can't. You can and you will, he insisted. Thank you. I'll repay you somehow, I promise, just as soon as I'm back on my feet. Literally. I don't know how I'll make it 6 weeks with one leg. She shook her head as he reassured her that she didn't need to repay him in any way. I cocked my head as I watched them together, an idea forming. A grin spread on my lips as I realized the perfect way to get Spencer and Eve closer than ever. Eve was going to move in with us.
Chapter 24. Spencer. I cringed as the tires squealed against the pavement of my driveway. Louise's car tore down the drive. She hadn't said it straight out, but I knew she was headed to Audrey Dawson's apartment for a showdown. I shifted my weight from foot to foot as I stared at my own car, wondering if I should hop inside and follow her. Confrontation was not my thing, though, and I was fairly certain I'd somehow make things worse. How, I wasn't sure, but I had a tendency to do just that. As I closed the door and shuffled in the living room, my mind went over the conversation I'd had with Louise. Eve had suggested we'd fall in love. I laughed out loud at that implication. Louise was a wonderful woman, kind, caring, beautiful, but she couldn't have been more wrong for me. Us falling in love was like going to the desert and hoping to see a polar bear. It wasn't going to happen. For fun, I ran an internet search to determine how many romantic comedies ended up with the fake marriage couple falling in love. I puffed out my cheeks as I saw hundreds of them. No wonder Eve thought it would happen. She'd been shovel-fed this narrative in every Christmas movie Hallmark made. Not going to happen, I said again, this time aloud as though that would make it more real. With a sigh, I let my head fall back against the cushion behind me. And neither is a relationship with Eve. The words shattered my heart, despite my best efforts to steel myself against it. Stop grieving a relationship that never was, Spencer. You're setting yourself up for pain again with another relationship that never was and likely never will be. I grabbed the remote and flicked on the television before I snatched my game controller from the coffee table. A few hours in Mystic Realms should distract me from my heart sickness. I waited for the game to load, drumming my fingers against my thigh as I waited, mentally logging a note that I should address the too slow loading page. Finally, the world populated on my screen. My nose wrinkled as I spotted my character sitting next to Eve's on the couch. Her eyes were closed, indicating that she wasn't playing right now. My thumb hovered over the buttons on the controller before I set it aside, deciding I didn't want to play the game after all. With the remote in hand again, I flipped through the hundreds of stations I paid for, yet never watched. Bypassing the game shows and raunchy talk shows, I landed on something that looked emotionally intense. A woman, her features pinched and tears rolling down her cheeks, hugged herself as she sniffled. I wonder what had happened. Did her dog die? Her husband? The camera flicked to a lanky man standing opposite her. Outside of the shaggy haircut, he reminded me of me. That's not true. Ava, I've seen you at your best, and at your worst, and everything in between. I love all of it. I love how you're just as comfortable in that unicorn onesie as you are a designer evening gown, and I love that you are smart and savvy. I love how you always have my back no matter what, and how you unapologetically admit you can't cook, and the way you get this little crease right here when you concentrate. He gently poked at a spot between her eyebrows. I love your love for orange soda, and how you cry at those stupid rom-coms. I love everything about you, Ava. I just love you. Surprisingly, to even me, I sat there through the entire monologue, glued to it. What had prompted this outpouring of emotion? And would he get the girl? She was way out of his league. As the scene continued on the screen, I grabbed my phone and searched the title to determine the premise of the movie, reading it aloud. Still under fire from a shadowy organization called The Board, a tech billionaire seeks not only answers, but love in a marriage that was supposed to be fake. With a scoff, I snatched the remote and turned to another station. Another couple declared their love for each other. I'll never let you go again, Sarah. Marry me. The redhead grinned up at the man, agreeing to the wedding. He seemed surprised. That was easier than I expected.
Chris, I left heaven for you. What did you think I would say?
What in the world is this? I murmured before I searched the title, Chris Gets the Girl, to read another synopsis. When an angel falls for a jaded doctor, heaven knows what will happen. I pursed my lips. Cute, but no, things don't work that way. With a sigh, I shut off the television, more content with the silence than all the happiness people inexplicably found in books and movies. The real world didn't work like that. I wouldn't find my happy. Not with Louise, not with Eve. As I resigned myself to a life alone, my phone jangled on the cushion next to me, vibrating across the sleek fabric. I glanced at the caller. Louise. My heart hammered against my ribs as I grabbed it to take the call. Lou? Hey, I hope you don't need me to bail you out.
No time, Spence. Meet me at the hospital. Eve's been in an accident.
The words sliced at me like a butcher's knife. How hurt was she? Hurt enough to be in the hospital, I thought, as I leapt from the couch and raced to grab my keys. Seconds later, I was in my car, aiming for the local hospital, my mind whirling over what I'd find when I got there. Panic twisted my insides into knots. I had to face the fact that Eve mattered to me, and that scared me more than anything, because eventually I was going to end up with a broken heart over this. I swung into the hospital's drive, spotting Louise's sports car in front of me. When she screeched to a stop outside of the emergency room, I spotted Audrey with her too. Louise exploded from the car like a shot, her face pale and her eyes wide with terror. I recognized it as full-blown panic mode for her. The security guard informed her she couldn't park there, and she responded by firing the keys at him and telling him to keep the car. I slipped a few bills to the man, asking him to park our vehicles before I entered the emergency room. Louise screamed at a nurse that she was Eve's sister to gain admittance to the back. We were buzzed back, though told we shouldn't all be heading back to the room, but Louise wasn't hearing any of it. I followed her as she raced down the hall, whipping into Eve's cubicle. My racing heart settled a little as I spotted her alive, awake, and in fairly good shape outside of the swollen ankle.
Lou?
Eve asked, her features pinched with confusion.
Eve, my word, are you all right?
Louise asked.
I'm okay. I'm just a little maimed, but I'm fine,
Eve assured her. Louise collapsed on the edge of the bed as I shuffled inside next to her sister, who complained that Louise had been threatening her when she'd received the call about Eve being in the hospital. Eve's defense of Louise incensed her sister, and before long, Audrey stormed from the room. Eve collapsed back against her pillow as I skirted around the bed to stand on the opposite side.
I hate to say it, but I'm sort of glad she's leaving.
Louise grinned at her.
I'm so glad you're not mad at me. I did tell her to stay away from you, but only because she's so awful to you.
I know, Eve answered.
And my painkillers haven't kicked in yet, so tolerating her is difficult.
Louise stared down at the angry bruise on Eve's ankle.
Oh my word. Does it hurt terribly? It's not pleasant, but it's not too bad.
I frowned down at it. It didn't look very good. Is it broken? How long do you have to stay off of it? She winced, and I picked up on a deep-seated worry.
Yeah, 6 weeks. At least I don't need surgery. I'll barely afford this.
She could afford it because I'd pay the bill before I left tonight. I patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry about that. Her eyes went wider as she realized what I meant.
No, I can't.
You can and you will, I insisted.
Thank you. I'll repay you somehow, I promise. Just as soon as I'm back on my feet. Literally. I don't know how I'll make it 6 weeks with one leg.
She shook her head. Next to her, Louise grinned.
Well, I know just how that's going to happen, sugar, and it's going to be so simple.
I glanced at my current wife, wondering what idea had formed in her brain. I could hire a nurse to help Eve. Maybe that's what she had in mind. But when she opened her mouth and said it, my mind exploded.
You're going to move in with us. Spencer and I will take care of you.
The grin on her face broadened as my eyes went wide. Eve's did the same. She shot me a fleeting glance before she refocused on Louise.
Lou, I don't think... Shh, stop your belly aching. I won't hear it.
I'm not complaining, Eve answered, her voice almost pleading.
Louise, I think this is too much of an imposition. Imposition?
Louise gave her a dismissive wave before she grabbed her hand.
Darling, it's hardly an imposition. First, you need the help. You can't be in that apartment all by yourself on crutches trying to cook for yourself. If you stay with us, you'll have everything made for you, and you can focus on your work.
But, Eve started before Louise cut her off.
Second, how could you see this as an imposition? You're my best friend, and Spencer is your boyfriend. Now, if you think you're imposing on the two people who love you most in the world, then you just need to change how you think.
Eve let her gaze fall to her lap, her forehead creasing, before she shot me a glance. I couldn't read the emotion in her eyes. Was she begging me for help to ensure she didn't have to live with me? Or searching for validation that I wanted her to stay with us?
Tell her, Spencer. Tell her that this isn't a burden at all.
It's not a burden, I answered, meaning it. Eve was the least obtrusive person I'd ever met. She probably wouldn't upset the balance of the house at all. And it's probably for the best. I added the second part because I knew my wife well. I'd never hear the end of it if I didn't make it sound like I wanted her to stay with us. I wasn't opposed to it, actually. It would be nice to help Eve. She'd helped me out enough, I owed it to her. Plus, it would make scheming about Louise's dates much easier. We could easily talk, and we definitely needed to. It looked like this date was going to be a bust, and judging by the message I'd spotted on the dating app when she'd been late, I doubted he'd be up to reschedule. Plus, I could now avoid that date where Louise expected me to kiss her.
See?
Louise encouraged, taking her hand. Really, you should listen to Louise on this. 6 weeks is a long time to be hobbling around, trying to do it all. But I have a chef and a butler, so it's no worries. Plus, I promise a seaside bedroom, so you'll have a nice view during your recovery.
The doctor recommends some time by the sea,
Louise added.
I guess it makes sense. I'm sorry, I feel a little bad. I mean, it's not a bad break. Doesn't matter what it is. You need help. Now let us help you. Louise patted her hand.
With the agreement in place, we waited for Eve's ankle to be set in a cast before she was discharged with pain meds that I tasked my butler with picking up immediately while he gathered her things from her apartment. Louise chattered away as we wheeled her outside, and I slipped the security guard a few more bills to retrieve our cars. After helping Eve into Louise's coupe, I climbed behind the wheel of my own and followed them home, my mind whirling. Suddenly, living with Eve didn't seem like such a good idea. With every mile closer to the house, I worried more and more. It wasn't that I thought she'd be a problem, but I was convinced that I would be. I'd already grown attached to her, and I knew this would only make it worse. My heart launched itself into my throat as we pulled up the drive. Louise parked her car and raced from behind the wheel, skirting the car and pulling Eve's door open.
Now don't you move. Lou, I can use the crutches to get into the house. It's not that far.
Eve reached for the metal objects as Louise slapped her hands away.
No. Spencer, get over here.
She pointed at Eve.
Carry her inside and get her settled on the couch. Louise,
Eve said, a warning in her voice that did little to dissuade Louise.
I don't want to hear it. Spencer.
She waved a hand toward Eve, who offered me a penitent smile as she slid an arm around my shoulders. I lifted her easily.
Sorry,
she whispered.
I'll use the crutches when she's not home. I heard that. I will not be leaving this house until you have recovered,
Louise called from behind us. I didn't mind carrying her. In fact, I felt like the hero in one of those bad romance movies I'd watched earlier. Too bad it wouldn't last.
Chapter 25. Louise. I hummed a happy tune as I fluffed the last pillow, carefully setting it in the center of the bed Eve would use while she stayed with us for a few weeks. Not bad if I do say so myself, I said with a grin as I stepped back and studied the room. I'd made certain to create an inviting space for her, focusing on small touches like a desk where she could work, stocked with all the well-worn translation books she used at home, a comfortable bed with Egyptian cotton sheets, and a fluffy duvet for when she slept, and a generously sized closet that I'd stocked with new clothes to make sure she looked recovery chic while rooming with my future ex and her future husband. My mind stuck on that statement for a second, my nose wrinkling. The comment she'd made about me falling for Spencer still stuck in my mind. Hopefully, while she lived here, she'd see that there was absolutely nothing between us, and then she'd finally open up to Spencer. I heaved a sigh. Of course, Spencer had to open up to her. I really hoped living together for weeks would mean he'd actually kiss her. With a huff, I made a mental note to talk to him about it. Maybe a movie night in the living room with a cozy fire, the sounds of the sea outside, and a romantic movie playing in the background while they canoodled under a blanket. I grinned and clapped my hands. This plan was definitely going to work. Spencer cleared his throat behind me.
I got Eve all set up on the couch.
I spun to find him hovering in the doorway, eyeing my final touches on her room.
This looks nice.
I aim to please, I said with a smile.
Looks like you pleased yourself,
he answered.
Were you applauding your own efforts?
Not exactly. He studied me for a moment before he bobbed his head.
Well, I'll be in my office. I'll just try to stay out of everyone's hair.
I said with a wiggle of my finger. Get your bottom back in here, Spencer Whitaker. He winced as he reversed course and stepped back into Eve's bedroom.
Yes?
You are not going to hide in your office, Spencer. I settled my arms across my chest.
Well, I mean, I'm sure Eve is going to be working a lot. You are going to be spending a lot of girl time together, and while she's recovering, she's not going to want me to be hounding her.
Hounding her? Spencer, it's time you started to hound, because what you have been doing so far has been weak, sugar.
What? It hasn't been weak. I've been bringing my A game.
This is what you call your A game? Darling, you need to redefine your letter grades because this is C level at best. Spencer frowned at me. Well, Eve, look. No, you look. I have managed to get her living under the same roof as you for weeks. This is the perfect opportunity for you to get closer to her, learn more about her, to kiss her.
Oh, the kiss again, he said, throwing his arms in the air. Stop with the kiss already, Lou. I'm not going to force a kiss on her now.
You'd hardly be forcing it, I said with a scoff.
Really? Because look at this from a perspective outside of these romantic rose-colored glasses you keep wearing. No wonder Eve thinks this is going to end like a rom-com. You keep treating it like one.
What? I tugged my chin back toward my chest.
Yeah, Spencer said with a nod. Yeah, I did my research after you brought it up to me. I watched some of those ridiculous movies, and contrary to what they say, it's creepy to basically force a girl to live with you so you can prey on her like a wolf.
I raised my eyebrows in the air as my jaw dropped open. You must be joking, Spence. Kissing Eve at this point in your relationship isn't creepy.
It is when you've basically contrived a situation where she's trapped under your roof.
You would have kissed her at that lighthouse had it not been for her cold, I argued.
But I didn't, and now it looks like I'm forcing the issue. I just want to give her space. I don't want it to look like I'm preying on her.
Oh, hardly, Spencer. Stop making excuses and just do it already. In fact, why don't you plan your next date while she's here?
I don't think she's going to be up for going out right now.
I shrugged. Who said anything about going out? Movie night, right downstairs. The lights are low, the fire is glowing, a couple is falling in love on that big old television you have, and you and Eve are snuggled under a blanket, your arms wrapped around each other. Then,
Stop. I don't need to hear your X-rated version of what happens next.
X-rated? I exclaimed, swatting at him. If you think a kiss is X-rated,
stop,
he said, waving a hand in the air.
Look, let's let this simmer for a few days, okay? Just let her settle in and then we'll see how she feels. If she seems up for it, I'll ask her about a movie night or a game night.
A smile crossed his lips as he said it. No games. I stuck my hands on my hips. Spencer, the game is just a way to avoid being closer to her because your hands are all tied up with that stupid controller.
Well, like I said, we'll see. If she seems to be settling in okay, I'll talk to her about a date night here in the good old homestead.
He grinned at me, but I could read the lie in his eyes. He was kicking the can down the road and hoping he wouldn't have to deal with it later. He should have known better, because I would stomp on that can before he could kick it again. All right, I said with a nod. Now, I have a few more things to attend to, so why don't you trot downstairs and keep Eve company until I can get down there to be with her. I was going to force them together whether they liked it or not.
Oh, I left her with the remote, but...
Spencer, I said through clenched teeth.
Okay. I'll be a good host and go keep her company. But don't take forever, okay? I feel weird, like she can't get away from me if she wants to.
That's nonsense. She likes you, Spence. Now get down there and talk to Eve. With a reluctant nod, he shuffled from the room. I made a few more adjustments before I left the room, checking my phone for updates on the other arrangements I'd made for Eve, like a physical therapist, a masseuse, and a yoga instructor. Everything was on track for my bestie's recovery. I finished before I'd expected, but I wasn't about to interrupt Spencer and Eve if they were connecting. But I was going to eavesdrop. Now don't go judging me. I was doing it for purposes of research. I needed to know the friction points so I could grease the right wheels. With my phone on silent, I crept downstairs and hovered in the hallway outside of the living room. Think we need to adjust something, that's for sure, Eve's quiet voice said. I tilted my ear toward the space, struggling to hear the hushed conversation. What was the big secret?
I know, I just don't know how.
I just feel like she's not even close to finding happiness.
I feel awful about it. Every single date we've set her up on has turned out miserable. Warmth and annoyance swirled inside me simultaneously. They were connecting at least. Unfortunately, it was over my love life instead of theirs. I had to find a way to make them connect over their own lives and not mine.
Well, I guess we could tweak her profile or my algorithm. See if we can get some new faces in the mix who won't be jerks.
I don't know, Eve answered. Maybe all these people on dating apps are not looking for true love.
Then we're really in trouble. We'll never help Lou find her happiness. And if she doesn't find it,
no one can, Eve finished. My nose wrinkled as I slinked away from the room. I'd been dumping dates faster than cats shed their coats in the summer. I thought it would be the perfect plan. Spencer and Eve would keep dating as long as I did. But it looked like I'd exhaust the dating pool before these two ever bothered to think about their own happiness. I had to change my strategy. My eyebrows knitted as I climbed the stairs, my mind searching for the right way forward. I reached the top, my eyes going wide as my jaw fell open. I know what to do. With a grin, I rushed to my room and shut myself inside, toggling on my phone. I downloaded one of those dating apps I'd sworn off and searched for my profile. I found it, wondering why Spencer used that picture of me. No time for that now, Lou. Focus. I plopped on my bed, kicking off my shoes before I rolled onto my belly and read my own profile, making a few mental notes. With a grin on my face, I scrambled to sit, pulling my legs underneath me as I quickly filled in a profile that would match mine perfectly. As a finishing touch, I added a photo that I knew Eve would like. I arched my eyebrow as I stared at the almost finished product before I pressed the button to publish the profile. With a happy squeal, I switched to my text messages and fired one off to Theo. Guess what, sugar? I'm jumping back into the dating pool, and you're going to help me swim. You are going to be my next match on a dating app. All we have to do is pretend we're just dating, and we'll be all set. With a clap of my hands, I reveled in my new course. I'd meet Theo, we'd go on a few dates, all while Spencer and Eve continued to date, and then I'd announce how happy we were and that he could be the one. Then those two could relax, stop focusing on me, and prioritize each other. While I found my happy, they'd find theirs. Then we'd all be happy together. I had to wait a few days for my plan to work, but finally, over breakfast a few days later, Spencer announced that he had a new man for me. I feigned interest, playing a little coy. Oh?
Uh-huh,
he said with a nod as he flashed Theo's profile at me. Theo, I read, narrowing my eyes. Not sure I love the name, but...
Oh, come on, Lou,
Spencer said as Eve pushed the eggs around on her plate.
What's in a name?
I didn't say no. I'm game. I'm committed to finding my happiness. So, we'll give Leo a go.
Theo,
Spencer corrected. Right, I said. Theo, got it. So, when do Theo and I meet?
At the club tomorrow night.
I struggled not to grin at the words, instead giving them a simple nod of agreement. I really hope he's a winner, Lou, Eve said. So do I, sugar. So do I. But you know, I've got a good feeling. I just know I'm going to find my happy. I grinned at them both, pleased my plan was working. If everything worked the way I wanted, Spencer would be putting a ring on Eve's finger soon, and I would have succeeded in marrying off my husband.
Chapter 26. Spencer. With a sigh, I zipped up the fourth hoodie I'd tried on before I wrinkled my nose and ripped it off. I sank onto the edge of my bed, running a shaky hand through my hair. My heart hammered against my ribs as sweat beaded on my brow as I considered what I faced. During the weeks Eve had spent recovering from her broken ankle at my house, Louise had spent it dating. This time, it looked like we'd found a winner. Theo Dubois had been a new entry on the roster of matches for Louise.
and Eve and I had agreed that he could be a decent match for her. Much to our surprise, he and Louise had hit it off, going on several dates as their relationship grew. I'd managed to escape the dating scene, pretending to have all those romantic nights with Eve every time Louise went out with Theo. We'd made it look like we were having a wonderful time. All the while, we'd merely spent time playing Mystic Realms or watching movies, not the romantic kind. But this twist, I hadn't seen coming. I grabbed a fistful of hoodie and trudged into my closet to find another. I stared at the rows of them hanging in front of me as a memory flashed through my mind of easy laughter with Eve. Today's amusement park date wasn't just another event to endure, but a precipice I was terrified to approach. Which one of you says, "Hey, I'm a super cool guy who is enjoying the amusement park"? None of them, I answered myself, because I'm not a super cool guy. With a sigh, I slid my eyes closed and smacked my palm against my forehead. Why had I let Louise talk me into a double date at an amusement park of all places? I hated amusement parks. I hated everything about amusement parks. I detested the rides, loathed the fixed games, despised the food, and abhorred the noise. And now I had to experience all of this with Louise at my side, monitoring my date with Eve. The dates with Eve were nerve-wracking enough, but with Louise physically there, monitoring everything, it would be 1,000 times worse. My heart started to beat faster and my skin turned clammy. I wondered if I could feign illness and cancel. Eve could still go with Louise and Theo for a fun night out. The suave, debonair man with his perfectly trimmed facial hair and award-winning grin could probably win her one of those giant stuffed animals with one hand tied behind his well-muscled back. I, on the other hand, would fail miserably at the task and thus expose how much of a loser I was to Eve. Not that it mattered, because we weren't really dating. Eve had mentioned it again during one of our fake dates.
Things seem to be going really well between Louise and Theo. Do you think he could be the one?
I'm not sure, I said, a pang of sorrow piercing my heart as I realized if Theo and Louise were meant to be, Eve and I were over.
Well, has she said anything to you? She seems pretty enamored with him when she talks to me.
Yeah, I've gotten the same impression. It seems like they've really hit it off. I guess time will tell.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I hope he is. She deserves to be happy.
I bobbed my head. She does.
How do you think she'll take it once our relationship ends?
I'm hoping she's happy enough that she doesn't notice. Her comment in that moment reminded me about our arrangement. Eve probably prayed this man was the one for Louise so that we could stop our sham of a relationship, and I couldn't blame her. I wondered if she was feeling the same way I was at this moment. Our date would be under a microscope, and Louise would probably have a conversation with each of us after it to encourage us to take things to a new level. With every development, I wondered if Eve would finally spill the beans and tell Louise that we weren't really dating. When would it finally become too much for her? A knock startled me. I jumped, snapping my gaze to the doorway and finding Louise there. With a hand pressed against my chest, I blew out a sigh. Louise, please stop doing that. Also, please stop coming into my closet without asking. I could be undressed, you know.
Spencer, stop worrying about ridiculous things and worry about the important ones.
She sauntered across the room and pulled the hoodie from my hands before she chose another and shoved it toward me.
Are you excited about tonight?
Thrilled, I said, sarcasm thick in my voice as I tugged on the new hoodie and zipped it.
Oh, Spencer,
she said with a wave of her hand at me.
Try a little, huh? It'll be fun. I can't wait to double with you two. It'll be just like what's going to happen for the rest of our lives. It'll be you and Eve, me and Theo.
I forced a smile onto my face as I nodded.
And we'll hang out all the time. We'll go to dinner together. We'll both be so happy.
She raised her fists in the air as she squealed. So you think Theo is the one, huh?
I think he just might be, darling. And I know you think the same about Eve.
Well, I said, hesitance in my voice. Her eyebrows shot up, her eyes going wide. Confusion and disbelief danced inside of them as her lips formed an O.
What? What happened? Oh, my word. Spencer, what happened?
Nothing happened, I answered. Her mouth never closed and she fanned herself.
Spencer Whitaker, you told me things were going well. Now what happened? Did you have a fight? Did you disagree about something? You said you kissed her and that went well, right?
I stopped myself from wincing when she brought up the white lie I'd told. After one of our movie nights, I'd told Louise that we'd kissed, and just as she'd said, it was pleasant and not at all the big deal I'd made it. In reality, we hadn't kissed at all, and I still panicked about it happening. I'd raced to speak with Eve the following morning before Louise could, informing her of the lie. She agreed to play along again, so as far as Louise was concerned, we'd already shared a kiss. A hand smacked my chest.
Spencer, snap out of it. What happened?
Nothing, I said with a shake of my head. Nothing happened.
Are you having second thoughts? What?
No, Maybe Eve is having second thoughts. Louise shook her head.
I don't get that impression.
Well, I said with a shrug. What if she was? I mean, for that matter, what if I was? Would it be that big of a deal if we didn't work out? The sheer look of panic and shock on my current wife's features suggested it would be. The shrieking yes that came from her lips a second later confirmed it.
Spencer, as I live and breathe, you are just determined to kill me.
I'm not, Lou. I'm happy things are working out with you and Theo. And I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a big deal if you found happiness and I didn't. Her features pinched and her nostrils flared.
You know the answer to that question. And if you are going to break poor Eve's heart.
I'm not, I said confidently. I couldn't break someone's heart who didn't love me.
Then what is all this nonsense talk about things not working out?
You know me, Lou, I said with a shrug. I'm always preparing for the worst.
Well, you don't need to do that here. You and Eve are perfect for each other. Now, are you ready?
I guess I can't escape it. You know, I don't like amusement parks. Like, at all. She rolled her eyes as she slipped her hand into mine and dragged me along.
Come on, Spence, it'll be fine.
We met Eve in the foyer. With her hair tugged into a ponytail, she looked beautiful and ready to enjoy the park. That only made me more nervous. Visions of vomiting all over her when Louise forced me to ride a roller coaster with her danced in my mind. My stomach twisted into a knot as I once again entertained the idea of feigning illness. A horn sounded outside, and Louise bounced with excitement on her designer wedges.
That's Theo! Let's go!
We piled into his luxury SUV with me in the passenger seat and the ladies in the back to make the short drive to the park. After paying admission for myself and Eve, we strolled down the cobblestone path meandering into the heart of the park. It was a riot of sounds and colors, an assault on the senses that mirrored the chaos brewing within me. Laughter, the click of games, and the sweet smell of caramel popcorn filled the air, but all of it tightened the knot in my stomach. As we approached the teacups, the whir of gears and the squeals of delight made my heart race in anticipation and dread.
Teacups!
Louise exclaimed as she and Theo strolled along hand in hand.
Let's go!
Nah, I answered. The line's too long.
It's not. We'll be on the next ride,
Louise argued as she grabbed a fistful of my hoodie and tugged me along. Eve hurried to hop into the line with us. Louise cocked her head, her eyebrows furrowing as she stared down at our unclasped hands before she raised her eyes to mine. I cleared my throat as the ride slowed, trying to ignore her attention as Theo wrapped his arms around her and she leaned back into him. They seemed to be a good fit, enjoying each other's company easily, unlike me with practically any other person in the world. I glanced at Eve, who smiled up at me as we waited in the line before she scanned the rest of the park, watching other guests wander by on their way to more rides or eating ice cream and funnel cake.
Spencer,
Louise hissed as she leaned closer to me.
Take her hand.
Huh?
Hold her hand,
she said through clenched teeth. Oh, Well, she's okay." The smack on my chest made me wince. I really didn't want to slip my sweaty palm into Eve's. I doubted she'd want to feel my clammy hand around hers, and I wouldn't recover until after this stupid ride was over. But given the glare that Louise gave me, I quickly and discreetly wiped my palm against my jeans before I gently wrapped my hand around hers. She twisted toward me, her features pinched as she glanced at our now clasped hands before she raised her gaze to me and offered a soft smile. It meant the world to me that she didn't pull away, but I knew that was likely because Louise was inches away from us, now babbling on about getting cotton candy the moment we were done riding. "I'm going to win you a giant teddy bear, sweetheart," Theo said, his arm tightly around her shoulders as he kissed her cheek.
You'd better,
she said with a giggle before she kissed him. I shifted my weight from side to side as the outpouring of affection continued. While I was glad Louise had found happiness, I knew she'd soon expect me to exhibit the same behavior toward Eve, and I worried that Eve wouldn't take very well to it. With Louise and Theo distracted by each other, I leaned closer to Eve, lifting our clasped hands. "Sorry, Lou insisted," I whispered.
It's okay, I don't mind. She seems happy.
I nodded as I glanced at them sharing another smooch. "Yeah, and..." Before I could finish, the attendant waved us forward. Louise clapped with excitement as she told us we'd all ride together. "Cup 4, he said unenthusiastically. Louise hurried over to the pink and blue teacup and climbed inside. I allowed Eve to head in next, and she slid around to sit next to Louise. After an awkward dance between Theo and me over who would go next, I finally gave in and climbed into the teacup, squeezing close to Eve. Way too close. We were so close I had to slide my arm around her to fit comfortably. She shifted closer to me, our sides pressed together. It didn't feel uncomfortable being this close with her, but the constant worry that I'd throw up on her kept me tense and stiff. The gate on our cup swung shut, locking in place and twisting my stomach into a tight knot. Eve placed her hands on the grab bar in the center before she glanced up at me.
Are you okay?
Before I could finish my answer, the ride jerked into motion. My head spun as we started a slow rotation.
Spencer?
Eve's voice called as air whipped past me as we slid backward. "I'm sorry, I don't like rides much." "Oh," she said, the concern in her voice obvious as the ride reversed and we glided forward.
"Just focus on one spot. Here, hold my hand. It'll be okay."
She reached out to grip my hand as I clung to her shoulder with my other one. I stared down at her fingers wrapped tightly around mine. My stomach flopped as we whirled backward again, my hood blowing over my shoulder from the movement.
"You okay?"
she asked as we continued to swirl around faster and faster. I bobbed my head, terrified to open my mouth.
"It's okay,"
she soothed.
"It'll only last a few minutes at most."
I leaned closer to her, surprised that, outside of my jumpy stomach from the whirling motion, I wasn't feeling sick. The ride continued, and I relaxed a little, not enjoying the quivers each change of direction gave me, but not hating it entirely. Finally, it began to slow down, and we skittered to a stop, the doors releasing. Louise giggled.
"Oh, that was so much fun. Let's go to the next one."
As the pressure on my side released when Theo and Louise left the car, I twisted to find Eve's dark eyes, filled with concern, studying me.
"Are you okay?"
I nodded. Surprisingly, yes. It wasn't that bad. She smiled as I slid from the car on wobbly knees, grateful that I hadn't vomited on Eve. I helped her from the teacup and we trailed behind Louise and Theo.
"You know, we don't have to ride any more rides," she said. "I'll tell Louise I don't like them."
I glanced down at her, my forehead creasing. Sweet Eve was willing to take the heat for me. It's okay. I'll try a few more. That one wasn't as bad as I expected. I think the anticipation was the worst part."
"Well, anything you don't want to ride, just squeeze my hand and I'll make an excuse."
I really hated being such a wimp. I vowed to do my best to stomach every one of them, so she didn't have to make excuses for me.
Thankfully, the next one was a tame boat ride through a haunted mansion. Louise and Theo scrambled into the front seats of the boat, their arms wrapped around each other as they settled in and shared a kiss. Eve and I took the back seat, squashed together again. As Louise and Theo continued their smooching, I cleared my throat again, pretending to study the vampires at the dining table. We made it through the ride and continued on to several others before Theo insisted he win that massive stuffed teddy bear for Louise. I stood by as he handed his money over and the attendant passed him 3 balls. He nailed every shot before he proudly held the giant pink bear out toward Louise.
"Oh, my hero,"
she said, grabbing the oversized thing before she planted another kiss on his lips.
"Spencer, don't you want to win one for Eve?"
"Please," Eve said quickly.
"That's bigger than my apartment. Let's just grab some funnel cake instead."
"No, wait," I said with a shake of my head, as the sudden urge to showcase my skills came over me. "I want to try." I dug into my pocket for my wallet and passed over my bills. I wasn't very good at sports, but this wasn't anything more than a video game in real life. I could do it. I lined up my first shot, a moment of doubt snaking across my mind. With a deep breath, I tossed the first ball and nailed the target. With a grin, born of the shock that I'd do it, I tried the second and hit it too. I moved on to the third one, my chest tightening as I figured I'd blow it all on this, but miraculously, my aim held out. I knocked down all of the milk jugs. "Winner!" the man declared. "Which color do you want?" Eve clapped her hands as she hopped.
"Yay! You nailed that!"
"I did," I said, excitement still coursing through me as I picked her up and whirled her around, suddenly feeling awkward as our faces came within inches of each other. I stepped back, pretending to eye the bears. Which color?"
"Brown,"
she answered.
"Traditional."
The man fished one of the large bears down from where it hung and passed it to Eve.
"Thank you,"
she said with a grin.
"I love it."
I beamed at her, brimming with pride at having won it for her. We spent the rest of the night eating, riding, and enjoying each other's company. As we walked through the park under the moonlight, we stopped at a cotton candy stall to buy a few bags before we left. As we waited in line, Louise smacked my hand.
"Spencer,"
she hissed.
"kiss her."
I screwed up my face at the suggestion, surprised she'd brought it up.
"Go on. You haven't kissed her all day. Kiss her. Show her you're trying."
I swallowed hard as I glanced at Eve, who fiddled with the bow tie on her new bear. I felt awkward. I'd lied about that fact that we'd kissed before. What seemed like a simple request from Louise was actually sending panic swirling through every fiber of my being. I shifted my gaze to Louise, who gave me an encouraging nod. I turned back to Eve, licking my lips. "Hey, I whispered as I leaned closer to her. "Louise wants me to kiss you."
"Oh,"
she said, her voice sounding surprised.
Well?"
Eve shifted her gaze to Louise, who pretended not to look at us.
"Doesn't look like she's going to let us off the hook."
I shook my head, wrinkling my nose. "I'm sorry."
"It's okay,"
she answered.
"It will be fine."
I felt even more awkward after having talked about it. I would have been better off just kissing her out of the blue and risking a slap than this. She leaned closer, rising to her tiptoes, and I pressed my lips against hers. To my surprise, a mix of emotions washed through me. When I pulled back, they still coursed through me. My heart soared as I stared down at Eve, unable to take my eyes off her. I'd just experienced the most pleasant kiss I'd ever had in my life. The only downside was that Eve wasn't mine to keep.
Chapter 27. Louise. I shimmied back, settling into the supple leather of Spencer's private plane as I stared across the cabin at my favorite couple. Spencer and Eve sat across from each other, playing a board game as we made our way to Vail for the kickoff weekend at a local ski resort. My own relationship with Theo had been going better than I'd expected. especially now that we didn't have to hide behind closed doors. I glanced at the message waiting on my phone from my sweetie.
Can't wait to see you in Vail tomorrow. Sorry I can't come tonight.
I didn't mind because I had my own plans in mind for when we arrived at the ski resort. With an arched eyebrow, one corner of my lips twisted into an amused grin as I recalled my mischief before we left Newport. A few weeks after our amusement park double date, I'd suggested this trip. As usual, Spencer had declined right off the bat, and Eve had agreed with him. But that didn't stop me. They needed to get away. They also needed a little push in the right direction. Their relationship had stagnated. They never seemed to move forward. To hear them tell it, it was going great. Yet neither of them ever had anything else to say about each other, and Spencer seemed no closer to proposing. Every time I brought it up, he pumped the brakes, insisting that things were moving too fast. It was ridiculous. At this pace, they might be married by the time they both turned 100. I needed to give them a little shove, so I did. After I finally twisted their arms into coming on the ski trip, I snuck into Spencer's office and found the emails confirming his reservations for a room for him and a room for Eve. Cute, but I needed them to be a little closer than that. Forced proximity was what they called it in the rom-coms I watched, and it worked every single time. So I made a little adjustment to his plans. With the reservation confirmations in my hand, I plopped onto my bed and dialed the hotel's number. A lovely agent picked up, asking how they could help me. "Yes, this is Eve Whitaker. I'm afraid there's been some mistake with my and my husband's reservation." "Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll be happy to help fix it for you. What seems to be the problem?" the friendly agent asked. "Well, it looks like we got booked into 2 separate rooms, and that just won't do. Now, on some occasions, I may prefer some space, but this is just ridiculous." "I'm so sorry. Do you have your reservation number?" "I do. Actually, I have 2 of them." I passed them both along to the agent. After a moment of typing, she said, "I see them, yes. It looks like this was booked as 2 king rooms. Did you just need the one?" "Yes. Oh, actually, I was wondering, is your honeymoon suite available?" "Let me check for you." Keys clacked on the other end of the line. "You're in luck, Mrs. Whitaker, it is. Would you like to swap these 2 rooms for that one? It comes equipped with a hot tub, a king bed, and you'll receive complimentary champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries on your first night with us." "Well, that sounds like a lovely surprise for us. I'll take it." "Excellent. Just a moment while I make these changes to your reservation." After a few minutes, she said, "You're all set. We look forward to welcoming you on your upcoming stay, and if there's anything else I can do to help, just let me know." "I do appreciate your help, sugar. See you soon." With a devilish grin, I ended the call, tore up the printed reservation confirmations, and dumped them in my trash. On my end, I'd made sure to book a single occupancy so Eve couldn't stay with me. I giggled at my plan, certain they'd realize how perfect they were together when they were forced to spend time in a small hotel room. For a moment, I wondered if Eve would just ask for a separate room when they arrived, but I took care of that too. A quick search showed me only 2 rooms remained during our trip, so I booked them both, ensuring they wouldn't be able to separate. "You're a genius, Lou," I said to myself. The memory faded, but left a smile on my face as I stared over at the 2 of them as they enjoyed their game. "Lou, would you like to join us?" Eve asked as she won the first round. "No, sugar, I'm perfectly happy right here."
"Come on," Spencer said, patting the seat next to him. "We can talk about your budding relationship with Theo."
I shifted my gaze between the 2 of them, one eyebrow reaching for my hairline. They were subtly trying to pump me for information. But why? I had been dating Theo for long enough that it should have looked like it was going to stick. Why were they still being so reluctant to step up their own game? "All right," I said with a sigh as I rose from my seat and swapped for the one next to Spencer. "But I don't like this game." "Who doesn't like sorry?" Eve asked with a silly grin. "I don't. It's silly."
"It's not,"
Spencer argued. I slid my gaze between the 2 of them. "This is why you are both perfect together. Now, What plans do you two have for the trip? Oh, Eve shot a questioning glance at Spencer.
No big plans. Neither of us ski.
Well, you should take lessons or something together. Or we could just enjoy hot chocolate by the fire. Eve shrugged as she set up her pieces for another round. I slid all of my yellow pieces into the home spot, and Spencer shuffled the cards and set them down. Well, that sounds like a plan. You know, I do plan to go out on the slopes, but only for a few pictures. Eve smiled at me as she took her turn, unable to move. You know, though, I'm certain they have got some great couples activities there. Maybe a massage? Or a romantic sleigh ride? Maybe wine tasting? Well, we definitely aren't booking any of those tonight, Eve answered. It's too bad Theo couldn't come out with us. There was the subtle steering of the conversation back to Theo. Yes, it is. But he'll be there tomorrow, so there's no reason you can't schedule something.
We'll just play it by ear. How about you? Do you have something scheduled with Theo?
If one of these two said Theo's name one more time, I might have exploded. We're going to hit the slopes for those selfies. Then we'll have some hot chocolate and end the night at the bonfire roasting marshmallows. That sounds nice, Eve answered with a grin. Did he plan all that, or did you? We did it together. Spencer moved his piece down to an arrow and slid forward the extra spaces.
Seems like you two are really hitting it off. Do you think he may be a keeper?
The not-so-subtle question pinged off my radar. I wasn't certain what to answer. Would knowing I'd found my happiness push them to solidify their own? I chose to hedge until I could witness how they responded to the new room situation. That would speak volumes to me. With a shrug, I kept my voice nonchalant. He could be. We'll see. That sounds less than enthusiastic, Eve said, her eyes studying me. Well, I didn't mean to sound like I wasn't hopeful, just that we're still sorting things out. What about you two? Oh, both of them mumbled, tripping over themselves not to answer. Well, turnabout is fair play, my loves. Are you two ready to take the plunge yet? Eve's eyes darted between mine and Spencer's before she said, It's really not something we've talked about. I forced myself not to narrow my eyes and pout. Why in the world hadn't they talked about it yet? Oh, well, if there's some reason...
I think maybe this is not a good conversation to have right now,
Spencer answered as he stared at the game board, his features beet red. Well, I just want the two of you to be happy, that's all. You're only my two best friends. Thank you, Lou. We know that. And we feel the same way about you. We just hope Theo makes you happy. The way she said it made me think they were concerned he didn't. Or maybe they were concerned that we were rushing into things. They didn't know I'd known him much longer than I'd told them. No matter which way they were leaning, it was clear they weren't ready to walk down the aisle just yet, and I had to change that. I hoped my little room swap would do the trick, but I may need to up my ante. We continued our gameplay until the plane's wheels touched down on the snowy runway, the fading sunlight casting a golden hue over the snow-capped mountains. The crisp mountain air greeted us as we exited the aircraft, a stark contrast to the recycled air of the plane. The drive to the resort was quiet, each of us lost in our thoughts, watching the evergreens heavily laden with snow pass by, marking the transition from our everyday lives to the secluded luxury of the ski resort. My stomach fluttered as we entered the lobby of the posh resort and headed for the front desk. I finished my check-in easily, grabbing my key and thanking the clerk for sending my luggage up, before I sauntered closer to Eve and Spencer. I'm not sure I understand, Eve said. I have a confirmation right here. Yes, but that room was canceled and a single room rebooked, the flustered clerk said.
No, Spencer said with a shake of his head. No, that's not right.
I'm so sorry, sir, but that's what we have on file. This reservation was canceled and rebooked into a single room. I can give you the keys for that now. It's all ready for you. Spencer wagged his head again, his frustration obvious from the way he gripped his wallet.
No, that's not...
Can you just add another room onto this reservation? The woman tapped at her keyboard before she shook her head. I'm so sorry, we're completely booked this weekend.
I tried not to grin, instead feigning concern.
Well, isn't this just a pickle?
It is, Eve said with a sigh, her eyes flickering with a mix of confusion and frustration. There are no rooms? It doesn't have to be a king. I'm so sorry, we have nothing available. Did you want me to give you 2 keys for this room? With a sigh, Spencer shrugged.
I guess.
Why don't you take this room and I'll bunk with Louise? Oh, sorry, can't do it, sugar. I'm in a single occupancy. Kinda small, actually. With all my luggage, I'll barely be able to move around in there. There just won't be room for the 2 of us. Oh, well... Eve's features pinched with frustration. I almost felt a little sorry for her, but it had to be done. As the woman offered them a penitent smile and bobbed her head, he twisted to face Eve.
I didn't do this. I booked 2 rooms.
I know, she said. Something must have gotten screwed up. The woman slid 2 keys across the desk toward them. Again, my apologies, but I hope you'll enjoy your stay with us.
We'll see,
Spencer shot back as he grabbed them both, passing one to Eve. I'm sure we can make the best of it. You'll be fine, I answered. Now I'm going up to change and hit the spa. Mind some company? Eve asked. I knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted to get out of that room with Spencer as fast as she could, but I wasn't about to let that happen. Actually, darling, I do. I'm having a silent spa package. It's designed to stop me from talking and babbling like I do so I can focus my thoughts and center myself. You know, I really need some introspection at this moment. So, sorry to say, a double just won't be possible. But, I'm sure you 2 can fill your time without me.
Well, we thought we could all go to dinner together tonight. You know, since you're here alone.
Spencer suggested as we walked to the elevator and pressed the button to call it. We stepped inside and I pressed the button for the 2nd floor as Spencer pressed the one next to 5. Oh, I'm just going to grab room service after my treatment and snuggle under the covers. You 2 enjoy yourselves, though. The doors slid open to the 2nd floor and I stepped off with a wave. Toodles, enjoy! I strode down the hall, leaving them alone, and proud of my efforts. With a flick of my hair over my shoulder, I gave myself a figurative pat on the back as I pushed into my room. Yes, I had booked a single occupancy, but since I had 2 other rooms, I'd swapped into the largest one. I chuckled as I sprawled on the large king bed. Oh, Eve and Spencer, you 2 have just got to learn to connect, and I'm going to see that you do. After a moment of reflection, I pulled myself from the comfortable mattress and changed into a swimsuit, wrapping the fluffy hotel robe around me before I pulled my hair into a messy bun. I left my room behind, shuffling to the spa where I could immerse myself in the hot tub's restorative waters. I found myself alone in the large square of bubbling hot water as I doffed my robe and waded into it. The warmth soothed me as I considered how else I could push Spencer and Eve into making a move. As I floated there, part of me wondered why I felt this need to orchestrate everyone else's life. Maybe it's because I'd been through so much grief in my life that I wanted to nudge everyone toward happiness. Or perhaps it was my way of compensating for what little I'd had of my own. Either way, I needed to push them together. Before I came up with any other solutions, arms wrapped around my waist and lips pressed against my neck.
Surprise,
a voice whispered. My heart skipped a beat, and I twisted to find Theo behind me. Theo, what are you doing here?
Surprising you?
He answered with a grin. Well, you succeeded. I thought you weren't coming until tomorrow. He lifted his chin, an amused smile on his lips and dancing in his eyes.
I know. It took quite a bit to pull this off.
What? Showing up 24 hours early? He shook his head, the grin never leaving his face.
This.
He snapped his fingers and a parade of people entered the room. I stared at them, my jaw unhinging. 2 violinists began to play a soft tune as a woman sprinkled rose petals into the water around us. What is this?
This, my dear Louise, is the moment I ask you to be with me forever.
A rose-shaped floaty floated closer to us, and Theo slid it closer to me.
The giant diamond sitting in the center of the flower made me gasp. Tears filled my eyes as my hands flew up to cover my open mouth. "Theo," was all I could manage.
"Louise, will you marry me?"
"Yes," I shouted as I threw my arms around him. He grinned, carefully removing the honey of a ring from the rose and sliding it onto my trembling finger. I grinned down at it before I kissed him. I'd finally found my happy. But one thing held me back from truly embracing it. How would this affect Spencer and Eve? Would this announcement push them together or pull them apart?
Chapter 28. Spencer. My stomach twisted into a knot as Louise left us behind in the elevator. I shifted my weight from side to side, adjusting the strap on the duffel bag slung around me. How had this room fiasco happened? I didn't know, but I wanted Eve to know I wasn't trying anything funny. "Hey, I just really want you to know that I didn't do this. This isn't some kind of weird come-on." My voice trembled a little as the elevator continued to tug us up. Eve glanced at me, a soft but awkward smile on her face.
"I didn't think you did. I'm sure it's just... They probably did this so they could sell another room tonight since they're booked."
"Right, yeah," I said with a nod, avoiding her gaze in favor of staring down at my shoes. "Probably. I feel terrible about this. Maybe I should call around and see if there are any other rooms in the area."
"I'm sure we'll figure it out," Eve said with a dismissive wave. "Maybe there will be 2 beds."
"Yeah, could be." The elevator doors slid open, and we exited, stepping into the hall and heading to the right as the sign indicated.
"What room is it?"
she asked. 5300, I answered as I stared down at the little card they'd given me along with the keys.
"Right, all the way at the end. That's our luck," she said with a coy smile.
I nodded in agreement as we trudged along down to a set of double doors. I hadn't booked a suite. Maybe we'd been upgraded because of the trouble. I reached around Eve and pressed my key against the lock pad. A green light flashed and I tugged the door open. Eve stepped inside first, her eyebrows knitting as she scanned the large space. A heart-shaped hot tub stood near the large windows that overlooked the slopes. A small living room sat to our right and a giant king-sized bed was on the left. Heat rose in my cheeks at the setup, complete with champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries. Eve wrinkled her nose, picking up the note next to the delectable items.
"Congratulations on your nuptials. Enjoy a sweet treat on us to celebrate your lives together? What is this?"
She snapped her gaze to me, her features questioning. I tugged the note from her hands and scanned it before I sighed. "The honeymoon suite, I'm betting."
"Why would they—"
We both locked eyes with each other and uttered one word at the same time. "Louise." My head fell back between my shoulder blades as realization dawned. Louise must have changed our reservation, likely in a desperate attempt to bring us back together. Eve grabbed the note again as I tossed it next to the empty flutes near the chilled champagne.
"Oh, Louise. Well, her heart was in the right place. She probably thought she was doing something nice."
"Yeah," I mentioned as I shuffled a few more steps into the room. "I think she thinks we're moving along too slowly."
"Is it just me, or do things feel like they're moving both slow and fast with Louise and Theo?"
Eve asked. "Yes," I said with a bob of my head as I twisted to face her. "Yes, they are. I mean, they seem to have hit it off. The way they acted at the amusement park looked promising, but almost a little too promising."
"Yeah,"
Eve answered as she hefted her bag onto the luggage rack in the closet.
"I don't know. Maybe I'm just too inexperienced to know how these things go, but I've never done that in public."
I shook my head. Me neither. She heaved a sigh as she plopped onto the edge of the bed.
"I guess I've never been in love."
The words crushed me a little, but I couldn't expect anything from her.
I mean, if that's what the standard is for it, she said as she stared at the patterned carpet under her feet.
Do you think it is? I asked, wanting to hear her say no.
She shrugged, glancing up at me. I don't know. My sister would probably say it is, but she loves public displays of affection, too. She likes to flaunt things, and she's been in love. At least, that's what she says.
It wasn't the answer I wanted. I tightened my grip on the strap of my bag. Maybe these people just don't know what love really is.
Audrey probably knows better than I do. I usually never get a second call.
Good point. I'm the same. But still,
What?
She prodded. I think you can know what love is, even if you maul someone else in public. She chuckled, and I realized how much I liked the sound of her laugh.
Maybe love just looks different for different people.
The words gave me a little hope, though I had to keep reminding myself that, despite the champagne and romance filling the room, we weren't a couple. Yeah, I think you're right. We smiled at each other for a moment, and I wondered if there was a method to Louise's madness. There seemed to be a connection between us, a spark that was building. But before it really fired, she glanced away and rose from the bed.
Well, we may need to tell that to Louise.
The moment deflated faster than an untied balloon, as did my hopes. Yeah. Do you think we should say something about this? I waved my finger around the room. Eve tugged her lips into a wince before she shook her head.
Maybe not. I mean, let her think she's pulled a coup. Maybe it'll even help.
You mean with Theo?
Yeah,
Eve said with a nod of her head.
Like I said, they seem to be moving fast, but also slow. If they're that close, as evidenced by their public behavior, you'd think Louise would be talking divorce, but she hasn't even brought it up, right?
I shook my head. Not a peep. And I thought the same thing. You'd think she'd be saying something like, "Hey, get those divorce papers ready, sugar. I think I found my happy." But nothing.
I really expected her to do that, too. By the way, she said with an amused grin, that's a really great Louise impression.
Thank you, I answered, lifting my chin. Well, I guess you're right. We'll let her think she's pushed us closer together, and then we'll see if things move along with Theo.
Good plan,
she said, shooting a finger gun at me. I may not hang all over her in public, but those little things that she did made me like her. I sucked in a deep breath and glanced around the room. Well, this isn't so bad. I can take the couch at least.
Oh, okay,
she said with a nod.
It doesn't look very comfortable, though.
She wrinkled her nose at the misshapen cushions. It'll be fine.
Okay. I mean, we could share the bed if you wanted. We're both adults. I trust you.
The last 3 words made my heart beat faster for some reason. Well, I just didn't want to make you uncomfortable, but if you don't mind.
I don't,
she assured me. Silence passed between us before I finally shrugged my bag off and placed it down on the other luggage holder. So, I don't mean to be presumptuous, I said as she unzipped her suitcase and pulled out a few items, taking them into the bathroom. But it would be a shame to let this champagne go to waste.
Oh,
she said, her features a little surprised as she emerged empty-handed.
I guess we could drink it. I hadn't thought about it, but I did think it would be horrible to waste those strawberries.
I chuckled at her as I tore open the wrapper that covered them and held the plate toward her. Madam?
Why, thank you, sir,
she said with a curtsy. She selected one and bit into it. This is worth it. I popped the cork on the champagne and poured 2 glasses, handing it to her. To Louise, thank you for the goodies.
Despite our fake relationship, we will still enjoy them,
Eve said with a grin. The words crushed me again, but I tried to find levity in them as we clinked our glasses together and both took a sip. Eve wandered to the window.
It's a really pretty view.
It is, I agreed, joining her there with a strawberry in one hand and my champagne in the other. I'd love to just stay in and stare at it.
Me too,
Eve answered.
What do you say to some room service? I wouldn't mind eating in my pajamas.
A grin spread across my face as I glanced down at her. I'd like that. I mean the room service. I don't care what you're wearing. That's not... I don't mean that to sound... I'm sorry. She giggled at me.
Champagne getting to you already?
No, that's just my awkwardness on full display. She set her flute down on the table, popping the last piece of strawberry into her mouth before she crossed to her suitcase.
You're not awkward. You just think you are.
No, I'm awkward, I called as she grabbed a few items from her bag and disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door slightly.
You're not, Spencer. I know you think you are, but you're not. You're just normal.
I leaned against the wall, taking comfort in her voice and her words and in knowing that she was so close to me. I'm really not that normal, I promise. And hey, how can you judge? Didn't you say you're not normal? She whipped the door open, and we came face to face unexpectedly. My heart stopped before it melted at the sight of her. A slight grin on her face, her hair pulled into a messy bun, and the flannel duck pajamas complete with fuzzy slippers. Her grin slipped a little as we found ourselves inches from each other. My breathing turned shallow as my gaze fell to her lips. Thoughts of our kiss at the amusement park raced through my mind, and I longed to feel the softness of her skin against my fingers as I cupped her face. My lips parted, and I felt myself lean forward when she said,
Oops, I'm sorry.
She skirted around me to retrieve her champagne and another strawberry, while I silently kicked myself for assuming she'd want to kiss.
Anyway, you're right.
What? I murmured, trying desperately to stop acting like a fool.
You're right. I'm not normal, so I'm not a good judge.
She took another sip of her champagne as she perused the room service menu. Anything look good? I asked as I grabbed my pajamas from my duffel bag.
Yeah, this cranberry walnut salad sounds perfect.
I changed clothes in the bathroom before emerging and scanning the menu myself before placing the order.
Hey, you didn't happen to bring that sorry game with you, did you?
Eve asked as she pulled her eyes away from the mountain slope as I placed the receiver on the base. Sorry, no, but I did bring a deck of cards. You could play solitaire if you'd like.
Oh, that's no fun for you. How about gin or something?
Okay, just, no poker, I said as I retrieved the cards from my bag.
Deal. I hate poker. I think it's overrated.
I grinned at her as I plopped on the couch. Me too. She took the other end, leaving a cushion between us as I shuffled the cards and dealt out the first hand. We played back and forth, sipping our champagne and polishing off the strawberries as we waited for our meal. Wow, I am glad you're willing to share the bed. This couch is awful.
It is. I'm not sure I can stand it.
Do you want to move?
The floor would honestly be better, but maybe the bed?
She suggested, her nose wrinkling. You're on, I said, collecting up the cards and moving them to the middle of the bed. Eve settled on it as our meals arrived. Within an hour, we'd polished off the salads and the dessert we'd ordered to share and changed games. Eve plopped onto her stomach, her cards fanned in her hand.
I have no threes. Go fish.
I groaned as I pulled a card from the pile.
Give me all your sevens.
Are you kidding me? I think you can somehow see my cards, I complained as I handed 2 over. She squealed with excitement, laying down 4 sevens in front of her and taking another turn.
I can't see your cards. I just have excellent go fish strategy.
Oh, is that right?
Yep,
she said with a nod as she scrambled back to a sit.
My skills are unparalleled.
Apparently. So is your gin strategy. I think you won 80% of those games.
I don't think it was that high,
she said with a shake of her head, her messy bun flopping around. I think it was. Eve Dawson. I think you're a card shark. She burst into laughter at the words.
Oh, is that right? Well, maybe we should change games again. You pick this time.
Yeah? I asked as she emptied her hand, winning the game. Okay, how about... War. You can't have a strategy in war. It's just luck of the draw.
Okay,
she said with a nod as she shuffled and dealt the cards. We spent 20 minutes on the game before I found myself left with a single card. I played the blasted 2, and Eve swept it away with a 7 before she shot me a tentative yet amused grin. I can't believe you just won. Again, in a game with no strategy.
Or I just have a really sneaky war strategy.
She shot me a coy glance before we both burst into laughter at her words. I'd never laughed so much as I did at that moment. She doubled over, her hand falling on my forearm. Once again, we found our faces only inches apart. And this time, after the chocolate, the champagne, and the shared laughter, I couldn't resist or stop myself from leaning closer. Our lips met in a soft kiss that lingered before it deepened. I reached for her, cupping her cheek in a hand as she slid her arms around my neck. My heart banged out a frenetic rhythm against my ribs as I enjoyed the tender moment. Our lips parted, but we remained close before we both scrambled backward, embarrassed and nervous.
I'm so sorry, Eve gushed. I think I had too much to drink.
Yeah, same. Really sorry. I didn't mean to do it. It's just the champagne.
Right, and the chocolate.
Yep, I said with a bob of my head, hoping I wasn't bright red. And the laughing and it was just...
Nothing,
she said with a shake of her head and a dismissive wave of her hand.
Just 2 friends who drank too much.
Yep, I answered as I collected up the cards. So, another round?
I think I'll go to bed. I'm sorry, I'm suddenly really tired.
Yeah, me too, I answered with a bob of my head. Exhausted, actually. Let's head to bed. We have a tall order making certain Theo does everything right for Louise once he gets here tomorrow.
Yep,
she answered as she cleared the plates off our bed and pushed the room service cart into the hall. We hurried to climb under the covers and shut off the lights, making certain we each faced away from one another. I stayed as close to the edge as I possibly could, afraid the proximity would lead to another awkward situation. My pulse still raced every time I recalled how it felt to lock lips with Eve. I stared into the darkened room, my fear playing terrible tricks on me. I needed Louise to wrap up her dating before this went any further. I couldn't take much more. I was falling for Eve, and every time I got close to someone, I got burned.
Chapter 29. Louise. With a giddy grin, I stared down at the ring Theo had placed on my finger in veil. Surrounded by the restorative bubbling waters, with violinists serenading us, it had been a perfect romantic moment. I'd stared at the ring all night, still trying to convince myself it was real. But it was, and I couldn't be more excited. I kept the news under my hat for the weekend, carefully observing Spencer and Eve. They seemed to act almost normal after my trickery to force them together. Yet there seemed to be some tension between them. Had the forced proximity somehow made things worse, or had it been my non-commitment to Theo that held them up? I shifted in front of my vanity as I recalled a conversation with Eve as the men dealt with checking us out of our rooms. So, how did things go with Spencer in that confined space? Nothing shows true colors like being stuck together in unexpected circumstances. I arched an eyebrow as I waited for her response. "Oh, it was fine," she said, her voice a little too nonchalant. "Fine? Or fine?" "Stop," she said with a shake of her head and a laugh. "We worked it out and got through the weekend. But I'm more interested in how things went with Theo. Are things looking promising after your weekend together?" Something about the way she studied me, the eagerness in her eyes, tipped me off. She and Spencer were holding back because of me. They didn't want to giddily announce how happy they were together until they knew I was settled. I raised my chin and stared at my reflection, and happy I was. All I had to do was make the announcement about our engagement, and I just knew things were going to fall into place for my 2 best friends. I couldn't wait until I helped Spencer pick out the ring. At least, I hoped he asked for my advice. I'd already been browsing several jewelry stores and had my eye on a few things. Of course, it would be his choice in the end, but I'd make sure I steered him in the right direction for what Eve would want, that spoke to her uniqueness, her sweet personality, her down-to-earth side, but still said, "My husband is rich." I definitely wanted the last bit to rub in her sister's face. My nose wrinkled as I recalled Audrey Dawson. She'll probably be the maid of honor at their wedding. My voice matched how deflated I was about the news. I knew it was Eve's choice and Eve's wedding, but I desperately wanted to be included. Maybe she can work me into the bridal party at least. I'd mention it to her when we had our first wedding meeting, because no matter who was her maid of honor, yours truly was planning her wedding. Ideas floated through my head, both for my wedding and Eve and Spencer's. I launched myself from my stool and hurried to dig through my desk drawer for a notebook. I jotted down all my ideas for both of us before I flipped the notebook shut and pressed it to my chest. I couldn't wait to share all of them with Eve, who would be my maid of honor for certain. I couldn't wait to tell her, and I planned to do it over a lunch date this afternoon. But first, I'd break the news to Spencer. With the notebook stowed in my purse for our first wedding meeting later, I pranced my way downstairs in search of my roomie. "Spencer? Spencer!" The kitchen was empty, as was the living room. With my hands on my hips, I climbed the stairs again, shouting for my soon-to-be ex-husband. "Spencer! Spence!" I plowed into his office, finding his desk chair empty. My head tilted at the odd sight. If I couldn't find Spencer working, where was he? I tried his bedroom, searching his closet and even the ensuite, but no Spencer. Now where in the world are you, darling? As I glanced out his window, the corners of my lips turned up. I spotted Spencer on the beach, his hands shoved into his hoodie as he stared at the water. There you are. I couldn't think of a better place to reveal the news as I made my way down to the pool, kicked off my shoes, and took the boardwalk down toward the water. My bare feet sank into the sand as I approached him. He seemed lost in thought, unable to hear or see anything beyond his own thoughts. "There you are. I never expected to find you on the beach," I said with a grin as I saddled next to him. The soft sea breeze rustled my hair as the waves crashed against the sand in front of us. "Hey, yeah, just thinking." "About your game?" I asked. I'd never known Spencer to venture outdoors when thinking, but maybe he'd hit a snag in his sequel. This didn't seem to be his usual work stress. He hesitated, a clear signal he was wrestling with more than just game design. No, not exactly." My eyebrows lifted. "Were you thinking about Eve?" He shifted his weight, appearing uncomfortable with me mentioning her. "No, it's the game, but not... Never mind. Why were you looking for me?" "I have some news." "Oh, okay. If this is about how you need more closet space." "Well, I do," I answered. "But that's no longer your problem." He furrowed his brow. Sometimes I loved how innocent he was. I raised my left hand in the air, my giant ring sparkling in the sun. "I'm engaged." His eyes went wide, and for a second I thought he was upset rather than happy for me. "To Theo?" "Who else, darling? Of course to Theo. Aren't you happy for me?" "Well, yeah, of course I am," he answered, still seeming less than enthused. After a second, he reached for me, wrapping me in a hug. "I'm so happy for you, Lou. Really. I'm glad you found the right man for you." "Oh, I did. I couldn't be happier. I've already started planning the wedding." I winced as I raised my eyes to his. "Which means..." "We need a divorce." He bobbed his head as he swept his gaze over the sea again. "I'll call my attorney right away and have the papers drawn up." I grinned at him. Most amicable divorce in history. "Yeah, definitely." He offered me a soft smile. "Well, I'm really happy for you. Are you sure he's the one?" "Definitely," I said with a nod. "Theo is my one and only." "Good," he answered, going quiet for a few moments as the surf pounded in front of us, inching toward us as the tide rolled in.
So, how did you know?
Know what, sugar?
That he was the one. How did you know? How are you sure?
My lips curled into a devilish smile. Sweet Spencer wanted to stack his experience up to mine. I figured he must have been out here trying to determine the same thing about Eve, but his lack of confidence probably clouded his judgment.
Well, I answered as I sucked in a breath.
I think you just know, you know? Trust your gut feeling. How do you feel around this person? How do they make you feel? Do they make you laugh? Are you comfortable with them? Do you have an easy time when you're together talking and such? That sort of thing. I glanced sideways at him as he stared down at his bare feet in the sand. Is there some specific question you wanted to ask, or maybe some advice you needed about Eve? He shook his head, his eyebrows pinching.
No, I just wanted to be sure you and Theo were the right match. It seems like it happened kind of fast.
Kind of fast? Darling, no offense, but this took long enough. I'd have preferred to have been engaged months ago.
Aren't you worried about this not working out?
I shook my head. No, sugar. I know in my heart of hearts it's right. When you know, you know. With a grin, I kissed his cheek and squeezed his arms. I'll leave you to your thoughts about your game.
Thanks, Lou. And hey, Lou, he said as I stepped toward the house.
Yeah?
I'm really glad for you.
As he said the words, I detected a sadness in his eyes, though I couldn't figure out the reason. Surely he wasn't upset over our divorce. Maybe he felt like we'd be less of friends with Theo in the picture, but that wouldn't happen. I would be Spencer's friend forever after what he'd done for me. Thanks, sugar, I answered with a kiss to his cheek before I returned to the house, grabbed my purse, and hopped in my car to break the news to Eve. I whipped into the restaurant's driveway and tossed my keys at the valet before I hurried into the restaurant, finding Eve already waiting for me. As I sat, the waiter asked about drinks. Champagne. Bring the bottle. We're celebrating. Eve's questioning gaze fell on me as he left with a nod and an order to bring their best bottle. We are? I wiggled my left hand in the air. We are. Her eyes went wide, and she shifted her gaze from my ring to my eyes. Louise, are you engaged? I nodded before a squeal escaped me. I pounded my feet on the floor before I leapt from my seat and met Eve halfway around the table for a hug. Oh, Lou, that's so fantastic. I'm so happy for you. The grin on her face spoke volumes, but I caught a flicker of something in Eve's eyes. A shadow, perhaps. A hint of sadness or envy. It was gone before I could read it clearly, but it left a seed of doubt rattling in my mind. What was it with her and Spencer today? Was there more going on between them than they were letting on? Don't worry, darling, I said as we sat down again. You'll be next. She offered a fleeting smile and a soft chuckle. Well, not yet, so let's talk about yours. How did he propose? Oh, I pressed my hand against my heart. It was so romantic. He had violinists, rose petals scattered into the hot tub we were in. The ring floated over on an inflatable rose, and it's a honey of a ring, I think you'll agree. It is very big. Just like I like 'em. I admired the fat stone on my finger before I accepted my champagne flute from the waiter. With Eve's in her hand, I lifted my glass, the bubbles catching the light like tiny stars. Now wait a minute, she said. You can't toast yourself, it's bad luck. Is it? She nodded. Allow me. To you and Theo, may you find an everlasting happiness together. Oh, thank you, sugar, but we already have. We're going to be so happy together. And now I do have a toast, if you don't mind. Well, you are the bride, she answered. I arched my eyebrow at her as I nodded. Yes, I am, and I would like to toast to my beautiful, lovely, kind, sweet, perfect maid of honor. Eve, would you do me the honor of standing beside me at my wedding to the man of my dreams? Oh, Louise, of course I will. I'm honored you'd ask me. So you're saying yes? Of course I am. Another squeal escaped me as tears formed in my eyes. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed about my perfect wedding, and I just knew I'd have my best friend standing at my side for it. And now I do. I snaked my arms across the table and grabbed her hand, squeezing it. The sadness I'd detected before danced in her eyes again, before she shoved it aside, focusing on asking about my wedding. I have got loads of ideas, I said as I pulled my notebook from my bag and flicked it open. Now, I have a few musts. Oh, shoot, wrong one. She burst into a giggle. Wrong one? What other wedding are you planning? Yours, I answered with a grin. Her lower lip bobbed a few times before she plastered on what looked like a fake smile. Trust me, darling, it's going to happen. I'm pretty certain Spencer was thinking about just how to propose earlier. She shifted in her seat, the fake-looking smile still on her features. Well, for now you are the only bride, so bask in that moment. Let's keep the focus entirely on you. I won't complain about that, as long as you let me do the same for you when it's your turn. Okay, she answered. We spent the rest of the lunch gabbing about wedding details and making plans for that all-important dress shopping day. As we parted ways, our date already made for the shopping trip, I squeezed her tight, so happy I could burst. Soon I'd be marrying the man of my dreams, and shortly after that, my two best friends would be getting married. My life couldn't be more perfect. Nothing was going to ruin my happiness now, nothing. Except something niggled at the back of my mind. Could it really be this easy?
Chapter 30. Spencer. My heart sank as Louise crossed the boardwalk back to the house, her shoes in her hand and an unstoppable smile on her face. Engaged. She was engaged. Most people would immediately think that I was jealous, that I'd hoped somehow that we'd stay married, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Where my real sadness stemmed from was the realization that Louise was done dating. The game was over, and I'd won. I'd never regretted a win more than this one. The waves crashed in front of me, the sea growing more turbulent with every splash. A storm was blowing up the coast, matching my mood. Black clouds edged out the sun, and a few raindrops began to fall. It didn't drive me back into the house, though. Instead, I stood there, letting the rain pelt me as I continued to brood. Louise's impending nuptials meant the end of my relationship with Eve. We'd agreed when we started dating that we'd continue until Louise had found her happiness. Now, she had, and it spelled the end of us. I hated that. I'd grown close to Eve over the time we'd spent together. In fact, I'd never been so close to someone, not even Louise. Eve had seen more of the real me than Lou ever had. Even with her, I'd held back a part of myself, afraid she'd find me strange. But I didn't have to do that with Eve. She'd seen me panicked over amusement park rides, giddy over my game, and acting silly over a card game. But I reminded myself with a sigh, she didn't accept me. She was stuck with me. She'd agreed to date me until Louise found someone. She hadn't agreed to accept me for who I was. She probably can't wait to get away from me, I said, thunder punctuating my statement. With a shake of my head, I left the beach behind, slipping into my house just before the deluge. It already sounded too quiet. You'll get used to it, I told myself. You lived alone here before. Still, even with the storm raging outside, the inside of my place felt like a tomb. I sank onto my couch. Typically, work would have driven me right up the stairs where I'd lose myself in lines of code, but I couldn't think straight. Eve's laugh, her smile, the sparkling in her eyes, haunted me. I'd lost her from the first day I met her. I'd been such a fool. I'd assumed that she'd be like every other person I'd ever met, outside of perhaps Louise. but she'd been so different. Maybe if you told her... I forced the words past the lump growing in my throat. With a shake of my head, I dismissed the idea. That's stupid, Spencer. I imagined the scenario playing out. With a grin, Eve would tell me she'd heard about Louise's engagement.
We did it.
We did, I would agree. Louise has found her happiness.
Yes, she has.
Eve's eyes lingered on mine.
So that means we can quit this charade.
With my heart in my throat, I'd search for the words. Eve, the thing is, over these last few months, I've really started to like you. Any smile on her face would then fade.
What?
I think we may have something here. You're an amazing woman. I've never met anyone like you. And I think I'm in love with you. I think you're the one. Eve was sweet enough that she'd likely temper the blow as she rejected me.
Oh, Spencer, you're really great, and I'm sure you'll find the right woman for you. But I'm sorry, that's not me.
But Eve...
No, Spencer, I don't feel anything for you. I'm sorry. I think it's best if we don't see each other.
And then my heart would break into a million pieces as she sent me packing. I shifted in my seat, frustration making my muscles tense. What if I suggested that we stay friends? My eyebrows raised as I considered this possibility. It could work. We'd still get to spend time together without the pressure of a romantic relationship. And maybe one would even develop naturally. The thought twisted my lips into a grin. My smile faded as I realized this was as far-fetched as those ridiculous romance movies I'd watched. I was not going to get the girl. I wasn't that geeky billionaire who ended up with his best friend from college. I wasn't the cocky doctor who ended up with an angel. I was Spencer Whitaker, awkward and undeserving, especially given what I'd already done to the poor woman. I'd roped her into a fake relationship and wasted her time. I didn't deserve her, and I wouldn't get her, even if we started out as friends. No, instead I'd end up watching her fall in love with someone else. She said she wasn't lucky in love, but with her beauty and sweet personality, that wouldn't remain true. Someone would scoop her up right in front of my very eyes. And then I'd have to fake a smile and tell her how happy I was that she'd found her happiness. She'd gush about him while my heart broke. No, that wasn't an option either. I had no options. I'd ruined all of them the first day I'd met her. I'd ruined everything, like I always did. I let my head fall into my palm as the realization bloomed and all hope within me died a painful death. The best thing for me to do, the only thing for me to do, was let her go. And I had to do the same with Louise. Oddly, divorcing my wife was the less painful breakup, though part of me would miss her energy around the house. She'd tried so hard to help me break out of my shell, and I'd fought her every step of the way. I'd foiled her plans because I hadn't trusted her. I hadn't realized she wouldn't just push any girl at me, but that she thought enough of me to push the perfect one. You are an idiot, Spencer. Truly an idiot. And you deserve whatever you get. As I shook my head at myself, I scrolled through my phone in search of my lawyer's number. At least I'd still have my friend after our divorce. For a second, I wondered how she'd react to my breakup with Eve. But then I realized she'd likely be so wrapped up with her own happiness, her wedding, her new life, that it wouldn't faze her. I imagined her rolling her eyes and clicking her tongue at me.
Oh, Spencer,
she said with a shake of her head.
Well, I tried. Can't blame this on me.
I realized I'd probably have to cut back on some of the time I spent with Louise, though, given that she and Eve were besties. My lips tugged into a wince as I realized she'd likely be at Lou's wedding. I probably should avoid that, along with all the barbecues, parties, and whatever else Louise hosted. On the other hand, it would be the perfect excuse to avoid all those social events. Maybe this could work out.
I pressed the call icon and the line trilled on the opposite end before my attorney's secretary answered. Hey, it's Spencer Whitaker. I need Bill to put those divorce papers together. Hello, Mr. Whitaker. I'd ask how you are doing, but it seems not so well. I huffed out a laugh. She was right, but it had nothing to do with the divorce. It is what it is. Well, I am very sorry to hear that, but I will let Mr. Baker know, and we'll get those papers out to you immediately. Is there anything else he should know regarding asset split? No, it's all spelled out in the prenup, so he can follow exactly what we discussed. All right, this should be easy enough then. We'll have those out to you by close of business today then. Thanks, I said before I ended the call and stared down at the phone for a second. The door opened and closed, and I twisted to face the foyer, the scent of Louise's perfume wafting to my nostrils. Lou, is that you?
It is, darling,
she answered. I rose from the couch and shuffled toward her voice. She stood on the stairs, peering over the railing. I called the attorney. They should have the divorce papers for us soon, I said.
Oh,
she said with a grin.
Thanks, sugar. You will always be my favorite ex-husband.
I really hope I'm your only ex-husband, I answered.
Don't worry, you will be. Theo and I are just perfect together. I can't wait to marry him.
I'm really glad. Do you have a date in mind already? She shook her head.
Not yet, but Eve and I are going to figure that out when we shop for my dress on Friday.
Already? I asked, trying to ignore the mention of Eve's name.
It's very important,
she answered.
But so is the date, and we'll have that soon enough. Stay tuned.
I bobbed my head, her happiness a stark contrast to the sadness welling inside me.
Well, I'm off. I have to get ready for my date with Theo tonight. I'm going to be doing a bubble bath, and I would very much like not to be disturbed. So if those papers come, I'll just sign them tonight when I'm back.
Okay, no problem.
When do you see Eve next?
She asked. Neither of us had expected Louise's big announcement today when we'd made plans for tonight. In a few hours. I desperately tried to stop the shake in my voice as I realized in the next few hours that I'd be single again.
Well, I hope you have a lovely time.
She grinned at me, a sparkle in her eyes, before she darted up the stairs. You're not going to be single again, Spencer. You were always single. I reminded myself in a murmur as I shuffled back to sit alone in my living room until our final date. The hours ticked by slowly, each minute closer seeing my mood devolve further and further. As the time crept closer, I reminded myself that this was for the best. I ran through all the heartbreaking scenarios where I ended up alone anyway. This is for the best, I reminded myself as I stared in the mirror, adjusting my blazer. You'll see. With a final adjustment, I forced myself to leave the house behind and climb into my car, placing my sweaty palms against my wheel. My heart thudded dully as I fired the engine and drove into town. Eve and I had planned to meet outside of a coffee shop before we selected a restaurant. We'd never make it there. I parked and strolled to the spot, my knees wobbling as I went, especially when I spotted her standing on the corner as she waited. My heart beat so hard I thought it may leap from my chest. It may have been better if it did, preferable to what I was about to do. With a deep breath, I reminded myself of all the reasons that I had to do it. I approached her, forcing a smile onto my face.
Hi,
Eve said with a grin.
I assume you've heard the big news.
I have, I answered. She brought up Louise's engagement immediately. She was probably giddy with anticipation that we could stop dating. Yes.
How are you feeling about it?
Happy for Lou, I answered as I studied the sidewalk beneath my sneakers.
Me too, she said with a nod. She's so happy.
She is, and soon will be divorced, and she can move forward with what I assume will be a big wedding.
Sounds like it,
Eve answered.
I've never heard so many ideas as I did this afternoon.
I'll bet, I said, dancing around the subject I really wanted to talk about. You'll be busy.
Yeah,
she said with a nod.
But still, I'm happy for her.
I bobbed my head again before I forced the words out of my mouth before I lost my ability to say them. Well, on the upside, you'll have more free time now. Her features crinkled. We don't need to keep up this charade. Her eyebrows shot up.
Oh, right, yeah. The whole fake dating thing.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Louise is engaged and happy, so you're off the hook.
You too,
she said, with a fleeting smile, shifting her weight. Right, I said, pumping my fist in the air despite my heart breaking.
Well, it was fun while it lasted, as they say. I'll bet you'll be happy to get back to normal.
Definitely, I answered, flicking my gaze away from her. Well, anyway, I guess I'll let you go. She pressed her lips together, an emotion clouding her eyes, but I couldn't read it.
Right, sure. Have a good night.
I offered her a tight-lipped smile before I spun on a heel.
Hey, Spencer,
she called after me. I twisted toward her. For a second, I hoped against hope that this would be one of those moments like in the romance movies I'd watched, that Eve would suddenly gush about how she cared about me, and then I'd tell her I felt the same way. We'd fly into each other's arms, kiss, and spend the rest of our lives together. I held my breath, waiting to see what she'd say. Would this be the end of our chapter?
Chapter 31. Eve. The cool sea breeze drifted through my jacket, carrying a chill that seeped into my bones. Dread settled in my heart as I stood there on that corner, realizing the only relationship I'd ever enjoyed, the longest one I'd ever had come to an abrupt end. Spencer seemed happy to be finished with it, and I couldn't blame him. He hadn't been looking for a charity case when Louise had set us up, and he very much preferred to avoid the social scene. I'd learned that about him very quickly during the time we'd spent together. That didn't make the words he spoke sting any less. I tried to play along, faking my emotions about our breakup, or rather, our fake-up. He'd tried to break it to me gently. I appreciated that as I fought to pretend to be okay. I had thought maybe we'd go to one last dinner together to celebrate our win, but he'd put a quick end to that. I couldn't blame him. He'd spent a fair amount of money entertaining me over the past few months. I'm sure he didn't want to waste another couple of $100 on a last hurrah. He offered me a tight-lipped smile before he spun on a heel and took a step away from me. Hey, Spencer, I called after him. As he turned to face me, the weight of the moment pressed down, thickening the air. My mind raced through a million different confessions, each fighting for release. Yet when I opened my mouth, uncertainty choked the words, leaving me gasping for a way to fill the silence that stretched between us. What had I planned on doing? For a second, I thought about confessing everything, about telling him that I thought I may be in love with him. Then I realized what an awful idea that was. My stomach twisted into a knot as I imagined the burst of laughter that would follow such an admission. He'd probably tell me he was dating my sister. My fear squashed the idea of being honest. So instead, I murmured, I wish you all the best. Good luck with your sequel. He offered me a fleeting smile as he bobbed his head.
Thanks. You too. I hope everything works out great for you.
I licked my lips as my smile faltered, trying to distract myself from the emotions bubbling under the surface.
Bye, Eve.
Goodbye, Spencer, I said, a lump forming in my throat. He turned away from me and strolled away, shoving his hands casually into his pockets. I spun on a heel and hurried away in the opposite direction, rushing to get to my apartment before the whirlwind of regret and sadness boiled over. I made it as far as the next corner, rounded it, and collapsed on a bench there as the floodgates opened. Hot tears streamed down my cheeks, and a sob escaped me. I pressed a hand against my downturned lips, pleased that no one even bothered to stop as I wept on the bench. I tried to head for my apartment a few times, but my clouded vision made it too difficult to walk. I couldn't seem to control my emotions. Spencer had been the only good relationship I'd ever had. We weren't a real relationship, my mind reminded me. Maybe that's why I'd found it so easy. Every quiet moment alone brought back flashes of our time together. The laughs, the shared confidences, and even the awkward silences that somehow brought us closer. As much as I tried to convince myself our connection was just a convenient fabrication, my heart knew the truth. For me, it wasn't just pretend. I'd connected with Spencer on a personal level when we'd spent time together. From the arcade to the giant bear that sat on my bed, he'd made me smile, laugh, and enjoy life. And now we had come full circle. Now, he'd made me cry. The ease with which he'd dispatched our relationship had reminded me of why I didn't date, and it made it clear that he didn't share my feelings. For him, this was fake. I'd been used, but because I allowed myself to be used, I'd agreed to it. Fresh tears flowed, my lips tugging into a frown as I sank my head into my hands. Eve? Panic made my stomach quiver as I recognized Louise's voice. I couldn't let her see me like this. I quickly wiped away my tears as I leapt to my feet, finding her hurrying toward me with concern etched into her pretty features. Theo followed behind her, his eyebrows knitted. Eve? Are you crying? Louise asked. No, I said with a sniffle, feeling ridiculous lying to her. Your eyes are red, your nose is red, and your face is all splotchy, Louise answered. Tell me again you weren't crying. I lifted a shoulder, a penitent expression on my features. I wasn't crying. Very funny, Eve, she answered. What happened? She glanced around. Where's Spencer? My heart leapt into my throat, worsening the lump that already resided there. Louise cocked her head, waiting for my response. I considered lying, telling her I'd canceled our date because I'd gotten some bad news. Maybe I could say I lost a contract, or some obscure aunt had died. But as I raised my gaze to hers, I found myself unable or unwilling to do that. She was going to find out eventually, and I couldn't lie anymore. With a lick of my lips, I shook my head. Let's talk after your date. Maybe tomorrow? By then I should have recovered and not be a weeping mess. Well, that just won't do, Louise said with a shake of her head, one hand on her hip. No, you're going to tell me tonight. I flicked my glassy eyes to Theo. No, you're on a date. Which can wait, Theo answered, his gaze filled with concern. Lou, go with your friend. That's not necessary, I answered with a shake of my head. Louise wagged a finger at me. Now don't you tell me what is necessary and what isn't. You are sitting on a park bench in tears. I would be remiss as your best friend if I didn't take care of you. Theo rubbed Louise's shoulders, and the simple action made me feel worse. Just seeing how perfect they were together made my heart ache. I'd really set myself up for this, though. With a slow nod, I agreed with her. All right, I said softly. As Louise's comforting arm wrapped around me, Theo offered me an expression of concern, part reservation. My emotional turmoil had ruined their evening. Theo pulled his keys from his pocket. Let me drive you ladies to Eve's. I can walk, I answered. Nonsense, he said. You just sit here and I'll bring the car to you. Louise eased me onto the bench, her arm tightly around me, protective as a mama bear as Theo disappeared around the corner. Within minutes, he'd pulled up in his SUV. Louise loaded me into the back, then climbed in next to me, foregoing the passenger seat in favor of sticking close. At least I'd ended up with a lovely best friend out of this deal. We arrived outside of my apartment a few minutes later. I hope you feel better, Eve, Theo said. Thanks, I answered in a shaky breath, managing to hold myself together as we climbed out of the car. But as I unlocked my door and pushed inside my apartment, A new wave of emotion swept over me, and I struggled to hold back my tears. Now, do you want some tea, or do you want to tell Auntie Louise what happened? I plopped onto the couch, wiping away a rogue tear that had fallen to my cheek, and patted the cushion next to me. Let's get it over with. Okay, she said softly as she sat down and took my hands in hers. What is it, sugar? I swallowed hard. Spencer and I broke up. Her eyes went wide. What? Oh, darling, what happened? Did you have a fight? I shook my head, my gaze falling to our clasped hands. Now, you may not think it's fixable, but darling, everyone has arguments, and you'll figure it out. You just need some time. We didn't have a fight, I choked out. Then what? Oh, Louise, I said with a deep sigh. You're going to hate me. I shook my head. I had to confess everything, so this made sense, and I felt awful about it. I felt awful about everything right now, but if I lost Louise too, it was my own fault, my mind said. I'd played fast and loose with my life, and, as usual, I lost. What had I been thinking? When I was careful, I lost. But when I tempted fate, of course I'd lose. I didn't have luck on my side like some people. This wasn't a romantic comedy. We weren't destined to fall in love and spend a lifetime together. That couldn't happen, Louise said as she rubbed my arm. Now tell me. I pressed my lips together, tears threatening again as I raised my eyes to meet hers. Spencer and I. Yeah? Louise, we were never really dating. We faked the whole thing. Her expression turned blank as she stared at me. What? But you were perfect together. My features pinched. I'm sorry, but it's true. Spencer, he told me on our first date that he wanted you to find happiness. You wouldn't date unless he did. He said he didn't want to go through meeting all the people you'd throw at him, so he asked if we could. I hesitated, swallowing hard and slowing my voice. He asked if we could fake date. Just agree to date until you found your happiness with someone. Did he? Louise's voice was pensive as her brows knitted, and she stared at my marred coffee table. Yes, and I agreed to it. I went along with it. Tears fell to my cheeks again. I was so stupid. Louise snapped her gaze back to me. It wasn't fake for you, was it? Ruefully, I shook my head, sniffling as I desperately tried to stop myself from crying. It started out sort of like that. I didn't think much about it, but then we got closer, and I couldn't continue. My voice broke, and I hung my head. Louise rubbed my back as I wept before I grabbed a tissue from the small box on my table and pressed it to my eyes before blowing my nose. I was so stupid. I really set myself up for a fall. I shouldn't have let myself fall for him. Now, darling, this isn't your fault. This is Spencer's. I shook my head as I glanced at her. As much as I'd like to be angry with him, Louise, it's not his fault. I agreed to his plan. I knew he'd walk away from me in the end. If he wouldn't have been so special, then I wouldn't have been so stupid. You aren't stupid, and I think Spencer has feelings for you. He just won't admit it. He's scared. I think he feels the same way you do. I huffed out a laugh as my tears stopped for a moment. This isn't a romance movie, Lou. I wish it was, but it's not. He more than happily walked away from me tonight. He's the one who brought it up. I wagged my finger at her. Please don't be mad at him. He was very clear with me about what was going to happen. I'll bet he was, she answered, her jaw tight. She flicked her gaze to me, pulling me into a hug. Well, darling, you have every right to be upset. No matter what you agreed to, you hoped for a genuine connection because you are a genuine, sweet person. And now you just cry your little heart out on my shoulder. I'm not going to leave you, darling. And I'm going to make sure you find happiness. I promise.
I settled against her, my heart aching.
I knew she meant well, but after this, I wasn't certain I ever wanted to date again.
Chapter 32. Louise. My mind whirled as I tightened my arms around a sobbing Eve. After her confession, she'd wept again, but I hadn't cared about the dishonesty. I cared about her broken heart. As I suspected, she'd fallen for Spencer. Why wouldn't she? They were perfect together. She'd opened her heart to the man, and he'd stomped on it. My lips tugged into a frown as Eve heaved a shaky sigh next to me, another whine escaping her.
Gosh, I'm so sorry, Lou. I'm really okay. Why don't you go on your date with Theo? Now, darling, I am not leaving you here to cry yourself to sleep. I just won't do it. And Theo wouldn't want me to either. You heard him. You are both very kind. But really, Lou, I can nurse my own broken heart. It's my fault anyway. I've had just about enough of that talk, I answered, a fake scolding in my voice. This isn't your fault, Eve, any more than it was mine when I'd found myself heartbroken in the past. I remember the pain all too well, and I can't bear to see you go through the same. Eve's shoulders slumped. You're right. It's no one's fault. It's just my bad luck. Oh, darling, I am so sorry about this. I just feel so responsible for this whole mess. Oh, no, she said, her features pinching as she took my hands in hers, determined to soothe me. It's not your fault. It is, I answered, my consternation growing. I started this. I pushed Spencer to date, and I forced him on you. And he broke your heart. He didn't mean to. He doesn't even know he did. I never told him. But after our kiss, the one at the park? Eve scrunched her features as she shook her head, her gaze focused on the tissue in her hands. No, that wasn't bad. But the one in Vale. You kissed in Vale? We did. It just happened. Eve pressed a hand to her forehead. We had too much to drink, and we were playing cards, and... Go on, I said, stroking her hair. We were laughing so much. Her features pinched. And we stopped, and our lips came together. Is that when you realized you loved him? Eve raised her glassy eyes to mine with a shake of her head. No, I enjoyed our time together probably right away, but definitely from our arcade date on. When that kiss happened, I thought maybe he was experiencing the same thing. Well, I guess I'd hoped he was. This was the best relationship I've ever had. My heart broke for her as she sobbed through her statement. Well, correction, this wasn't a relationship at all. That's my mistake. I just kept falling for him instead of stopping myself. Darling, you can't stop love. That's just silly. I wish you could, she said, her voice breaking as she fell into me in tears again. I know, sugar, I know. I've had my heart broken too, and I know how badly it hurts. I've just never connected with anyone like this before. Normally I just get ghosted or dumped. Well, I guess I did get dumped again. This time I never had a boyfriend to begin with. Her words made my insides twist into a tight knot. Shh, you didn't do anything wrong. I rubbed her shoulder in a desperate attempt to console her, but I knew nothing could help her broken heart. I'm going to fix this, I promise, I said. Oh, Lou, you don't need to do that. Honestly, it's probably better this way. I'm no good at love. I told you I was unlucky in it. This is, well, it's just my luck to fall for a man who has no interest in me." I pressed my lips together, rubbing her arm as she wiped at her cheeks. "Well, you just cry, darling. I'll be right here with you." And cry she did, for at least another 15 minutes before she finally quieted. I couldn't stop my mind from berating myself over this. I should have paid more attention to the signs. This was why they'd been so coy with me, so interested in my progress with Theo. Spencer had been waiting me out, lying to my face. My nostrils flared as I silently seethed until Eve's breathing turned rhythmic. I waited a few more minutes until I was sure she was fast asleep before I wiggled out from under her, propped her up with a pillow, and covered her with a blanket. Her red nose and puffy eyes broke my heart as I glanced down at her. I winced as my phone chimed, afraid it might wake her, but she seemed completely exhausted from her experience. After I silenced it, I checked my messages, finding one from Spencer.
"Hey Lou, the divorce papers are here if you want to sign them after your date. I'll leave them on the sofa table."
"I'll bet you will, you snake." I frowned at the message, one hand curling into a tight fist. "You think you're going to be rid of me so easily? I ought to stay married to you just to ruin things for you." But I couldn't do that to my precious Theo. He deserved better. As I paced the room, I couldn't help but contrast the serene stability I'd found with him against the chaotic fallout I'd caused in Eve's life. It was like walking a tightrope, balancing between joy and despair. I pressed a hand against my forehead, stepping into the kitchen as I dialed Theo's cell phone.
"Hey, sweetheart. How's Eve?"
"Asleep," I answered as I sank into her kitchen chair. Finally.
"What happened? Or is that secret girl stuff?"
"It's not," I answered, my emotions racing. "Spencer broke up with her."
"Oh no, that's awful. For both of you. I know you thought they were going to end up married."
"I did. I really did. They're perfect for each other. Spencer is being so short-sighted."
"Did he tell her why?"
Theo asked. "I just love how invested you are, darling," I said with a grin, realizing how lucky I was to have found this gem of a man. "I know why. Apparently on their first date, Spencer asked her to fake date until I found true love. She agreed."
"Oh, well, maybe that's not so bad then."
"No, darling. The problem is Eve fell in love with him."
"Oh gosh."
I heard the pity in his voice and the sigh he heaved after.
"That's terrible. I guess he doesn't feel the same way."
"I don't know. I can't believe he doesn't. I slid my eyes closed, my heart breaking over this. I just can't believe he did this. You should have seen her tonight, just sobbing. Poor girl. How could he do this?"
If he felt anything for her, he wouldn't have, Lou.
I frowned. "Spencer is..." Frustration cut off my words and I shook my head.
"Sweetheart, I know you want to fix this, but I'm not sure you can."
I heaved a sigh. "Can you pick me up?"
"You're not staying with Eve?"
"She's asleep, and I'll come back right after I make one stop."
"Stop?"
Theo asked, surprise in his voice. "Yes, at Spencer's."
"Sweetheart, I'm not certain..."
"He has the divorce papers," I cut in sharply. "I want them signed tonight. I want nothing more to do with him after this."
"That's it?"
he asked. "Theo, please don't lecture me on this."
"I'm not, Lou. I want you to be happy. I'm sorry this happened, but I don't want anything else to happen to you over it."
I rubbed at my temple. "Darling, I appreciate you protecting me, but I need to protect that sweet little girl who I shoved into the situation too. I want to go to Spencer's and sign those papers."
"All right," he answered. "I'll be there in a few minutes."
"Thank you." I sat in the kitchen, my emotions overrunning me, a mix of anger and upset swirling within me and building with every moment. After a few minutes, I tiptoed to the living room. Eve still slept soundly. I grabbed her keys from the bowl near her front door, slipped out of her apartment, locked the door, and tucked them into my purse. Theo pulled up to the curb a few minutes later, scurrying from behind the wheel to open my door. As we both settled into our seats and he aimed for Spencer's, he slipped his hand around mine. The simple gesture and the warmth behind it finally opened the floodgates. I shed a few tears, prompting him to rub my shoulder.
Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. I know you wanted them to stay together.
I feel like it's my fault, I sobbed.
It's not, Lou. They decided to do this, and Eve just had some bad luck.
Those words made me cry more.
That's what she said, too. She's unlucky in love.
Well, I know you, Lou. You'll have her back on her feet in no time, and probably with an upgraded boyfriend.
He shot me that award-winning smile that had melted my heart when we first met as we pulled into Spencer's driveway. I wanted him to be right, but I just wasn't certain anymore. He tossed the shifter into park.
You want me to come in with you?
No, I'd rather you didn't. This is between me and Spencer. I won't be long. I kissed his cheek with a sniffle before I opened my door and slipped from my seat. My heels pounded across the pavement as I stormed my way toward the house. I threw open the door and entered.
Lou, is that you?
Spencer's voice called. Yep, I snapped, storming toward it.
The divorce papers are right.
He froze as he spotted me.
Is everything okay?
I glanced down at the papers and snatched the pen that sat next to them, scribbling my name across the page where indicated. I slammed the pen down and dug into my purse, fishing the ring Spencer had given me out of my purse. No, I answered finally, setting my glare on him. Everything is not okay.
What happened? Something with Theo?
My nostrils flared. Nope. His brow furrowed.
Well, you seem upset.
You're darn right I'm upset. I ran into Eve. His eyebrows lifted, realization crossing his face.
Oh, Lou, look, I'm sorry we lied to you, but...
Lied? You mean about how you weren't really dating? I asked. He nodded.
Yeah. Look, I didn't want a string of bad dates, and so I asked Eve if we could just ride it out until you found love. I'm sorry we lied to you.
I crossed my arms, flicking away a tear that fell to my cheek.
Come on, he continued. You can't be that upset. I mean, you lied to us, right? You set up that whole honeymoon suite, didn't you?
I did, I admitted, my lips curling. To help you two to find your happiness.
Yeah, well, little did you know we were faking that to make sure you found yours.
He offered me a sneaky smile. Do you feel proud of yourself, Spencer? Are you happy?
I'm happy that you found the right man, and I wish you all the best,
he answered. I couldn't take any more. I jabbed a finger at him. You're a snake, Spencer Whitaker, and a coward.
Huh?
Oh, don't play innocent. Eve told me everything. Not just about the fake dating, but also about how... I hesitated, tears flowing down my cheeks as his brow furrowed. You broke her heart.
No,
he said with a shake of his head.
No, we weren't actually dating.
I'm aware of the charade, I said, my voice trembling with anger as I curled my fingers into fists. But she genuinely fell for you. She's in love with you. You didn't just end a fake relationship, you shattered someone who truly cared about you. My voice broke. And you broke her heart. That poor, sweet little girl just cried herself to sleep, and I feel so responsible. I set this up.
What?
He murmured. You broke her heart, I shouted. You gave her hope where there was none. You toyed with her for months, spending all that time together, connecting with her, and then you kissed her. You kissed her in that hotel room knowing full well you were going to do this to her. I sucked in a shaky breath, wiping at my cheeks. Oh, you are a coward, Spencer Whitaker. You used her! I grabbed the engagement ring he'd given me when we'd wed and hurled it at him, followed by the wedding ring. I hope you're happy, Spencer. I hope you're thrilled with what you've caused. You deserve to end up miserable and alone. With my piece said, I spun on a heel and stormed from the house, climbing into Theo's SUV. He rubbed my shoulders as I wept. I'd ruined Eve's life. While I had found my forever, hers had been ripped away. And it had been all my fault. I had ruined everything.
Chapter 33. Spencer. I stood, stunned, my insides quivering as Louise's heels pounded out of my house, the doors slamming behind her, making me jump. I'd expected her to be upset about our scam dating, but this I hadn't expected. None of it. I glanced down at my feet, the 2 rings laying haphazardly there. I stooped to scoop them into my hand, their cold weight surprisingly heavy. Louise's words echoed in my mind. You deserve to end up miserable and alone. My eyebrows knitted as I skirted the couch and sank onto the edge. That hadn't been all she'd said that had caught my attention. You broke her heart. My features scrunched. I couldn't have done that. Eve wasn't in love with me. But Louise seemed to think differently. She claimed Eve was in love with me, that she genuinely cared. I closed my fingers around the rings Louise fired at me as my mind searched for details that fit the story Louise spun. I recalled our first date, the fateful moment when I'd made the offer. She'd agreed. Had there been something else in her eyes then? Had she shown signs of disappointment in that moment when she'd agreed to help me? I fluttered my eyelashes, shifting on the cushion that had suddenly become uncomfortable. I had literally sat across the table from a woman on a first date and asked her to help me, to fake date me, so I could wimp out on any future dates my friend wanted to set me up on. Louise wasn't right, though. I wasn't just a coward. I was a selfish jerk. Eve couldn't possibly like me. There was no way. What kind of woman fell in love with a man who treated them that way on a first date? My mind went over the details of subsequent dates. We'd spent a lot of time together in the pursuit of making our relationship look legitimate. We'd connected easily most times. Our time at the arcade had been fun. Fun enough for Eve to fall in love? Eve's eyes had lit up when she'd beat me at the racing game, her laughter echoing above the electronic buzzes and beeps. That moment, genuine and joyful, now haunted me. My stomach clenched as I recalled the moment we'd won Street Fighter together. We'd come dangerously close to kissing then. I'd shied away from the moment, and we hadn't repeated it for the rest of our dates. However, they had all been pleasant. My mind reached the unexpected moments of connection, like our date on the beach as we spied on Louise. My protective instincts had surged that night when I'd met her sister, Audrey. I'd wanted so desperately to defend her, to support her, that I'd done something I'd never expected of myself. I curled my fingers into fists as I recalled the tender moments during our amusement park adventure. Eve had been so sweet about the disastrous ride that I'd insisted on winning her that bear, and then we had shared a kiss. Forced, but still a kiss. But that had been nothing compared to the kiss we'd shared in Vale. I slid my eyes closed as my insides melted as I recalled our lips pressed together. She'd made my heart race, but we'd quickly pulled away. It had been then that I'd really felt our connection, though it had been building for a long time. It had been in Vale that I'd realized a relationship could be nice, that the right woman wouldn't ruin my life, but enhance it. I shook my head as I opened my eyes, a flash of lightning illuminating the sky over the turbulent sea and lighting the truths I was now forced to confront. The water churned like my roiling emotions. Had Eve experienced the same connection? Had I broken her heart? Louise insisted I had, but I couldn't believe that. My mind swirled as I scrubbed my face with shaky hands. How had I missed her genuine interest? "Because you're an idiot, Spencer," I murmured. My heart plummeted as I went over the conversation and my actions earlier this evening. I'd acted so cavalier, terrified that she'd see through me, that she'd know that I was upset. I'd been so focused on myself, I hadn't considered Eve at all. "You don't deserve her," I mumbled. With my lips tugged into a firm frown, I slouched down on the couch, wrapping my arms around myself. As the shock wore off, my senses slowly returned. Even if Eve had feelings for me, it didn't mean things were going to last. In fact, one surefire way for me to have ruined this relationship was to have engaged in it. Without fail, once we'd swapped the fake for real, Eve would have grown tired of me, sick of my weird quirks, my penchant for working long hours, my overall lack of desire for social settings. She'd go to parties alone, dragged by Louise, and then resent me for it. I bobbed my head as though it would lend some credence to my internal thoughts. "She'd leave you," I said aloud, allowing those words to echo in my living room as thunder punctuated them. I leapt to my feet as the storm closed in around me, both physically and emotionally, pacing the floor. "Yep, she'd leave you. She'd get frustrated and leave. She might have liked you a little, but she won't. She doesn't know you." I rubbed my chin as I nodded again. "Yeah, once she gets to know you better, she'll fall out of love with you." With myself convinced that what I'd done was absolutely correct, I settled onto my couch again. Rain pelted the windows as the storm finally made landfall. It echoed in the empty house, reminding me of the empty rooms, the quiet solitude I'd surrounded myself with. I snatched the television remote and toggled it on, grabbing my game controller and firing up Mystic Realms. Whenever I felt alone, I always had my virtual world to immerse myself in. I'd never had a problem that I couldn't play away. I smiled as the familiar title loaded on the screen before the thunderous drums pounded to announce success, and my world filled in around me. My breath caught in my throat as my on-screen avatar opened his eyes. I still sat in Eve's living room, on the couch I'd gifted her the night we'd built this house together. Next to me, a sleeping Eve sat, her little avatar like her in so many ways. Every memory of her smile, her laugh, the way her cheeks reddened when I complimented her, that slight shrug she'd give when she was embarrassed. It all came rushing back to me the moment I spotted that pixelated image. I realized I'd pushed her away, and it was like someone had plunged a knife into my heart. I switched off the television, unable to bear even my own game, one that had so often been my reset button for the world so many times in the past. Instead, I sat alone, in a darkened room lit only by the occasional flashes of lightning as the storm raged on outside, mirroring the turbulence that reigned inside me. I sank my head into my palm, grabbing my phone. As I toggled it on, I realized there was no one to text, no one to call. I'd isolated myself. I couldn't text Eve. I'd pushed her away in a desperate attempt to protect myself from the one woman who had genuinely cared about me. And I couldn't contact Louise. My heart pinched as I recalled her angry words, her pinched features. "You are a coward, Spencer Whitaker," I said, my voice breaking a little. "And you do deserve to end up alone." I sucked in a sharp breath as a shiver snaked down my spine. With a glance around, I realized that this would be the rest of my life. I was staring at the inside of my own tomb, quiet and empty. A shaky hand rose to press against my lips as the ominous sound of thunder rumbled overhead, taunting me. The knock on my door barely registered over the deep rumbling. My stomach jumped, and I sat, wide-eyed for a moment, until the pounding sounded again. Could it be Eve? Or Louise? I'd take either at this point, as long as I still had a friend and a shot at redeeming myself. I raced to the door and pulled it open, my heart racing with anticipation. I froze as I spotted the figure hovering on my doorstep. Theo, his shoulder-length hair dripping from the rain, glared at me. "Theo?" I asked, wondering if I was seeing things. Was this some sort of a Christmas Carol-like experience? Was Theo the ghost of girlfriends past? "Spencer," he answered, rain dripping off his chiseled chin. "Can we talk?" I don't know." I really had no desire to visit a crying Eve or go back over all our dates. My mind had already put me through this torture. Or maybe Theo was here to show me that Eve would go on to become a scrub woman after she fell apart from my bad treatment. Theo's eyebrows shot up as he studied me. "You're seriously going to leave me standing out here in the rain? Lou may have a point." I creased my forehead. "Yeah, she told me," he added. "And I'm here to tell you that you're a complete fool." I stood, my fingers still lingering on the door handle, until I finally snapped out of it and stood aside to let him in. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to drop by, and I was wondering if maybe I was imagining you, or if I was having a supernatural experience a la Charles Dickens." I offered him a weak smile and a chuckle as he strode into my foyer, his wet shoes squeaking on my marble and his wet clothes dripping on my floor. "What?" he asked, his features squashing. "You know, ghosts of girlfriends past type of stuff." Never mind. He had clearly never read the classics, nor seen any of the movies based on them. "What are you doing, man?" Theo asked, his arms stretching to the sides. I winced, knowing I deserved the harsh words that were about to flow my way. "Making a mess of things?" "This isn't a joke," he answered. I stared down at the swirls in the black and white floor, my cheeks burning. "I know. Lou is beside herself with upset over you. Over Eve. And don't even get me started on the woman you fake dated or whatever you did." I couldn't finish the statement because I had nothing to say. "You what? You're a fool? An idiot? I don't know, Spencer. I mean, I don't know you that well, but what I do know is that when I saw Eve's tears and then Lou's, I wanted to smash you in the face." "That's harsh," I said, a little worried he may do it. "It's the truth," he shot back with a sigh before he scrubbed his face. "Louise she keeps blaming herself for this, but it's not her fault. I think you know that. This is all on you." "I know," I answered with a bob of my head. "I know I lied and—" "You broke someone's heart, and it's like you don't even care. How can you not care? You think you're protecting yourself by pushing people away, but what you're really doing is ensuring you end up alone. Is that what you want?" I shrugged. "Maybe. I don't do well with people." He pulled his chin back, his eyebrows shooting up. "Seriously? Do you actually think that's a good thing?" "Well, I mean, it's better than getting hurt, right?" "Is it? Have you truly escaped that? Or are you sitting here alone in the dark being completely happy with this outcome?" The words stung me, striking a chord deep within me. In the process of protecting my heart, I'd been the one to break it. Every hurt I felt was at my own hands. My gaze sank to the floor again as I realized I'd ruined so much for nothing. Theo frowned, stepping closer. "You're hiding, Spencer. From Eve, from Louise, from everyone who cares. What are you so afraid of?" I looked away, the truth stinging like the rain against the windows. "I'm afraid of being seen, Theo. Really seen. Because what if they see me and then leave?" "But what if they stay?" Theo challenged, his voice soft but firm. Silence stretched between us for another moment. "You need to fix this, Spencer," Theo said, jabbing a finger at me. "I don't want to see Lou like this. She's hurting and I can't help her." My features melted. I don't know where to start. "Maybe try being honest," he suggested with a shrug. The simple statement sliced at me as he pushed past me, pulling the door open. The rain pounded against my driveway as he stepped into it. "Hey, Theo," I called. "Yeah." "Thanks," I said with a nod. I needed someone to tell me what a fool I've been. "Sometimes we all do," he answered, before he disappeared into the rain. For a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined the entire thing, until his taillights lit up the rainy night and he pulled down my driveway. I shuffled back into my living room, a new determination filling me as I grabbed my phone. My heart pounded with a mix of fear and hope. I had to face the consequences of my actions and try to rebuild the bridges I'd set fire to earlier. My shaky thumbs typed out a message to Louise. "Louise, I've messed up. I'm sorry. I've been so afraid of getting hurt that I've hurt everyone around me instead. I'm sitting here in this digital world I built, and it's just empty without you, without Eve. I don't know how to fix this, Lou. I don't even know if I can. But I know I can't do it without you. Please help me." As I pressed the send button, my stomach clenched. Would this message matter, or was it already too little too late?
Chapter 34. Louise. I propped my head on my knuckles, my elbow on Eve's threadbare little couch as I sniffled for the upteenth time. As Theo had driven me back, tears ran down my cheeks, my heart breaking with every one that fell. Spencer's cowardice, the way he'd tossed Eve aside, and me, had been too much for me to bear. It broke my heart that he broke her heart. "It's okay, sweetheart," Theo tried, rubbing my shoulder as he eased to a stop in front of Eve's apartment. "It's not," I sobbed. "I pushed her to date Spencer, and he broke her heart. I broke her heart." "You didn't. You tried your best to be a good friend, to give her a shot at happiness." "She deserves it. She deserves so much more than what she got." Tears streamed down my cheeks, my mascara running right along with it. "Yes, she did. Eve's a sweet girl. But, sweetheart, she's not going to be upset with you. If that's what you're worried about—" "It's not," I moaned, a long cry escaping me as my lips tugged into a grimace. I wasn't worried about my friendship with her. I didn't want that ruined, of course, but for once, this wasn't about me. It was about poor Eve. It was about how she'd gotten a raw deal I'd handed to her. I wouldn't blame her if she screamed and shouted at me and threw my friendship bracelet in my face. But I desperately still wanted to be her friend, and I wanted even more to fix her broken heart. She deserved the sun and moon and all of the stars. Theo's presence beside me was a steady warmth in the dimly lit car, his hand drawn slow circles on my back. Outside, the wind whipped, bending the trees toward the ground, mirroring the turmoil inside of me. Theo sat quietly by, his hand rhythmically rubbing my back. "How about if I stay with you and Eve?" I pulled myself together, wiping at my tears as I sniffled. No, it's all right. I think we need a little time alone. I appreciate that, though, darling, and I'm so sorry." "No, I understand. You need this time. And if you need me, I'm only a text away, okay?" I threw my arms around his neck, giving him a kiss. Thunder rumbled overhead, and I tossed the door open and raced into Eve's apartment before the deluge could begin. I found her still asleep, her mouth hanging open to combat her stuffy nose. I eased myself onto the sofa next to her, stroking her hair as I settled in for the night. I'd never sleep. My mind still swirled, and the weight of disappointment pressed heavily on me. How had Spencer, someone I cared about deeply, failed to see the pain he'd caused? Was I so blinded by my own happiness that I'd missed the signs? The more I thought about it, the more my heart ached, not just for Eve, but for the friendship I feared was irreparably damaged. With a heavy sigh, I tugged a pillow from next to me and stuck it behind my head, attempting to relax. The rush of emotions I'd been through earlier finally caught up to me, and my eyes became heavy. I slid my hand onto Eve's shoulder. the rhythm of her breathing comforting as my head lolled to the side. As I began to drift off, the chime of my phone startled me awake, cutting through the silence like a knife. I grabbed at it, expecting to see something warm from Theo. Instead, I found a message from Spencer. No, it was more than a message. It was a confession, a plea. He admitted his mistakes, his fears, his loneliness. My heart softened. I glanced at a sleeping Eve. Could there be a sliver of hope for him to mend things? That depended on how far he was willing to go. Eve deserved nothing but the best, and so far, she'd gotten nothing but the worst from Spencer. I licked my lips, crafting a return message. Glad to see you admitting that you made a mistake. That's the first step. But before I help you, we have to talk. I pressed the phone against my chest. Had I been too hard on him? No, I needed to protect Eve. She'd already been through too much. I wanted her to be happy. I'd played too fast and loose with her happiness before, so I had to guard it now. He sent another message, the phone buzzing into my chest. Of course. Can I call? I shook my head as I typed. No calls. It might wake Eve. I need to see your eyes when you speak, Spencer. The truth looks different in person. Meet me at Eve's. The chat bubble appeared and disappeared, indicating he was typing, but struggling to send the message. Finally, it appeared.
Is that a good idea? I don't think she'll want to see me.
I raised my eyebrows. You're not seeing Eve until you've been thoroughly vetted by me. I want to see you, in person. I want to see your eyes when you answer my questions. If you want her back, come to Eve's apartment. We'll talk outside. After a second, he texted an affirmative back. As I watched for him to approach through the rain-soaked windows, I prepared myself to read his every expression, to gauge the true depth of his remorse. This wasn't about words. It was about seeing the regret and resolve in his eyes, the determination for him to face the mess he'd made and see it through to the end. Lights cut through the rainy night and a car eased to a stop outside of Eve's place. I hurried from the couch, pulling the door open and stepping out, careful to stay under the overhang. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but large droplets still dripped from the eave. I crossed my arms against the damp chill in the air as Spencer approached. His features set in a frown, concern etched into his features.
Hey,
he ventured as he joined me under the tiny roof.
How is she?
Asleep, thankfully. I eyed him up and down. I need some assurances from you before I help you.
Okay.
He nodded, jiggling his keys in his hands nervously as he shifted his weight.
That's fair.
Oh, it's more than fair. Besides, you don't deserve fair in this, Spencer. He shrank at my words before he bobbed his head again.
You're right.
That said, I do want you to be happy. So, I'm willing to help. Under certain conditions. I wagged a finger at him. He held his hands up in defeat.
Name them.
I raised my eyebrows. If you're serious about this, Spencer, then promise me, promise that you'll make her your priority. That you'll always show her that she means the world to you. Can you do that? His agreement was immediate with a head bob.
Yeah, yes, I promise. Pinky swear, whatever, I messed up, Lou. I should have already been doing that, and instead, I've been hiding behind all of my fear.
His voice broke as he spoke, his eyes filling with regret as he flicked his gaze into the foggy night. Oh, Spencer, I said, my shoulder slumping as I stepped closer and pulled him into a hug. I want you to be happy. That's why I gave you Eve.
I know, and I screwed it up, royally.
But you're going to fix it, right? And if you do, you're going to have a lifetime of happiness. He sucked in a deep breath, and I spotted both fear and resolve burning in his eyes.
Tell me what to do. I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, it's going to have to be something big. He licked his lips, and for a second, I thought he may back out, tell me he didn't want to do something grand. As I started to arch an eyebrow at him, he said,
Would it be inappropriate for me to propose?
My frown morphed into a grin as my excitement built. I love it. It's perfect.
Is it? He asked. I feel like I owe her so much just to get her back into my life, but I want her to know I'm serious.
Aw, darling, we're going to do this right, so she knows everything and you propose. Now, this changes everything, but for the better. I beamed at him. First, we'll need a ring.
Yeah, I don't have one.
Well, we'll get one, I said, my voice incredulous. Don't worry, I already have a few ideas for one that will just knock her socks off. We'll shop tomorrow morning. In the meantime, we need more. We need to make her remember everything special about your relationship.
I'm pretty sure she wants to forget everything about that right now.
Well, we are going to subtly remind her. Not enough to upset her, but just enough to get her reminiscing until you can tell her how much each of those special moments meant to you. He chewed his lower lip, his features pinching.
They really were. Lou, what if I mess this up? What if I can't find the words?
You will, darling. You will. You just need to open your heart and be honest with her.
Right,
he said. Now, I answered. Give me some of those special moments so I can brainstorm how this little trip down memory lane is going to go. We spent another hour going over the details, selecting memories and how to represent them before we detailed the big finish. I'd text Eve the clues, leading her from location to location as she found each object, until she ended at Spencer's. Rose petals would lead her to the beach where Spencer would be waiting to propose. If anything would do the trick, this would. With hope in my heart, we parted ways to get a little sleep before we had to start the setup and buy the ring. I grinned down at Eve, sleeping on the couch, exhausted from emotion. Tomorrow is going to be the best day of your life, Eve. I promise. I kissed her forehead before I snuggled next to her and caught a few hours of sleep. As the sun crept over the horizon the next morning, bright beams streaming through Eve's front window, I woke, excitement filling me. As I eased off the couch, Eve stirred next to me. Lou? Her puffy eyes squinted at me. Hi, sugar, I whispered. I didn't mean to disturb you. Did you stay all night? I nodded at her. I did, but now I have to rush off because today is a new day, darling. I have a special surprise for you to cheer you up. I just have to get it ready. Oh, she said, her brow pinching. Louise, that's okay. I think I'll just curl up in my pajamas, watch movies, cry, and eat ice cream. No, you will not, I said. You're not going to sit here and lament what could have been. You're going to celebrate what will be. And I'm not taking no for an answer. Now, I want you to get ready. That pink dress I bought you a few months ago that you never got to wear will be perfect. You put that on around mid-afternoon and wait for my text. She licked her lips, looking like she was about to protest when she thought better of it. All right. That's right, darling. You just leave it all to Louise, and I'll have you right as rain in no time. I grinned at her, imagining her face as Spencer got down on one knee and offered her the ring. The ring we still had to buy. I squeezed her hand and offered her a curt goodbye before I raced out the door and hurried to the shopping district. Spencer waited for me on the sidewalk, pacing around as he chewed his thumbnail. He heaved a sigh of relief as he spotted me.
Lou, I thought maybe you were ditching me.
Not a chance, darling. I want Eve to have the best ring ever. Now, I've picked out 2 in this store, 1 in the one down the street, and I'm saving my personal favorite for last. I waved a finger at the jeweler across the street. We spent the morning picking out that all-important ring. As we perused each selection, I kept my eye trained on Spencer for any sign of him wavering, but he didn't. He seemed intent on picking something that would make her say yes, that would appeal to her, but also show her how much he meant to him. When he made his selection, my favorite choice too, he made the purchase, offering me a nervous grin.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Are you having second thoughts?
No,
he answered with a vehement shake of his head.
I'm just really nervous. I think I may have ruined everything with her. I wouldn't blame her if she said no.
Oh, darling, she truly cares about you. Just be honest. Tell her how much you care. how big of a mistake you made, but tell her why. Admit that you were scared. She'll understand." He gave me a dubious glance as he stared at the ring.
Right.
"Now, let's go finish getting the other details in place." We spent the better part of the afternoon setting up her scavenger hunt that would lead her to Spencer. As the sun descended toward the horizon, painting the sky pinks and purples, Spencer took his spot on the beach. His hands trembled as he waited, champagne chilling, ready for a celebration. I sent her the first text, sending her on a trek through Newport. As the first message went out to her, I shot Spencer an excited grin. "It's almost time. Soon you'll both find your happiness." I squeezed his arm, a silent sign of support as I hoped against hope that Eve would find it in her heart to forgive him and give him a second chance.
Chapter 35. Spencer. The sand shifted under my feet as I shifted my weight from foot to foot for the umpteenth time. I licked my lips as my eyes fell on the champagne chilling next to me. Would we open it tonight to celebrate? Or would I be using it to drown my sorrows as Eve left me behind like I'd done to her only yesterday? I worried the fresh rejection would be too much for her. I know it would have been for me. My features pinched as I imagined being on the receiving end of that speech. I'd given that speech because of all the times I'd been in the exact same position as Eve. And instead of being sensitive to that, I'd treated her the way I'd hated to be treated. With a deep, shaky inhale, I studied the rest of the preparations we'd made for this moment. From the carnations I'd give her, to the tiki torches that would light her way to me, Louise had made every detail as romantic as possible. She'd even included soft music playing in the background. I reached into my pocket, my fingers closing around the velvet ring box before I withdrew it and took another look at the one I'd selected, suddenly second-guessing my choice. What if she hated the ring? Like, hated it enough to reject me? No, I thought, with a shake of my head. Eve wasn't like that. She wasn't materialistic. Though I'd still picked one that would impress anyone in my circle, it had her style. I traced the sapphire in the center, surrounded by diamonds. I loved it in the store, just as Louise had, but now I wondered if it had been too much of a gamble.
"You ready, darling?"
Louise asked, her cell phone ready. I pulled my eyes from the ring, fear constricting my chest until I almost couldn't breathe. "No," I whispered. She offered me a soft, supportive smile.
"You'll be okay. Remember what we talked about."
I forced a fleeting smile. Be honest, be open, tell her I love her. I repeated the words in my mind like a mantra as Louise nodded and fired off the first text message. With the plan set in motion, I sucked in deep breaths, hoping my knees didn't buckle before I had to use them to beg Eve to come back. My mind conjured the image of the tiny arcade game we'd left for Eve at the host stand of the club. I wondered if she'd recall that special moment between us when we'd played Street Fighter, or how loudly she'd laughed when she'd beat me at the racing game. I hoped she didn't throw it to the ground and stomp on it the moment she saw it. Louise had told her that this was a treasure hunt to her future, alluding that it had to do with their friendship and not our relationship, but I still worried. A text sounded on Louise's phone, and I held my breath as I waited to see if Eve had figured it out and was returning to her apartment or not. A picture appeared of the tiny arcade game laying in Eve's palm.
"She got it,"
Louise exclaimed, hopping on her toes as she texted her the next clue. A few moments stretched before Eve sent a response.
"Got it. I know where to go."
Her second stop had been the restaurant where Louise had her first date, where she'd find a miniature soup bowl, symbolizing the night we'd spent playing Mystic Realms and eating chicken soup when she'd been sick. I waited, my heart in my throat, until an image of it appeared and Louise sent the next clue. We guided her from location to location as she picked up a miniature teddy bear symbolic of the one I'd won her, a tiny lighthouse, and a miniature teacup that reminded me of the ride we'd shared at the amusement park.
"Last clue. She'll be here soon."
Louise grinned up at me, but I couldn't match her enthusiasm.
Instead, my stomach twisted as my knees wobbled. Soon, Eve would arrive at my door, and then she'd start to get suspicious. I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't turn around as soon as she got here and leave. And even if she made it to the beach, once she spotted me, would she just walk away? I hoped I'd at least have the chance to speak to her, but if I did, would I make it better or ruin things more? I'd probably get tongue-tied. And what if whatever I said didn't work? What if what I'd done yesterday was too much for her to forgive? "Spence?" Louise asked, placing a hand on my forearm. "Is it too late to stop this?" I asked. Her eyes went wide, her features twisting.
Spencer Whitaker, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
"I'm sorry, I'm nervous. What if she says no? What if she yells at me? What if she hates me?" Louise shook her head.
Eve is not going to do any of those things because she's a nice person. And even if things turn emotional, you just keep telling her how you feel and how you'll prove it to her if she'll give you the chance.
What if she won't even give me the chance to say anything? Louise, I think I destroyed her trust in me yesterday. Louise grabbed hold of my shoulders, giving me a slight shake.
Spencer, listen to me. You hurt her, yes, but you can fix this. She'll understand that you were scared. She was too.
I nodded, though I didn't believe any of it. I still expected her not to understand why I'd done what I'd done. I imagined me pouring my heart out to her, only for her to frown, wrapping her arms around herself as she coldly turned me down.
I'm sorry, Spencer, but what you did, it's unforgivable.
With a shrug, she'd turn and walk away from me, breaking my heart anyway, despite my best effort. I heaved a sigh, my familiar worries resurfacing as they always did. Things didn't work out for me. Why did I expect this would? Louise shifted next to me, a squeal escaping her.
She's here!
My stomach turned over and I groaned. Louise kissed my cheek and grinned.
You're going to be great. Good luck, darling. I won't be far.
Wait, I said, grabbing her and glancing at her phone screen. A video feed of Eve spotting a note that read, "Meet me at the beach," played. Her delicate features crinkled as she held the note.
Lou?
She called. Louise giggled at the phone.
Oh, she's going to be so surprised.
Unpleasantly, my mind added. She was going to be unpleasantly surprised. She expected Louise, probably imagining a lovely beachside evening, and then she'd find out that it was actually me here to badger at her. On Louise's screen, Eve followed the rose petal trail, her features still pinched as she slid open the door leading to the pool and stepped outside.
Here she comes.
Louise bounced on her toes before she gave me another tight squeeze.
Good luck, darling. I'll be waiting for the celebration.
Louise hurried to race away and hide behind a large rock down the beach. I wish I shared her enthusiasm, but I could barely breathe. I stared down the pathway made by tiki torches and rose petals. A second later, from behind the beach grass, Eve peered at me. The pink of her dress matched the rosy color in her cheeks. She looked absolutely beautiful. The confusion on her features gave way to another emotion, but I couldn't read it. Was it disappointment? Fear? I swallowed hard, trying to force a smile, but it faltered, replaced by my tightening jaw as I struggled to stop it from trembling. The weight of the ring in my pocket reminded me of all the things I needed to say, but they mashed together in my mind rather than being the clear, coherent thoughts I'd practiced in front of my mirror earlier. It had seemed so easy then, but now it seemed like a daunting task that would end in disaster.
Spencer?
Eve wandered down the sand, glancing behind her.
I think I'm supposed to meet Louise here.
Her eyes went wide and she froze. I assumed it finally dawned on her what was happening.
Oh, is this?
She leaned closer, dropping her voice to a whisper.
Is this for Louise?
What? I asked. The question had taken me completely by surprise. How had she thought I'd planned this for Louise?
All of this. Louise, she's been texting me, but... I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Oh, I said, completely thrown and struggling to find my place.
This wasn't at all how it had gone in my mind. No, this isn't for Louise, but Louise, she helped me. Eve stood in front of me, a lock of her hair dancing in the sea breeze across her creased forehead.
I still don't understand. I'm sorry.
I slid my eyes closed, realizing I'd said absolutely nothing so far except confusing snippets of statements. I reached for the ring before I shook my head. I'm sorry. I opened one eye, then the other, scanning her still confused features. I'm sorry, I repeated. Wow, this is a lot harder than I expected it would be. Eve stuck her hand into the pocket of her beach dress and pulled all the tiny objects from it, holding them out in her hand.
Louise left all of these for me.
No, I did that, I answered, drawing strength in the plan we'd created. They were designed to remind you of all the nice times we had together. I picked up the arcade game. When we won Street Fighter in the arcade, then I moved to the soup. And when you were sick and we built your house in Mystic Realms, I grinned at the memory. I really enjoyed that night, outside of you being sick. I've never had so much fun playing my game with someone else before. Her features devolved into more confusion as I spoke. The teddy bear that I won for you, the teacup ride where I nearly puked on you, but you were so nice. And, of course, a lighthouse. You love them, and I took you to one. I chewed my lower lip for a second.
I don't understand,
she answered.
Yesterday,
I was an idiot, I answered. Yesterday I was so scared you didn't feel any of the things I was feeling that I did something so stupid, Eve, and I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me. Her dark eyes searched mine for answers. Fear seized my heart, but I fought through it. I had to say the words. I had to try. I'm in love with you, Eve. I have been for a good part of our time together. I thought you weren't interested because we weren't supposed to be dating, you know? I thought that you wanted to keep that agreement in place. I thought that you'd never be interested in someone like me.
Someone like you?
She cocked her head.
What does that mean?
I shrugged. I'm awkward and nerdy. I'm different. I'm not mainstream, and I'm not male model handsome.
But those are all the things that I like about you,
she said, her voice soft. Her words lifted me a little, though I felt heat rising into my cheeks. Maybe I had a chance to claw my way out of this one, and if I did, I'd spend the rest of my life proving she'd made the right choice. Really? She nodded. I licked my lips. Is there any way at all you'd consider giving me a second chance? I messed up big time yesterday, and I was scared. But from the time we shared that kiss in Vale, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the ring box. Eve, I know this may seem sudden, especially given my behavior yesterday, but I eased my way down to one knee, rising my hopeful eyes to hers. If you'll give me the chance, I'll spend every day of the rest of our lives proving to you that you made the right choice. Her eyes went wide as she stared at the ring, her lips parting. She raised her eyes from the ring to mine, her gaze questioning.
Spencer.
I know this is overwhelming, but I can't lose you. I shook my head. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this all about me. If this is too much, I'd take anything. The rest of the summer, a week, one date, 1 hour, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you...
Spencer,
she said, her voice a little breathy as she stopped me from babbling. Tears formed in her eyes, and she wrapped her arms around her midriff, her lips pinching together. I held my breath, waiting for the brush-off I was certain was coming my way. A second later, her head started to do something I hadn't expected. She nodded. Her trembling lips tugged into a smile before she swallowed hard, her grin broadening. Then, she said the single word I'd been longing to hear from her from the time we'd nearly kissed at the arcade.
Yes.
My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. Yes?
Yes,
she exclaimed,
a laugh mixed with a sob escaping her. I wasn't certain what to do, but I figured putting the ring on her finger was a good next step. So with trembling hands, I slid it on. She beamed down at it before she flicked her happy expression my way. I rose, still finding it hard to believe that this was happening. I wondered if I was dreaming it. She slid a hand against my cheek.
I love you too,
she whispered before our lips met. The kiss was as sweet as the one we'd shared in Vale, though this one had none of the doubts or misgivings in it. This one was filled with the promise of a new life, a happy life, a shared life.
Epilogue. Louise. It's been 6 months since I married Theo Dubois in the wedding of the century. Eve stood at my side, and Spencer was in the audience. I know what you're thinking, and no, I am not looking to marry off my husband this time. We're incredibly happy, and I can't imagine us being anything different. Now, I bet you're wondering what happened to Eve and Spencer. Their story was a little different than mine, and they had quite the dramatic ending with the beach apology and subsequent proposal. But you know how those things usually go, right? I mean, the end of every sweet romance movie was exactly this. Did you ever wonder what happened once the couple actually got married? After all, in most of those movies, they'd only spent a weekend together and suddenly they were declaring their love and getting married. Well, just as you'd expect, Eve and Spencer's relationship didn't withstand the test of time. Kidding! Gotcha, sugar. Oh, I can just imagine the look on your face. But don't worry, they're doing just fine. They got married shortly after I did in a much less theatrical ceremony, but it was still all class thanks to my perfect planning. Eve wore a breathtaking vintage lace gown that Spencer said reminded him of the first antique shop they visited together. And the way they looked at each other during their vows, well, it was like no one else existed. They've since adopted a puppy, a sprightly little beagle they named Pixel, who's now the star of many gatherings at our home. They're blissfully happy, and they come to all of my parties, despite their complaints about engaging in social settings. When we double date, sometimes I watch them together, and I'm pleased as punch that I had a hand in helping them find their happiness. Even when they weren't certain, I just knew those two were meant to be. I'm so glad I pushed them together and played their Cupid. As I sit back and reflect on our journey, I can't help but marvel at how much I've grown. From planning my own wedding to helping two of my best friends find their way to each other. It's been a journey of love, laughter, and learning. Each challenge and triumph has taught me more about myself than I ever knew before. And marrying Theo has only deepened my appreciation for life's unpredictable beauty. So much so, in fact, that I'm wondering if I should open a matchmaking agency. I could call it Louise's Love Connection. I bet it'd be a hit. I could channel my knack for matchmaking into helping others find their soulmates. I'm under no illusion it'll be easy, but who knows? Maybe there will be another story in there waiting to be told. This has been Marrying Off My Husband, a sweet romantic comedy. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.